For those of you who missed our last adventure, here's a brief recap. In my last two videos, we discussed the origins of Sam and Cat, a 2013 Nickelodeon sitcom which attempted to continue the legacy of both iCarly and Victorious, two sitcoms by the same creator which both ended around the same time. The series depicts Sam Puckett and Cat Valentine becoming roommates and running a babysitting business together, with their lack of chemistry and synergy being ignored for the sake of hijinks. The show's only saving grace is the original characters, Dice and Goomer, who tend to be the focus of a good number of episodes despite not being the main characters. In my first video on this show, I reviewed the first 20 episodes of the series. In the next part, I went through the next 5 stories before getting slightly distracted. And today we are here to finally wrap things up, as we talk about the final 9 episodes of Sam and Cat, and we finally get into some serious territory. Now, the ultimate goal of this video is not only to simply pick apart 9 random episodes of a sitcom from 10 years ago. It's also to kind of study the greater legacy of Sam and Cat and iCarly. This video has some of the best material that I have ever come up with, and I am so excited for you guys to see it. However...
Hey Quinton, you hear that David Schwimmer drowned?
Oh, hey! I guess you didn't get the memo. We can't do the David Schwimmer drowning joke anymore because it's really offensive now.
Well, did you know that Henry Kissinger died?
Yeah, I did. That's why I'm drinking. A toast to what should have happened 100 years ago. Anyways, long-haired Quinton has actually reminded me of an important thing that I should tell you guys before we get into this. So I started working on the content you're about to see well over a year ago. And in fact, it was originally my goal that I would get this video out and the last video out as one video 8 or 9 months ago. And because I was relatively confident in my turnaround time, I ended up referencing current events constantly as I filmed this video. So I was always talking about things that just happened to me and things that were just in the news, and I'll occasionally say something crazy like, did you hear they're making a Five Nights at Freddy's movie? And then of course, you know, when time passes and I procrastinate and I struggle, you know, with my writer's block, and then a solid year passes, a lot of these things are really dated and obviously recorded ages and ages ago. And basically, I've decided to find this charming. So basically, for the first 6.5 hours of this video, whenever I just casually reference the current era being early 2023, pretend that I put this video out in March, and then you didn't see it until just now. One really big thing that's actually happened to me since I started recording this video is that, these aren't real anymore. I actually went out and I got laser eye surgery, which I actually got PRK, which meant for the first like month and a half, my vision was worse than it had ever been, and I had no glasses for it. So I could just was walking around not seeing anything. But strangely enough, that's not the worst thing that's happened to my eyes in the last year. But that's one big change I'm going through right now, where I actually don't need glasses anymore. But at the same time, I kind of feel like if I don't put the glasses on, you guys are gonna freak out or something, you know what I mean? But speaking of changing times, did you guys actually know that YouTube changed the subscriber button? Now, when you hit subscribe, the button actually like changes colors, and there's this big animation that happens. Wanna see this for yourself? Well, in that case, now is a very good time to go down and make sure that you are subscribed. Because I have one final subscriber goal. If we get to 1 million subscribers, then I will start working on videos about Zoe 101 and Drake and Josh. But I will only do this if we get to the big 1 million milestone, the final subscriber goal, 1 million subscribers. But anyways, now it's time for everyone's favorite part of the video. The part where I put on the stupidest outfit I can come up with to try and convince you guys to sit through the following ad read. When it comes to the internet, nothing is more important than maintaining cybersecurity. There are people out there, bad faith actors, who want to steal your identity, your data, and your money. And the best way to fight that situation is with today's sponsor, NordVPN. I bet this gal uses NordVPN. You can tell she's just that kind of lady. Not this guy, though. I don't like him. NordVPN is the famous VPN service which has been protecting your data since 2012. The service essentially scrambles your information by sending it through proxy servers located around the globe, making it almost impossible to track your IP address and your personal data. Switching servers while staying connected is as easy as clicking a button, and as an extra bonus to the security protections, clicking on servers in other countries allows you to experience the internet as if you were really there in those locations. Are you perchance in Louisiana or Florida, being blocked from visiting certain websites because the fascist state wants you to send in a photo of your ID first? Well, just log into NordVPN, click on Chicago, and boom, the restrictions are gone. Region-restricted content is now a thing of the past. Enjoy the entire internet without restrictions, all with one simple service. And presuming this video doesn't take me another 8 months to finish, you should also know that this is a great tool for the holidays. Hi, Mom. Okay, if Dad can be here around 5, I'm gonna rush around and try and get packed. I'm just filming an ad read before I head out. Alright, bye, Mom. I love you too. I'm excited for my birthday. What was I saying? NordVPN makes it easier than ever to shop internationally, as if you were visiting markets around the world, searching for the best possible deal outside of the restrictions of your own nation. NordVPN protects your connection, allows you to experience the internet internationally, and protects you from malware and other threats, and all at a low, low price. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount plus 4 months free at my link, nordvpn.com/Quinton. It is risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee, and once again, you can access that at nordvpn.com/Quinton, Quinton. You should know it by now. This is the best deal on the internet and risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. With that, let's go ahead and talk about Sam Cat Season 1, Episode 26, #Blue Dog Soda, or as I like to call it, Sam Cat Build a Meth Lab. So the episode starts with us returning to a familiar location from the start of Season 2-ish, the gas station, which Sam and Cat robbed earlier in the season. The girls are there to put up a flyer for their babysitting service, but decide they also want to pick up some Blue Dog Soda on the way out. However, the store is swarmed with government agents guarding the stuff, and we learn that Blue Dog Soda has been banned in California for having too much sugar. We meet a muscular government man who explains that thanks to his campaigning, the State Bureau of Interference has passed a regulation making it illegal to buy or drink Blue Dog Soda. He then takes note of their babysitting advert and takes a photo. He explains he might use their service as he hates his son. Okay, so obviously the big point here is to introduce the narrative plot point of a soda prohibition. But it's also worth pointing out that this is basically a parody of a real thing that happened around that same part of the decade. In 2013, New York City attempted to implement a regulation banning the sale of sugary drinks past a certain cup size. Famously announced by Michael Bloomberg, the regulation would have been enforced as a health code in the city. And while this change did pass that year, it was struck down by the New York Supreme Court. The most obvious parallel here is that Blue Dog Soda is being banned due to a bureaucratic regulation and not an actual law. But furthermore, this episode did predict a similar war on soda that happened in California throughout the rest of the 2010s. In November 2014, Berkeley, California became the first city in America to implement a controversial soda tax, which made buying sugary drinks within the city more expensive than other options. Some reports indicate that this led to a 50% drop in soda sales. More cities adopted this in years to come, causing California's state legislature to ban cities from implementing local soda taxes until 2031. It's wild to think that we're actually closer to 2031 than we are to 2016. That's not actually true, I just wanted to scare you. But on top of all that, this episode is also defined by being yet another ripoff of an episode of Zoe 101. This one is based on the season 4 episode Coffee Cart Ban, where coffee is banned on campus and the kids start selling it illegally. Anyways, let's get back to the bad show. After the title sequence, Cat tries to teach Goomer to hula hoop, before Dice suddenly runs in, revealing that he has, in a closed safe, his last bottle of Blue Dog Soda. Dice says it's likely the last bottle in California, and tells Goomer to check it out. Goomer mishears this as chuck it out and throws it at a passing car. So they go into the apartment where we discover that Sam has taken things into her own hands, as she has studied the soda online and is trying to deduce the exact formula. However, when Cat tries it, she says it's all wrong.
Well, if we're talking about the basic flavor profile of Blue Dog, the primary taste is a 60-40 blend of vanilla and citrus, with trace amounts of cherry, clove, nutmeg, and juniper.
Jupiter!
Cat promises she can make the soda herself, and it will only take 3 hours. Dice retells the story of Goomer throwing the bottle at the street, and Sam decides they're going to take sponges and get every drop that spilled off of the side of the road as they squeeze the soda into their mouths. Can you tell that this is supposed to be meth? So 3 hours later, the gang takes shots and declare Cat's blend is identical to the original, if not better. They all agree they should start selling the stuff, not to make money, but as a protest, but also to make money.
Well, if we're gonna produce that much soda, we're gonna need a supply and distribution network, and also a comprehensive marketing strategy that'll inform the public about our product while not raising suspicion in the law enforcement community. I just found a worm in my pocket.
Sam says they need somewhere secret and hidden to make the soda, and Dice suggests the secret room hidden behind their wall safe. So Cat texts Sam all the ingredients they need, and they go out and buy it all at once. A rookie mistake.
Don't buy everything in one place. Do it piecemeal. Different items, different stores. Attracts less attention.
We see a long musical montage of the girls making Blue Dog Soda, with emphasis being put on close-ups of the blue fluid flooding tubes and measuring equipment. The background music is very swanky, emphasizing the intended gag, that this sequence is a parody of the meth montages from Breaking Bad. My favorite thing about this is that on the Sam and Cat wiki, it says the concept of the episode may be a reference Breaking Bad. The article basically says this twice and it doesn't elaborate any further. And I love that because it carries this hilarious energy of like, this episode might be a parody of Breaking Bad. I'm not sure because my mom won't let me watch that show. So the girls get many desperate customers coming to their window, including a cameo by Woody from iCarly and Victorious, and Randy. You remember Randy, right? I don't. There's a knock at the door and Cat opens it to find the State Bureau of Interference guy, who wants to ask some questions. Sam comes out and shuts the door in his face. The vibe I get is that the Bureau guy is supposed to be a parody of Hank, right? Because obviously they eventually reveal that he's only there to ask about the babysitting service and they're all friendly with him. So he is the figure who has a close kinship with the main characters, despite it being his actual job to stop the illegal stuff going on in the show. Okay, so it's time for another one of my pointless tangents about something else entirely. When I was in high school, we had this class called media that everyone wanted to take, because when you were in media, what you did was you made presentations and monthly, specials that everyone in school had to watch that were supposed to be recapping what was going on at the school, but everyone just used it as an excuse to make skits. Every wannabe YouTuber at that school just joined media so they can make comedy, and it was really beautiful for what it was. So my junior year of high school, to advertise the yearbook, they did an elaborate Breaking Bad parody, where our yearbook teacher played a parody of Walter White, with the joke being that he was making illegal yearbooks.
This is the best yearbook I've ever seen. I think we can make a lot of money together, Daniel.
This other guy I knew named Brad, who was one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life, he played a parody of Jesse. And then they introduced a brand new character named Mitch. This was done explicitly so they could get away with directly copying Aaron Paul quotes from the show.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Bitch!
This is my own private domicile, and I will not be harassed. Mitch.
This joke has never left my mind. Sometimes it's still the first thing I think about when people bring up Breaking Bad, even 10 years later. And I think that speaks to the power of a good joke, even in the least professional setting possible.
Look at that, Mr. Roof. That's the best I've ever seen.
Do you have any idea of the street value of this?
So here's why I've told you all this. The bureau guy explains he's just there because he knows about the babysitting service, and he introduces to the girls his son, who is named
Mitch.
So now the show has unknowingly set up an extremely specific expectation. This episode will get a passing grade, but only if they go out of their way to have Mitch linger around scenes so that Sam or Cat can occasionally blurt out Aaron Paul quotes, but instead of saying bitch, they say Mitch. And if that doesn't happen, then this show is officially the least creative thing ever made by human hands. So the bureau guy explains he needs the babysitters not just because he hates his son, but also because someone is making illegal Blue Dog soda, and he has to find and arrest them. Back in the bedroom, Cat freaks out and says they have to quit making Blue Dog because it's going to get them in trouble. But Sam insists they only need to make 100 more bottles just to keep for themselves for the next few years. While Sam babysits Mitch, Cat, Dice, and Goomer get to work, but nearly cause an explosion when Dice forgets to shut off the pressure valve. Yes, that's really what they say. So 3 days later, we see Sam and Mitch carving with cheese, and Mitch has made a dinosaur. The bureau guy comes in and says that he still hasn't found the crooks. But just as he's trying to pay Sam, a cataclysm shakes the apartment. The meth lab has exploded. So the girls get caught in the act, and the bureau dude says they're in big trouble. The gang stand up to him and ask why Blue Dog soda had to be banned. And he says it's because it's not healthy and some people drink too much. So the gang asks, well, why not ban sandwiches? Or sleeping? Or roller coasters? Or pooping? The bureau man is moved and breaks down crying, saying he will turn back the Blue Dog soda ban the next day. He then sees his son's sculpture and hugs him, saying he's very proud of his son. The gang share a final soda as we fade to black. They didn't do the joke. They didn't say Mitch's name like Aaron Paul says bitch. They introduced a character named Mitch and they didn't fucking. Anyways, the moral of this one is that crystal meth should be legal. With that, it's time for Sam and Cat to continue another tradition of the shows that came before it. So let's go ahead and talk about Sam and Cat Season 1, Episode 27, #blooper episode, aka the one that definitely shouldn't count. So a quick recap to those of you who are watching my Sam and Cat saga as a standalone project. One of the biggest contributions that iCarly made to the NSU was the introduction of a divergent, parallel universe which we know as the Metaverse. This is a universe somewhat like our own, where iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat are all TV shows made by heavily fictionalized versions of the actual cast and crew. Some of the main differences so far have been that Miranda Cosgrove was presented as the producer and director of iCarly, even being in charge of who was fired from the show. Rex from Victorious was presented as being portrayed by a sentient puppet named Christopher Kane, infamous for having many accusations in the acting community, and many actors have been portrayed as having identical personalities to the characters they play on TV. So, #blooper episode starts with Jennette McCurdy, Ariana Grande, Cameron Ocasio, Zoran Korak, and Marie Cheatham arriving at a diner, as they are spending time together during their lunch break. Although, Zoran is instructed to sit at an island away from the rest of the gang so he doesn't block their view of the fourth wall.
How come I can't sit over there with you guys?
Because you're not a main character yet.
Oh.
Hey, man. I know how it feels.
The ongoing complete contradiction that every single memorable episode of this show features Goomer as the driving narrative as per why the episode happens, but he's not a main character somehow. So a waiter comes out and recognizes everyone as being from the show Sam and Carly, which they quickly correct to Sam and Cat. The waiter asks what they're doing there, and Jennette says they're hoping he'll bring them food. The waiter says Jennette is just like Sam, and everyone agrees without commentary. Zoran says that he plays Goomer, and everyone stares at him. The waiter explains that he's an aspiring actor, and pulls out a headshot. He asks if the gang ever has problems remembering their lines. Jennette says they do, and pulls out a pear pad. You know, like we have in the fucking real world. She says she has a bloopers reel prepared of them messing up their lines. They finish watching the first reel, and the waiter says he has to call his grandma and tell her about meeting them, despite him not taking their order. Then a teenage girl runs up to the table and says she loves Sam and Cat. She suddenly becomes lucid that she's actually in an episode right now and asks if she's missed the theme song yet, because she loves it. She loves the Backhouse Mike song. I'm never that far, no matter where you are. Believe in everything you capture. That's her favorite song. The gang says she's arrived just in time, and they play the song on their real-world actual pear pads. After the titles, Cameron says they only have 25 minutes left on their lunch break, and Cameron, buddy, you better enjoy that time while you can. Soon, they're approached by two teenage boys who recognize them all from the show. The boys ask if they ever get the giggles while filming the show, and so Cameron pulls out a compilation of the cast getting the giggles. Zoran stands up to watch the bloopers too, and Jennette tells him to get back to his island.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
After the reel is done, he again asks to join them at their table, and they again tell him to stay away.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And you could have...
The table is then approached by a mother who says that her daughter loves Sam and Cat, and there's just no way. There is no way that the cast of this show gets approached in public this often without people mentioning iCarly, Victorious, or the music of Ariana Grande. The mom wants to know if the cast ever has problems with the props while they're filming, and Marie pulls out a pear pad to show them another compilation. There are Family Guy episodes with fewer cutaways than this. Okay, now watch what happens here. First of all, the pear pad screen, being shaped like a pear, presents the video in a smaller, much smaller 16:9 box. So Nona expands this box with her fingers naturally, and this does not full screen the video. It zooms in the video while keeping it inside of the original 16:9 box. I can only presume that this means that pear pad technology lacks the ability to do full screen video. Doesn't that piss you off? Anyway, so they watch the compilation and the mom is upset that she can't get her daughter to verbalize.
I wish my daughter had friends.
The gang call for their waiter again, but instead get two kids who want a photo, and they ask Ariana to take it.
You want me in the picture, right?
No.
Oh, no.
We want a picture with Marie.
It turns out that the kids are huge fans of Marie and list a bunch of big-name TV shows and movies that the actress has been in.
Gunsmoke, General Hospital, Katney and Lacey, Beetlejuice, Search for Tomorrow.
I'm shocked that they didn't include Quantum Leap, Columbo, Days of Our Lives in the 1960s, Soul Man, Dangerous Curves, Days of Our Lives in the 1970s, Days of Our Lives in the 1990s, The Nanny, Scrubs, Days of Our Lives in 2010, and finally Bizaardvark. But I guess that last one's a spoiler. So yeah, they take the picture.
Is it a good pic?
Yeah, fantastic.
Don't get jealous, Ari. Don't get jealous just because you weren't in Quantum fucking Leap. Yeah, you suck, Ari. Yeah, I'm a fucking Marie stan. I will defend my queen. So the kids turn to leave, but the gang asks them to stop real quick and ask a question for a cutaway setup. So they do, and bang, you got yourself another compilation. Everyone's angry that the waiter hasn't even taken their order, but they all turn nice when another fan approaches. The fan identifies that the cast is going to be filming the meta bloopers episode that day, and says she knows this because the show's creator has tweeted that information out.
Oh, he's
Amazing. Genius.
The girl asks if there's going to be a commercial break, and they say yes, and Cameron shows her all of the commercials that they're going to show during that episode's break. This joke would be really funny if people still watched old TV shows the way they were intended to be seen. Their waiter finally returns and asks if they want their check. Everyone points out that they haven't even ordered yet, and the waiter says he'll take their order after they answer a simple question. Is it exciting to film their show? So Zoran pulls out his pear pad and shows the waiter a compilation of everyone being exhausted on set and yawning. A metacontextual joke about how they filmed very long hours on this show to make up for how few days Ariana had to commit to the show. Everyone says that those were the wrong clips, and so Zoran plays the stunts compilation, with highlights including a group of babies climbing up a wall and Scott the Woz dying. The waiter says he'll get their order once he finds a pen and runs off screen. But then Jennette notices something. Tandy, the red robot, Tandy from their show Sam and Cat, is also at the restaurant. Tandy, the actor Tandy, who plays himself in their show, reveals that he already ordered his food a couple minutes ago and they brought it out to him right away. Cameron says that he has to share since they've been waiting, and so Tandy murders Cameron. He disintegrates him with a laser. Cameron is dead now. Tandy, the actor who plays himself on Sam and Cat, just killed a child, and that child was Cameron Ocasio. Cameron Ocasio, the actor, is now dead in the metaverse. The red robot asks if anyone else wants his food, and everyone says no, because he just murdered someone. There is no attempt to call the police, and he just starts to roll away. A child then approaches Tandy and asks if anything has ever gone wrong with the red and blue robots. Tandy says that he actually has a compilation of just that, and shows some cutaway bloopers on his welder visor. Except all of the clips aren't bloopers, but actual scenes from actual episodes where the robots are malfunctioning to fit the narrative. At this point, you could argue this episode is as much a clip show as it is a blooper reel. The kid asks the red robot if he's dating the blue robot, and the red robot gets frantic and begins insisting that someone hijacked his phone and those texts weren't from him. The kid walks away, not knowing how close he came to being murdered by a bloodthirsty android. Also, during that last compilation, Zoran has taken Cameron's spot at the table, the group readily adjusting to the murder of a 14-year-old. A bunch of waiters bring food to the table, and Jennette thanks them for bringing them the food that they ordered. However, Zoran loudly points out that the food is for someone else, and the waiters come back to seize the seasoned delicacies. Ariana begins crying, and Jennette comforts her, leading to the first time in the show that they've actually addressed the 5'1" elephant in the room.
You got a huge music career going for you. Double platinum. Thank you.
The girl who was setting up the opening sequence returns and reveals that she's brought her friend, JD. He's never seen the show, so she was hoping the girls could show him a compilation of funny clips that represent the magic of Sam and Cat, alongside one exclusive blooper from the show Drake and Josh. This is the compilation that includes the most actual bloopers, where the cast says funny stuff and they riff a little, and it's sort of sad that they have to subsidize these moments with clips of loud noises and stunt work from the show itself. It kind of implies that the show maybe wasn't a blast to film, so they have to fill in the bloopers episode with filler and sawdust. And then at the end, we get 3 bloopers, count 'em, 3 bloopers from Drake and Josh.
You won the scoring game!
That didn't make any sense, I'm sorry.
Yay!
Now, a quick tangent about this, since it's something I've been wanting to talk about for a while. So you might remember that in episode 1 of this miniseries, I binged iCarly, not to be confused with episode 0, The Reign of Fred Figglehorn. I did a segment discussing the history of aspect ratio and iCarly. To recap, iCarly was originally broadcast to most Americans in 4:3. However, the show began when it was clear that the total switch to HD was not far away. So every episode of the show was actually filmed in 16:9, edited in 16:9, and then cropped to 4:3 for both initial broadcast and the DVD releases. This meant that when Nickelodeon did eventually make the full switch to HD, they could continue airing even the oldest episodes of the show. This is notable because some iCarly episodes have extended editions with long, exclusive deleted scenes available only on the original DVD releases. So a lot of these scenes are not available in the 16:9 format, despite the original edits being readily available in HD. Another detail worth considering is that even through the production of Sam and Cat, it was more than common for foreign Nickelodeon affiliates to still broadcast in standard definition, 4:3. So even episodes of Victorious, for instance, are framed for the 4:3 aspect ratio and only follow the fundamental rule of thirds if you crop the sides off. Anyway, so here's the big mystery. Occasionally, throughout iCarly, Victorious, and now Sam and Cat, they have shown old clips from the program Drake and Josh. But every time they do this, the show is presented in the uncropped 16:9. But ignoring TV movies, Drake and Josh was always presented in 4:3 across its entire broadcast and on all home media releases. But these sparse HD clips have led lost media hunters to theorize that a 16:9 edit of Drake and Josh seasons 2 through 4 must exist somewhere at Nickelodeon. However, I think a lot of this can be easily debunked just based on what we see in this episode. You'll remember that I said earlier that iCarly was originally edited in 16:9, then cropped right before broadcast. This is obvious when you switch back and forth between the two versions, as the only difference is additional material at the side of the screen, balanced with the same amount of material on both the left and right. I do not think that Drake and Josh was originally done like this. For those early seasons, I believe that the show was always edited in 4:3, and only the raw footage from the cameras exists in 16:9. Take this blooper that they show in the episode from Season 2, Episode 4, Football. Let's compare this clip to what we actually saw on TV. If Drake and Josh had been edited in HD and then cropped right before broadcast, then the cropping would have been consistent across every single cut, with an equal amount taken off of the left and right sides of the screen. But presuming that the camera wasn't shifting substantially between takes, what we're actually seeing is evidence of pan and scanning. That's when an editor manually zooms and adjusts the footage to look best in 4:3, instead of just cropping off the left and right sides identically. If this is an accurate conclusion, what it basically means is that the football episode of Drake and Josh must have been filmed in HD, then tweaked shot by shot in a standard definition editing suite. I would further speculate, based on the quality difference, that the episode was likely dubbed to an analog format at some point. Probably Betacam, if I were to guess. Now, this was Season 2. Apparently, the final season of the show has occasionally been broadcast in 16:9 in the modern HD era, which makes sense, as this was directly before iCarly started, so they were likely experimenting with this evergreen editing compromise. But it's worth noting that the HD Season 4 edits of Drake and Josh are ridiculously sloppy. You'll notice that occasionally these thin black bars will appear at the left or right side of the screen. I take this to mean that these shots were shifted left and right with 4:3 cropping in mind. But despite whatever they were doing with the 4th season of the show, I'm going to presume that every time Drake and Josh clips have been presented in later shows, the original files have been dug out and re-edited shot by shot. This means that, realistically, the only way we could watch Seasons 2 and 3 in HD would be if Nickelodeon paid someone to fully re-edit all 31 episodes of these 2 seasons, carefully recreating transitions, title sequences, and any special effects while using the HD files. Given that this era of Nickelodeon has proven to be something that ages best when it's barely inspected past brief glances, and that there isn't any money being lost on continuing to release the SD copies, I don't see this happening. This is especially true when you remember that other standard definition shows filmed in HD, like Malcolm in the Middle and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, are infamously worse looking after being restored to 16:9, with restorations often leaving in camera equipment and failing to recreate color corrections and special effects. Anyways, this is just my typical reminder for you guys to hit subscribe, so maybe I'll do a Drake and Josh video next year. So they come out of the cutaway and JD says the show looks awesome and he'll check it out. After this, they're approached again by Michael Eric Reed, who says he hears there's 45 seconds left in the episode and he wants to do his blooper dance. Jennette asks what that is, and Mikey begins an erratic dance that lasts the rest of the episode, and he soon hypnotizes the rest of the cast to join in. Soon, all of the Shruggers join into the dance as well. The universe comes to an end. Consciousness itself is no more. There is only Mikey Reed. Returning ourselves to NSU Prime, episode 28 is called #Fresno Girl, and we start out with Kat cooking in the kitchen. Suddenly, her measuring cup shatters, and we see the culprit. Sam has bought a patented wiener flinger, and has shot a hot dog straight through Kat's cup. Kat reveals she's cooking for Kim, a girl they babysit often, and she's already made her specialty, fudge piles, which of course look like little piles of poop. Suddenly, Finally, Goomer bursts through the door, exclaiming that he has to find Timmy T. Silly Goomer! Drake Bell isn't in this show. As Dice runs in, Goomer continues freaking out, and so Sam shoots a hot dog directly into his face. So it turns out Timmy T is a lucky t-shirt that Goomer always wears before his MMA fights. This is the first time that Goomer's MMA career has been mentioned in a very long time, and also I don't think that Goomer consistently wore the same shirt every time he went to a match, but at the exact same time, I don't feel like checking. Editor. Okay, so post a picture of Timmy T from later in the episode, and then put that next to whatever Goomer was wearing in the motorcycle missing episode. If it's the same, good for them. But if it's not, morons. Dice notices Cat's fudge piles, and tries to eat one when offered. However, the ball solidifies in his mouth, and he fails to swallow it, or even pry it from his teeth with a fork. So Kim finally comes over, and her mom is hot. I won't linger on it. I'm right. I've said it. Let's move on now. Kim's mom says her daughter is stressed out because she has a math test coming up, and if she doesn't pass, she will be forced to take summer school. As her mother leaves for a cruise, Sam and Cat promise that they'll do anything to help her pass the test. The two theorize that the girl just needs some healthy motivation, so they ask her what she wants more than anything else in the world. She responds, a Fresno girl doll, and Sam and Cat agree that if she gets a B or higher on her test, they'll buy her the doll. Sam and Cat tell Goomer to help Dice get the fork out of his mouth, and Goomer manages to pull the fudge loose, along with several of Dice's teeth. So after the title sequence, Goomer is seen covering bots with missing posters for Timmy T. The Sam and Cat wiki states, Timmy T is a reference to Timmy Turner in The Fairly Odd Parents. This is written with confidence, because the editor's mom lets them watch that show. So Sam approaches and points out that there's a problem with Goomer's flyer. Because of poor phrasing, onlookers are natural to believe that Tommy T is Goomer's name, and that he is missing, not the shirt. Also, the reward for finding the shirt is listed as a free trip to Hawaii for you and all of your friends. Sam meets with Kim and Cat, and the girls reveal that Kim didn't get a B. She got an A 92 to be exact. So the girls leave to buy Kim a Fresno girl doll and pass Randy with his Boy Scout troop. The scouts run over to Goomer and excitedly say that they're going to Hawaii because they found Tommy T. Goomer asks where Tommy T is, and the troops say that he's Tommy T. Goomer becomes overwhelmed and runs from the restaurant, with the boys not far behind. So at the Fresno girl shop, we see that Fresno girls are the in-universe parody of American Girl dolls, meaning this episode is likely intended as a callback to Season 1, Episode 15, where we met a mysterious man who treated a little girl doll like his actual daughter.
What a weirdo.
If one takes this retcon very seriously, we could argue that the first time we saw a Fresno girl doll was in Victoria's Season 3, Episode 11, when Tori found a talking Tori doll inside of Crazy Pawnee's backpack. So back in the present, Kim picks out a Fresno girl doll named Gabriella. All is well until the staff reveal that the doll will cost $150, which is over $185 today. That's a thing I do now. I calculate inflation to make you feel bad about the economy. The girls agree to pay, but are frustrated when Gabriella is presented to them without hair or clothes. It's explained that this is the doll without accessories. The girls have the clothing and hair added back on, and are told that the doll now costs $275.25, which is $340 in today's money. The shop then shows Kim the official bicycle, bringing the total to $340, which is $420 today. Later, Sam briefly yells at Kim for the situation before apologizing and trying to cool off. Cat asks Sam to put down her wiener flinger because
you're mad, and when you're mad, you shouldn't handle wieners.
At the same moment, Cat prepares more of her fudge piles, in spite of Sam's insistence that she always makes them too chewy. Suddenly, Dice runs in with a heavily disguised Goomer, and they recap their predicament. Dice explains that Randy is the primary antagonist of this episode, as he saw Goomer's flyer and now wants the promised prize.
The trip to Hawaii?
It's pronounced Hawaii.
I thought it was Hawaii.
Dice needs the girls to hide Goomer while he goes around and takes down all of the flyers to save face. However, Goomer is weird, so the girls tell him to go to their room and lie on the ground, face down. Sam suddenly notices a squirrel outside and tries to shoot it with a wiener, but Cat interferes and, by accident, they shoot Gabriella with a hot dog, knocking her leg off. Sam says the store can fix her and that it's no big deal. We then wipe to the store, where the employee says that it is a big deal. The episode cuts there, but there's an extended edit of this scene in the credits, so I'm just gonna keep describing it. The employee says they can fix the doll in their on-site Fresno Girl Doll Hospital. The girls want to know how much this will cost, and the employee says that all Fresno Girl healthcare is free, presuming the girls have previously bought the Fresno Girl Doll health insurance package. Laugh track. Meanwhile, Goomer is ambushed by Randy and his friends, who say that they found Tommy T and now they want their reward. They all jump him at once, resulting in a mobile mob. Meanwhile, Gabriella comes out of the hospital in a miniature wheelchair. I looked this up. This is an actual American Girl doll wheelchair. I think that's really cool. So they get their bill, and fixing the doll will cost Sam and Cat $223, which is $275 today. Sam says that they're going to pay the bill, but first they're going to give a gift, as they'll be giving everyone who works at the store one of Cat's fudge piles. As all of the staff and security chow down, Sam goes to the announcer mic and declares that for the next 5 minutes, all Fresno Girl dolls and accessories are free. The room fills with chaos, as no one is able to do anything because of the fudge piles, and in the confusion, the trio run off without paying. Dice discovers that Goomer has been kidnapped by Randy and his gang, but the girls don't care. The Sam and Cat Wiki helpfully gives these notes about the episode. Goofs. Goomer would have taken his shirt off before taking the picture of Tommy T, so he wouldn't have been beat up by Randy and his Boy Scout troop. I think when they wrote this one, they thought that he took the photo that day. I don't think he did. Randy could have been arrested for kidnapping Goomer. Goomer could have filed a restraining order against Randy and his friends. I truly believe that critical thinking in media would be dead today if it wasn't for the Sam and Cat fandom wiki. Wiki's so dumb. I'm not saying wiki, it's wiki. It's time to give Kim her allergy medication, so Kat goes through her backpack to find it, where she finds Kim's real math test, which she got a D- on. Sam says she's very disappointed.
When you pull a scam, you always destroy the original evidence so you don't get caught.
So Randy comes in holding a roll of freshly used duct tape and says they'll never see Tommy T again unless he gets his tickets to Hawaii. The trio ask if there's anything else Randy might want instead of a trip, and he says his birthday is coming up, so he'd like a date with a girl, a real classy girl. No trash. So Sam and Kat come up with a compromise. Kim will go on a date with Randy, and in exchange, she will get Gabriella back. Later, during the big date night between Randy and Kim at Bots, the girls say that everyone won, but Goomer says he didn't win. He just got kidnapped and never found his Tommy T. Dice tells him to take his shirt off and turn around, and we see that Goomer was wearing the shirt backwards the whole time. 2 quick notes about this episode. First of all, it's strange how similar this episode is to the episode of Victorious where Robbie sells Rex, at least in terms of the resolution. The fact that forcing a tweenage girl to go out with a tweenage boy who she's secretly not interested in helps cause the happy ending where a personalized object ends up in the original owner's hands. It's either a strange coincidence or really lazy reuse of material. Secondly, according to IMDb, this episode is the final appearance of Randy. I suppose it is entirely valid to presume that because he just kidnapped a grown man and tied him up with duct tape for a ransom, he is in juvie now. The show will never be the same again. So season 1 episode 29 is called #StuckInABox, and you'll never guess what happens to Kat in this one. So at the start of the episode, Kat is riding her bicycle mid-air, and it's hanging from the ceiling. This is actually pretty nostalgic, as the Shea household also had a bunch of bicycles hanging from the ceiling in iCarly. I never figured out why though. Thinking about iCarly for more than 5 seconds gives me major whiplash when I then go back to watching this show. And I remember how insanely stupid the premise of this show is. 5 episodes to the finale, and I'm still not used to Sam Puckett and Cat Valentine living together and being forced to have conversations. So Cat explains that she went down to the supermarket where she met a man named Chico, who said he had a toolbox in his van. She invited him back to the apartment and asked if he could attach her bike to the ceiling. He did, and then left, and Cat has been stuck up there for 5 hours.
Please help me down.
Cat asks where Sam has been, and she explains that she was getting them tickets. Tickets to ride all of the roller coasters at Mystic Mountain Saturday night. Mystic Mountain, by the way, is a theme park in the NSU commonly brought up in shows set on the West Coast. If my memory serves me right, it originates in the 2006 Drake and Josh episode, The Demonator. It then reappeared in the 2008 Zoe 101 episode, Roller Coaster. After this, it was mentioned quite often in Victorious, but never actually seen. Mystic Mountain is supposed to be a parody of Six Flags Magic Mountain, and episodes set at Mystic Mountain were also universally filmed at Magic Mountain. Kat says that she thought Mystic Mountain got shut down because all of the rides were unsafe and a lot of people got hurt. But Sam says that they fixed most of them. And before they reopen the park officially, they need guinea pigs to test all of the rides. Kat asks why they would want to ride roller coasters that might be unsafe. And Sam says that it's because they won't have to wait in line. They both holler in celebration. Dice and Goomer come in and they have a heavy box. I wonder where this is going. Dice reminds us that he's a magician, just like his actor is, and says that this is a rare item. Whoever they put in this box disappears. Goomer wants to be the one to be vanished by magic, but he's too big. If only there was someone in the room worth too much money to constantly be wasting their time on set. Oh wait! So Kat gets in the box, Dice closes it, and voila! The box will now not open. Kat is hashtag stuck in a box.
Ha! I love it. Can we get my mom in there?
Goomer breaks the handle trying to open the box, and Kat begins freaking out because she's stuck in a recording booth. I mean, stuck in a box, and also totally on set at the same time.
I hope there's a magic toilet in there.
After the title, Sam tries to take a crowbar to the box, but it bends in half. Sam asks Kat if she's okay, and she says that she's fine.
It's kinda cozy. It reminds me of my closet where I used to hide from my brother.
Why would you hide from your brother?
Just, to survive.
In short time, Kat's brother will cease being a mystery to Goomer. So later, Sam, Dice, and Goomer eat at Bots along with the box, and they're approached by the red robot. Goomer asks if he has lasers, and the red robot says he has one laser in his finger, which we previously saw in an alternate universe when he murdered Cameron Ocasio. The box reflects the death laser, and it catches Goomer's burger on fire. Goomer throws it behind him, getting 2 kids in trouble with their mom.
You never saw me!
Later, Sam tucks Kat into bed, and Kat eventually begins monologuing about all the deep thoughts she's been having while stuck in a box.
I've been going to school at Hollywood Arts for a long time now, and I still don't know. Do I want to be an actress or a singer?
Sam quietly walks out of the room while Kat discusses this with herself, ultimately ending with Kat singing while the box rocks back and forth. So there's a lot of scenes in this episode of Jennette McCurdy acting to the box, like just talking to the box as it says Ariana sound bites. And it's the most dull this show has ever been. I'm tempted to say that it's almost the most embarrassing the show's ever been, but I know that's probably not true. But oh boy, is it still embarrassing watching this episode. Miranda Cosgrove also tried to have a singing career while iCarly was on the air, and so there are Carly Light episodes in that show. But what they didn't do was go like, hey, record 15 minutes of Carly Shay soundbites, and Jennette can sit next to a CD player and pretend that Miranda's still in the room.
I'm still in a box.
Sure you are, Ariana. So Goomer comes in to save the episode and says it's weird talking to Cat while she's still in the box and they can't see her face. So he's drawn a picture of her face and yep, that's her alright. So Dice explains that he knows a guy at the magic shop downtown named Vance Anderson, who is a total jerk but also used to be a famous teenage magician. If anyone can get Cat out of that contract, I mean box, it's him.
They used to make baseball bats out of wood, but now they're mostly made of aluminum. I just wanted to say something.
So Sam wants Goomer to put the box in his car, but he says that he lost it. This begs numerous questions. How did they get the box to Bots? What happened to the homeless person that was once living in the back of Goomer's car? All questions that would have been answered if episodes from this show got second drafts. But Cat has a solution and says that Nona still has the keys to her brother's car. Cat's brother, you'll remember, moved to Idaho to live in a mental health treatment facility. We've also previously seen her brother's car in the Victorious episode Car, Rain, and Fire. And, in a twist that I didn't see coming, the car they drive for the rest of this episode is actually that car. So they clearly only wrote this into the episode to show off that they somehow managed to keep track of this prop after Victorious ended. So they go to the magic shop and meet Vance Anderson, who looks like the talking cookie from Fred the Show. If you're watching this video right now, pause this video, go to IMDb, make an account, and give Fred the Show 10 stars. Then come back to this video and comment, Fred the Show has a poor reputation exclusively with people who have never watched it and thus don't understand that it secretly has all of the qualities of a cult classic.
I'm gonna get that cake, Fred, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So Shane Top recalls that he gave Dice the advice to give up magic because he's terrible at it, and the two squabble. He also mentions that the box is made in Yoruba, a country featured in Victorious. So Shane Top wants to go on a date with Sam after he opens the box, but she says that they're already going to Mystic Mountain. Shane pivots and says he'll open the box if they take him in Dice's place. Cat comments that she's suddenly finding it very hard to breathe inside the box. After they settle the topic, he explains there's a button on the back that automatically will open the box. But it doesn't work, and he explains the box must be defective. Shane says that before they leave, he'd like a kiss from Sam.
You want a kiss? From me?
Oh yeah.
KK.
Sam says she wants them to do it in private, and you guessed it, extreme acts of violence occur off-screen. A red liquid puddles onto the floor. Sam comes out and explains she knocked over a bucket of red paint. Laugh track. So Sam decides to keep her promise and takes Cat to Mystic Mountain, box and all. But when Goomer hits a speed bump, the box comes flying out of the car. The rest of the gang don't notice and keep going, as Cat yells for Sam. No one comes for help, and we fade to black. So remember a few episodes ago when I instructed you to start wondering about what the ideal final episode of Sam and Cat would be? I pick this one. I pick the episode where Cat is left trapped inside of a metal box, screaming for help on the ground, suffocating. And then the show ends and Cat Valentine is never seen again. Okay, so in the last two videos on this channel, I have made quite the big hoopla about a very specific topic, a genre of storytelling that I like to call Ted Danson episodes. A Ted Danson episode is an episode of a sitcom spin-off where a legacy character shows up for one story, almost exclusively to try and draw in older viewers who have long since tuned out. Now, one thing you might have taken note of is that a significant amount of the Ted Danson episodes we've looked at so far have skewed a lot more towards Victorious fans than iCarly. Indeed, out of the 7 guest stars who have appeared in this show for more than one scene so far, 4 have been from Victorious, 1 has been from Zoe 101, and only 1 has been from iCarly. This next story strives to correct this, as it is a direct sequel to 2 iCarly episodes that make up one of its most infamous storylines. So before we get into this episode, let's go ahead and travel back into time as we refresh ourselves on some legacy episodes of sitcoms past. Okay, so there's 2 main characters whom we need to get reacquainted with here. The first is Neville. Neville Papperman was first introduced in iCarly Season 1, Episode 6, I, Neville. In the story, the iCarly trio find out about a web blogger who operates the website Nevillosity.com. He's known for being a trendsetter online, but has never posted about the iCarly webcast. So the team decide to email him and get a response, as Neville wants to interview Carly in person. But when Carly shows up to Neville's home, she discovers that he's even younger than she is, and that he's a mama's boy who loves eating an inhuman amount of tapenade. Even worse, Neville tries to coerce Carly romantically in exchange for a good review. But when Carly shoves tapenade into his face, he swears that she'll rue the day. So Neville spreads hate and animosity about Carly through his website, and the gang tries to figure out what to do. Eventually, they realize that there's only one way to take a boy like Neville down: by telling on him to his mother. So Neville gets grounded, and the trio think it's all over and that they never will rue the day. Next up is Season 1, Episode 11, I Rue the Day. In this episode, the iCarly set begins to suffer technical difficulties that make doing the web show nearly impossible. While the gang are confused by this at first, they eventually figure out the culprit is Neville, who has hacked their servers as revenge. iCarly.com is effectively offline. This is upsetting to the gang, especially moments later when Spencer announces that he has booked the Plain White Tees for their web show. So they break into Neville's house to play an Uno reverse card, but it doesn't work and Neville is still the ultimate victor. Luckily, Carly remembers that her dad is a Navy SEAL or something, and she gets the military to SWAT his home and threaten Neville into giving the website back.
You called in the military? I don't play around.
The Plain White Tees perform, and all is well. The iCarly universe is terrifying if you think about it, because you can just go out and beat someone to non-consciousness because they were mildly rude to you and no one cares. But if you download music without paying for it, the FBI arrests you immediately. In iCarly Season 2, Neville appears a record 4 times, although he doesn't appear in Season 3, broadcast numbering, so this works out. In his first episode, I, Christmas, we see Neville in an alternate timeline caused by Spencer being a lawyer instead of an artist. Neville and Carly are dating in this world, and incidentally, from this point forwards, Carly and Neville are always depicted as being the same age. The rest of his appearances this season revolve around his various failed schemes. In Season 2, Episode 9, I Give Away a Car, Neville impersonates a local car dealer and tricks the gang into promising to give away a car during a webcast before awarding himself as the winner of the competition. If the gang can't come up with a free car in a set amount of time, they lose the web show or something. But they give him a car from Stargate and he crashes it into a flower shop. In Season 2, Episode 13, I Want My Website Back, Neville steals the iCarly website again, because at his best, this character is a one-trick pony. This time he says he'll only give it back if Carly gives him the kiss which she rejected in the first place. They get him to sign the website back over, but Carly is grapple-gunned away before he can get the kiss. Finally, in Season 2, Episode 21, I Fight Shelby Marks, Neville uses his editing talents to deepfake Carly and Sam into saying mean things about Shelby Marks' grandma. And so when Shelby and Carly go to have their MMA fight, Shelby wants to kill Carly for real. When the deception is figured out, Sam, Carly, and Shelby Marks trap Neville in the ring and violently assault him as the show fades to black. Neville next appears 26 episodes later. In Season 4, broadcast numbering, Episode 9, I Pity the Neville. This is a strange one, as along with the Christmas episode, this is one of the few stories to not feature Neville seeking revenge as an antagonist. Instead, at the start of the episode, we learn that Neville has recently been cancelled, as viral footage has surfaced of him yelling at a child in a store. Neville becomes a social outcast, attacked by strangers on the street with no one left to turn to. The iCarly team initially celebrate his downfall, but eventually come to pity him and decide to help him gain a web redemption. They do a long iCarly livestream about how sorry he is, and even bring in the little little girl so Neville can apologize to her. Their former enemy has a new lease on life, but is soon rude to a man in a wheelchair who bumps into him. As he lashes out verbally, he turns to see a camera in his face, and it all starts over. Neville's final appearance in the original run of iCarly was in Season 6, Episode 4, I Half-a-Ween. So the iCarly gang decide to throw a Halloween party on May the 1st, and invite their audience to come and join them. One person who shows up to the party is dressed as a robot and gives them all candy. But when they eat the candy, it makes their voices sound low-pitched. They eventually figure out that the robot is Neville, who reveals he wants revenge because the iCarly gang didn't help uncancel him a second time over the wheelchair thing. Yes, that's really the reason he gives. So Neville kidnaps Freddy and locks him into the robot costume, causing everyone to think that Freddy is Neville, and they tie him up and drop him into a big container of plushies over and over again. Until Neville reveals it was all a ruse, and so the gang tie him up instead and do the plushie drop thing again. This episode is so bad. None of this makes sense. How is giving your nemesis candy that changes their voices a competent evil scheme by itself? And how is dropping your literal stalker into a big pile of plushies competent payback? iCarly Season 6 is bad and deserves to be made fun of. So it just happens that Neville doesn't appear in iCarly Seasons 3 or 5. And perhaps the reason for this is that in those seasons, the gang are dealing with an enemy of a different form. Starting off, Season 3, Episode 17 is called iPsycho. And in this one, the gang are planning for a trip to the internet convention Webicon in Olympia, Washington. As they pack, they receive a V-mail from a girl named Nora Derschlitt. Nora explains that she's iCarly's #1 fan. She lives 15 minutes from the convention center and was hoping the trio would come to her birthday party. She's turning 16 years old, but she'll be celebrating alone, as her parents are on a trip to Wyoming and she has no friends. Ultimately, the gang show up to the party, but it's a bit stale and depressing, so they do a surprise webcast and invite all of Nora's friends to come and hang out. The party goes great. Trina is there for some reason, Nora kisses Trina, it's a good time. But as things die down, the trio say they have to get to their hotel, but Nora says she first wants to show them her basement, which is always a good thing to hear from a fan. And yep, Nora locks them in a sound booth and says they'll never be allowed to leave because without them, she'll go back to being the loser she was before. Also, Nora has a pet chicken named Maurice. This is not important to the greater recap of this episode, but it will be on the test. So the gang convince Nora to let them send a coded message to Gibby, who travels across the state and eventually finds Nora's house. He breaks down her front door, fighting her in the basement, before finally taking his shirt off to reveal his hidden power level, which allows him to defeat Nora and save the trio. It's funny how a little context changes how you look at these shows. I distinctly remember when I reviewed this episode, I gave it a very harsh, negative review for being so mean-spirited. But looking back, I would now argue that iPsycho specifically was when iCarly jumped the shark. Let me explain a little bit. I think people often misuse the phrase jump the shark because it's often used to imply that a specific episode is bad. But when Fonz jumped the shark, it wasn't considered a bad episode at the time. It was just considered very extreme and represented a peak in intensity that the show never achieved again. iPsycho is a lot of things. It's the last time Gibby was distinctly funny without being flanderized. It's one of the last boss battle episodes to actually be coherent, and it's one of the last episodes in the series to realistically cover the potential negative repercussions of internet fame. So it's very natural that this episode would eventually get a very overblown sequel. In Season 5, Episode 7, I Still Psycho, we learned that Nora eventually ended up in juvie, and she is now up for release. So the iCarly sextet, Carly, Sam, Freddy, Gibby, Gibby's Head, and Spencer, all go to her hearing. Initially, they want to make sure she remains imprisoned, but upon learning that she's changed and that she's not still psycho, they agree that she can be let go. Nora's parents say they're going to throw a party, but it's going to be really sad because Nora doesn't have any friends, and yep, they fall for this a second time. Nora invites Spencer to check out their basement, but is apparently strapped to a spinning wheel instead. The doors are locked, the windows are bulletproof, and the gang quickly learn that they are trapped inside of Nora's house because she is I Still Psycho, and her parents are too. Gibby tries to escape through the chimney to save the day again, but gets stuck up at the top. However, Sam manages to save the day by concentrating enough on in-series continuity. She remembers the electroshock pen she stole from Spencer in the Season 4 prank episode, and the tracker inside of Freddy's head from Season 2. By using the pen to fry out Freddy's tracker, they alert Freddy's mom that something is wrong, and she and Tebow come and save the day. Sam gets bored and decides to electrocute all of the Derschlits, but Nora warns that if she does, and then she gets electrocuted. I think that was a threat. So then Carly moves to Italy, Sam decides to move to California to live with a redhead she met in a dumpster, they befriend an MMA boxer, Sam wins a texting competition one-handed, and I think that brings us up to date. So yeah, Sam and Cat Season 1 Episode 30 is called #Super Psycho, and this is the third part of the 4-part Psycho trilogy. This is one of the biggest episodes of the show so far, and it really only holds any value if you have seen all 10 of the episodes I just discussed. And you see, this is the thing that really confuses me about Sam and Cat. Because in a big way, it's a reboot, it's a revival intended to appeal to a brand new demographic, and yet it is stocked full of these legacy characters from years and years before. Perhaps the older audience would appreciate these moments, but they've mostly shuffled away due to the immense change in content, and to newer audience members who are not familiar with the legacy material, what is supposed to be the appeal of these deep-cut lore cameos that they very potentially have absolutely no recognition of?
It's been 3 years! Please, for the love of God, just kill me! I'm fucking busy!
Anyways, here's Season 1, Episode 30, #Super Psycho. Before we get into this, if you thought a Breaking Bad parody was too edgy for a kid's show, you're not ready for this one. So at the start of the episode, Sam and Cat are babysitting while Sam watches a mixed martial arts match. However, Sam turns off the program as the kid they're watching won't stop staring at her face. The little boy can't believe that she's actually Sam from iCarly, and begins asking a series of questions that Sam has obviously been asked hundreds of times.
Remember Gibby?
No, I don't remember Gibby. Even though I did the iCarly web show with Gibby for 4 years, I have no memory of that. Who's Gibby?
The kid wants to know what being on iCarly was really like, and Sam says it was a lot of fun. They got to go to Japan, met the First Lady, and got kidnapped a few times. Cat has never heard that story before, so Sam quickly recounts the entire Nora saga. When asked where Nora is now, Sam says she's locked up in prison, somewhere near Seattle. We cut to what was, in iCarly Season 5, the Washington State Women's Penitentiary, but we see that it's since been renamed Prison somewhere near Seattle. We see Nora exercising in the prison gym while facing a do-it-for-her collage dedicated to her hatred of the iCarly web show. The prison guard suddenly hears a noise, like someone is scratching at the door. She opens to see a chicken is sitting outside the room, and as she's distracted, Nora covers her head with a bouquet and begins slamming it into the ground. Back in California, Sam finally asks what Cat is doing. Cat explains that her favorite juice is cranberry juice, and her favorite food is apples. So she's soaking apples in cranberry juice to make crapples. We cut back to Nora and the incapacitated guard. Nora opens the door and we learn this chicken is Maurice. See, I told you this would be on the test. As she climbs into a wall vent with Maurice, she says that it's time to get revenge on the iCarlys. We soon see a news report detailing Nora's escape, which Cat watches as she makes a crapple pie, which as you can imagine, tastes like crapple. Dice comes in and we learn he's staying over for the weekend as his mother and aunt are off on another road trip. Sam rushes in, acting frantic, and tells Dice that she needs him to get her a fake Mexican driver's license. Meanwhile, in Seattle, we see our second special guest of the episode, Noah Monk, reprising his role as Gibby. Gibby is on a date with a Power Ranger when he's suddenly approached by Nora. Gibby immediately recognizes her, and it's a pretty funny scene, where the joke is that Gibby is being really chill and helpful despite the circumstances.
So Gibby, I don't want to injure you,
Cool.
But I would like to locate and destroy Carly, then Sam, then Freddie.
Fun.
Nora wants to know where all of the former iCarly members are, and Gibby drops some bad news. Carly has moved to Italy, which is too far for Nora. But Sam lives in California, and Gibby says he can text her Sam's home address.
Hey, good luck.
This is actually a very good metaphor for white man's role in society, as he knows that obedience, ambivalence, and even allegiance to evil is the only way to maintain personal balance in his life. And I'm just messing with you, it's fart noises time. God, I'm dizzy now. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, God. So Nora goes to California and spies on Sam and Cat at Bots, where she finds out about Sam's fake Mexican ID and notes that Sam is very fond of dice. Suddenly, Dice has to run off, as Goomer just texted him, "Dice, I need your help. I thought I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't." Meaning Dice likely has a mess to clean up. In the parking lot, Nora gets out a massive inflatable raft and pretends to struggle to get it inside of her tiny car. She asks Dice for help, and when he says it's not going to fit, she says that her car is actually shockingly spacious, and invites him to look for himself. When he does, she shuts the back door and kidnaps Dice. There's no such thing as stranger danger in the iCarly universe. So the next day, the girls are freaking out because Dice is missing, when Gibby suddenly calls. He reveals that he has big news for Sam, as he's bought a hat for the identical copy of his head. Just when she's about to hang up, he gets around to recapping what happened the other day.
She came to see you for what?
Let's see. She said she wanted to locate and destroy Carly, then you, and then Freddie.
Oh, but what did you say?
Don't worry. I told her Carly's in Italy, and Nora said that was way too far.
Good.
And then I told her you were in LA, and I gave her your address.
What?
Hey, can you text us a pic of the hat?
Yes, I can.
There's a knock at the door, and the girls find a random note, along with a tiny clipping of Dice's afro. Nora then calls the girls and reveals that she still has Dice, and if Sam doesn't do anything, she intends to shave his head and make a wig of his hair, which she will then wear upon her head.
Give me back my Dice!
After Nora hangs up, Sam says they can still save Dice, but they have to think like Nora to figure out what Nora would do. And there's only one other person in the world who could possibly understand how Nora thinks. We cut to a mental asylum, where Sam and Cat have come to see the hospital's most challenging case. A boy from Seattle who has a disease which is too contagious for the outside world. It's called porcupine, and all they know is that he somehow got it from a porcupine. The girls head down the hall and pass by some other guests of the asylum, such as two men who believe that they're Simon and Garfunkel, and in a surprising cameo, Steve from Drake and Josh.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, the cow says boo!
This is one of the weirdest moments in this episode because if it wasn't obvious, that isn't Jerry Trainer. It's just some guy in a Bane mask, and all of the audio from this scene is taken from the Drake and Josh raw footage. This is one of the moments from the show that I've heard so much about. So many people have told me about this weird little moment, and my only guesses are that Jerry was busy this week, or that the episode is filled with so many character cameos that it wasn't cost effective to pay Jerry Trainer to do this bit, or that they didn't want to have Sam draw attention to the fact that Crazy Steve and Spencer look identical, so once they wrote him wearing the Bane mask, no one really wanted to bother Jerry to even do the scene. Anyways, so we meet the asylum's special guest, and it's none other than Neville Pepperman in the flesh. After some off-putting banter, Neville asks why they are there.
We have this friend, Dice.
You mean the young boy, age 12, whose full name is Decenio J. Corleone? 6th grade, magnificent hair?
How do you know so much about Dice?
I know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Okay, so here's why this episode is so weird. This is a parody of Silence of the Lambs. And I don't just mean this scene, I mean the entire episode is a carefully planned spoof of the movie Silence of the Lambs. Nora is supposed to be Buffalo Bill, and Neville is supposed to be Hannibal Lecter. And most of the weird creative choices in this episode can be explained by an attempt at a parallel. For instance, the reason Nora is obsessed with shaving Dice's hair and wearing it as a wig is that in the original movie, Buffalo Bill kills people and steals their skin. This reference is so dedicated that Neville's doctor in this episode is played by Anthony Heald, who also played the sanatorium director in the original franchise. Literally. What Nick Jr. ass kid watching Sam and Cat would understand this fucking joke? As a gag, I checked the Sam and Cat wiki, and I am very disappointed to report they have a long dedicated section explaining all of this. They even pointed out connections in the episode that I didn't notice. The reason this is sad is that I really wanted to go to the wiki and to have it say like, Neville's role in this episode might be a reference to the movie Cats and Dogs 2, The Revenge of Kitty Galore. Sam explains that she wants Neville's help, and as she passes him a note through a box, Neville grabs her arm and begs her to let him free. Once the moment has passed, he reads the note and sniffs Dice's hair, doing the little fava beans teeth thing. Neville licks a stain on the letter and says it can only be one thing: donkey sauce at Aloha Burger. Neville says the best place to hide someone is in an abandoned house, and there are 3 abandoned houses near Aloha Burger. When Sam questions why he knows this, Neville explains that he's training for his junior real estate license. One of the abandoned houses is on Crosby, one on Stills, and one on Nash. Haha, get it? Before Sam goes, Neville asks a question. What's the deal with Carly's mom? Sam has had enough stupid questions about the webcast and runs off. We cut to one of the 3 abandoned houses, the one which came with the convenient decor of the well from Silence of the Lambs sitting in the middle of the living room. Sitting at the bottom, Dice complains to Nora that he has no food, and Nora says she'll only feed it if it puts conditioner in its hair, and if it doesn't, it will get the hose again. Dice refuses, so she throws down another hose, still wound in the packaging, revealing the well is littered with them. Cat comes to the door, looking oddly HD for some reason, and reveals that she and Sam are checking houses separately. So Nora decides to pull out the Old Faithful.
You want to come check out my basement?
Well, sure.
So yeah, Cat gets thrown down the well, and Nora says she's going to make a wig out of her hair as well. Sam enters moments later and threatens the life of Maurice. She and Nora strike a deal. They will fight, and if Sam wins, the 3 can leave. But if Nora wins, Sam will go down the pit. Nora says not to underestimate her, because she's been in prison for 2 years. Fuck off. No, it has not been 2 years since iCarly Season 3. Go fuck yourself. It's one thing to turn a non-time loop franchise into a show where time never moves, and it's another thing to say that Sam and Cat are still 16 despite this obviously being a lie. But telling me that this show is set before the iCarly finale even aired? You morons should try giving a shit every once in a while. It's very therapeutic. So Nora says she's been in prison getting harder, stronger, and angrier, while Sam has been babysitting. So she should be ready for a real fight. So yeah, Sam throws her into the pit, fight over. After this, we cut to the major twist in the episode. Although it's not a twist if you've been paying attention to what the episode's making fun of, I guess. The asylum doctor rushes down the hall to find that Neville has escaped. He calls the staff to alert them to the situation.
Cock-a-doodle-doo! The cow says we know what the cow says!
The police arrive at the house and say that Nora is going back to prison near Seattle, where she'll be put on maximum security. But she swears she'll get out eventually, and she'll get revenge.
That goes for all the filthy iCarlys. And you dirty Sam and Cats. I'm a character that never dies!
That is the worst meta synergy I have ever seen in a TV show. So an officer says there's a call for her and hands her a cell phone. We see on the other end that it's Neville, who's dressed to the teeth and is sitting at a bar. Both the outfit and the bar itself are visibly copied directly from the end of Silence of the Lambs, as is most of the dialogue in this scene. Neville is soon joined by Gibby and Gibby's head, and Gibby asks Neville if he wants to get some food. Neville looks Gibby up and down and says, "Absolutely."
Neville, tell me where you are.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that, Sam. You see, I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Okay, so I'm going insane over here. Mild context check real quick before I just go off the deep end. One of my closest friends is a guy named Hippie Rat. He runs his own channel, his stuff is great, and if you've watched this channel, you probably know his stuff already. So Hippie is the only person I've ever known who watched Sam and Cat when it was on the air. And not because he wanted to, but rather because he had a little sister who was obsessed with it. So several years ago, when he first told me that there is an episode of Sam and Cat that is a parody of Silence of the Lambs, with Neville being depicted as Hannibal Lecter, and that it ends with the implication that Neville is going to murder and eat Gibby, I thought he must have been remembering wrong. I presumed it was written with extreme innuendo that he just forgot about, or that there were numerous ways to interpret it, but it's pretty explicit. They even use the same dialogue in the same way as the original film.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Although I should be transparent and say that the moment right after this does seem to imply that they really are just going out for dinner.
Come on, let's go get some tapenade.
Ooh, all right. But we're splitting the check 3 ways.
But like, these aren't mutually exclusive things. They can go out to dinner and then Neville can kill and eat Gibby's brain. They're not incompatible. And the reason this is so crazy is that Noah Monk apparently has a very negative relationship with the iCarly franchise, to the point that he has no role in the 2021 iCarly reboot. So canonically, the last time we ever see Gibby, he's hanging out with Neville, and it's implied that Neville is a cannibal and is going to eat him. And shockingly, with all that's been dropped in our laps, we are still not done. In the bonus scene playing over the credits, the inflatable kayak is found by Herb, who brags that he can use it at his beach house.
Well, life's going great.
So there's a lot to talk about with this episode, but a lot of it's less thematic and more technical. First of all, returning to our discussions of an ideal end to Sam and Cat. If you watch Sam and Cat on Netflix like a degenerate, this episode is listed as the show's finale at episode 35. There's 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Netflix counts the double episode earlier this season as 2 separate episodes. And secondly, Netflix uses production codes to decide ordering on Nickelodeon TV shows. This is actually ridiculously stupid, because a lot of these shows had alternate production codes for the extended specials. For instance, I Go to Japan, the first iCarly special, had a production code of $9.99. The next iCarly double bill, I Date a Bad Boy, had a production code of $9.98, and with each special after that, it kept counting down. This means that if you watch iCarly on Netflix, all of the specials are at the end in reverse order. So I Go to Japan is the last episode on the service. In the case of Sam and Cat, the tuna episode had the alternate production code of $9.99, and I'm guessing that this episode must have had the production code of 1,000 or higher. Although I can't find it listed that way anywhere, it's the only thing that would explain Netflix listing this episode as the show's finale. On Paramount Plus, all of the episodes are listed in broadcast order, which in my humble opinion is pretty much the order that these shows should be watched in. Although I still have beef with iCarly being sorted into 5 seasons on the service instead of the original 6. But there's a bigger discrepancy at play here, as Netflix and Paramount Plus actually have 2 different edits of this episode. The copy on Netflix is 22 minutes long, while the copy on Paramount Plus is 30 minutes long, and is the version that we just talked about. The reason for this is that, shockingly, When this episode first premiered, it was indeed 30 minutes long, which means that it was 45 minutes once commercials were added in. This was extremely irregular, as the episode was 8 minutes heavy, too long for a normal episode, but too short to be split in half. To compensate and get the schedule back on track, Nickelodeon premiered SpongeBob episode 188A, Kenny the Cat, right after this. Nickelodeon would not broadcast 188B until 365 days later. This means that Nickelodeon premiered half of a full SpongeBob episode an entire year early just to make up for this episode being a little bit long. Obviously, this wouldn't do for syndication. So after this, a 22-minute cut was made, and that's what aired on TV after this. The 22-minute edit is weird, because I do think that there are scenes that you could cut out entirely without hurting the episode, like Nora's entire phone call, for instance. That's never brought up again and honestly feels ridiculous when you realize that she has to be right outside of the apartment, but Sam and Cat just act like she could be anywhere. Instead, every scene in the episode is included, but pretty much any banter or jokes that don't further the plot are very awkwardly cut out. With that out of the way, the final thing I'd like to discuss is just some details about the timeline of the show. A lot of these old Nickelodeon sitcoms have somewhat detailed production details online, meaning it's very easy to figure out when certain episodes were filmed. However, the final 14 episodes of Sam and Cat are an exception to this, as we only know that they were all filmed between September 2013 and April 2014. But according to my math, I believe that this episode should have been filmed in or around December 2013. Presuming this to be correct, then it's interesting to note that the same month that this tribute to the past was being filmed, the future was also coming into view. As on December the 20th, 2013, the pilot episode for Henry Danger was filmed in Burbank. The full season would begin filming in July of the next year, just a few months after Sam and Cat came to a crashing crescendo. Now, some people might argue that Nickelodeon preparing this other show is a sign that they knew that something was wrong and that the show wouldn't last much longer. And you might be right, but it's important to note that for years, the status quo was that two NSU shows were meant to be on the air at the same time. Zoe 101 with Drake and Josh, iCarly with Victorious, etc, etc. So it's possible that Nickelodeon expected Sam and Cat and Henry Danger were going to be siblings on the network. But personally, I do think the writing was on the wall, but I won't be able to explain why until much later in the video. So as we've now reviewed 30 episodes of Sam and Cat, it's time for yet another intermission. But first, let's go ahead and jump back into our hashtag crime recap. Hashtag crime number 111 is Sam, Cat, Dice, and Goomer making a meth lab. I mean Blue Dog Soda Lab. Hashtag crime number 112 is the trio causing an explosion inside of their apartment with the aforementioned Blue Dog Soda Lab. This next one is confusing, but I've set a pattern and I have to stick to it. In my iCarly videos, I stated very clearly that crimes committed inside of the April Fool's episode would not count, because they take place in an alternate dimension. However, in my Victorious saga, I reviewed the second iCarly bloopers episode, which featured Christopher Kane attempting a blatant scam. Because Christopher Kane is the main character of that iCarly episode, I jokingly listed this as iCrime number 70. But because the Sam and Cat series started with hashtag crime number 71, I have set the clear precedent that crimes committed outside of NSU Prime do count in the official rankings. This makes hashtag crime number 113 the Red Robot murdering Cameron Ocasio. And since we're streamlining our rules, let's go ahead and backpedal and make iCrime number 114 Gibby attacking numerous people with a stop sign in an alternate universe. Hashtag crime number 115 isn't Sam and Cat knocking the leg off of Gabriella, unless we believe that all Fresno Girl dolls are secretly alive. You know, like Herbie Rides Again rules. This makes the actual hashtag crime number 115 the girls inciting a mass mob of shoplifting, with hashtag crime number 116 being them dolling and dashing themselves. Hashtag crime number 117 is Sam beating up up Shane Top at his magic shop and knocking over that can of red paint. Let's call hashtag crime number 118 Dice endangering Cat's life, and hashtag crime number 119 is, littering. Catching up to the latest episode, hashtag crime number 120 is Dice making Sam a fake Mexican driver's license. Now, when I was writing this one, I realized that it's been a while since I actually analyzed a crime, to actually figure out what specific laws were being broken, because I guess I'm pretty numb to this stuff by now. But I picked the wrong crime to research because of how complex this is. First of all, Google sucks now. They changed the search algorithm somehow, I don't know. So it's weirdly impossible to get the website to understand any niche research topic. Specifically, it was so hard to get Google to understand that I was trying to research illegal immigration into Mexico, not illegal immigration out of Mexico. But I was able to find out that in Mexico, entering the country illegally is a felony that can be punished with 2 years in prison and/or deportation without a trial. Now, the weird thing is, this plotline doesn't go anywhere. We see Sam agitated, she asks Dice for a fake driver's license to Mexico, but she never says why she needs it. As I watched, I had presumed that she had heard about Nora escaping and she was planning to jump the border, but she never says this. And if she was planning to do something illegal with the ID, we never see that in this episode. So the only crime I can assign is document fraud to Dice. Although it's really hard to find cases of American officials caring about fake IDs made for other countries. It really seems like the only way Sam or Dice could get busted for this is if they physically get caught in Mexico. Hashtag crime number 121 is Gibby failing to report Nora's location and intentions to the authorities. According to my readings, in the state of Washington, for doing this, the Gibster could be charged with accessory after the fact. This is, quote, assisting the offender in order to hinder or prevent his or her apprehension, trial, or punishment.
Hey, good luck.
Hashtag crime number 122 would be Gibby then doing the same thing with Neville, although I fear he won't be seeing trial for this one. Okay, so we have now finished reviewing episode 30 of Sam and Cat, meaning we now officially have 4 episodes left to review in the original NSU. So while we wait to cover those, I thought it would be fun to do yet another of our classic Pinboard segments. This is my favorite ongoing segment on the channel. I love doing these segments and I love seeing how far we've come in our journey. Can I ask for some advice real quick? I want to ask something real quick. So I had the flu this week. I think it was the flu because I took a COVID test and it wasn't COVID. Whatever it was, it fucked me up. And I lost a lot of time just being fucked up for a while. And now I'm kind of getting better. I'm getting back to where I was, but I just gotta ask something because it's been so long since I've been sick. I don't know, So I just wanted to ask, when does this become worrying? Like when is this like an uh-oh moment? But is that just something that eyes do? I don't know. It is fair to say that most of the time when we're using this pinboard, we're usually using it to analyze characters from whatever franchise I'm talking about at that specific moment. For instance, last time we were here, we analyzed Woody. You know Woody? The guy? And today we're going to continue that trend as we talk about the myriad characters in Sam and Cat and beyond. So the last time I did a pinboard segment about Sam and Cat was right after episode 10, and one of the big points that I hammered home was that Sam and Cat had already lost the plot. The show was supposed to be about two legacy sitcom characters running a babysitting service, but by episode 10, it had changed to instead being about a rookie MMA boxer being trained by a 12-year-old. And by all accounts, it was a better show for it. But I'm now in a weird place where I think the show has done that a second time. Because the show has definitely lost the plot when it comes to why Goomer is in the show and why Goomer is endearing. I want to compare it to Spencer from iCarly. Now, for those of you who haven't seen my iCarly videos, haven't seen my other videos, haven't seen me mention this as an example 100 times, in the early seasons of iCarly, Spencer was an artist. He made sculptures, he tried to sell them, he tried to get them into museums, and that was his defining character trait. It was what, inspired all of his B-plot antics. But then towards the end of the show, it shifted in a really weird way where he instead became a sitcom guy, right? Like Spencer's big trait was he almost knew he was in a sitcom, and he would run around and do weird sitcom B-plots that had nothing to do with his career or his character. And he would do weird stuff that didn't make sense exclusively because it filled up the episode pretty okay. And this isn't really a hot take by this point, but taking an important character like that and butchering his motivations and his reason for being on screen kind of was one of the big things that made iCarly borderline unwatchable by the end. And the sad thing is that Goomer and Dice, the characters in the show that would make it watchable if they were the only characters, by this point in the series, that is exactly what's happening to them. Because they're constantly in scenes where it's like they don't know why they're there, they don't know why they're acting how they are, and they're acting like they almost know they're in a sitcom. Like Goomer hasn't brought up that he's a boxer in quite a long time, and you're really just starting to feel the show getting worse, which is shocking because it always sucked ass. Overwhelmingly though, the big thing that stands out to me when I look at this pinboard and I look at all these characters is we're 30 episodes in. I've watched 20 more episodes since the last time I did this. And I'm out of things to say. I don't have anything new. I rewatched that last pinboard segment right before I did this, and I handled it then. I was just right about everything. And at some point, what else do you want me to say? What do you want me to stand here and say about these goddamn characters? Do I really gotta kind of be here and be like, did you ever notice that Dice has a fedora on? Did you ever notice that? Did you ever notice that sometimes Nona will come on screen and she'll be like, back in the 90s, I dated O.J. Simpson, and then they changed the topic. Isn't that wild? There's nothing fucking else to say. I hit the nail on the head last time I fucking did this. I just realized my voice is deeper today. And as I've been recording this, I've been like, I sound like shit. And I just realized it's because I've been trying to do the presenter voice. Look, this is the presenter, but I can't do it today, so I'm just gonna talk like this for a while. Sorry, guys. So I don't want you to have the misconception that because I just, said that I literally don't have anything to say. I do have things I want to say. I just don't have a lot, and I don't have it, organized as neatly as I usually do. But we're going to... But we're going to officially start things off here with some string theory. So 12 months ago, aka 1 year ago, aka 2 videos ago, I did a video about the second half of the show Victorious. And in that video, I did an intermission where I got some string out and I ranked all of the ships in the show Victorious. Well, today I'm going to be doing this again, except today we're going to be talking about all of the ships, implied and otherwise, in the Sam and Cat episode, #TheKillerTunaJump, #Robbie, fuck. Today we are going to be talking about all of the implied ships in the Sam and Cat episode, #TheKillerTunaJump, #Freddy, #Jade, #Robbie. So the thing about this episode is that from an outsider's perspective, it might seem like this really weird outlier, but if you know what happens to this universe after this episode is actually like foreshadowing for what these shows are going to become. So right after Sam and Cat ended, Henry Danger premiered on Nickelodeon, right? And then arguably, Game Shakers replaced Sam and Cat, and Game Shakers and Henry Danger kind of forged this new era. So the thing about Game Shakers and Henry Danger is that neither of these shows had a romance arc inside of the main cast. So what I mean by that is sometimes a character in these shows would have a love interest who would show up for a couple episodes, usually like maybe 2 to 5. But they would be a recurring character. It wouldn't be a love interest with another character inside the main cast. So Henry Hart didn't have a crush on Charlotte. Kenzie didn't have a crush on Hudson. And obviously this was probably done because of the severe burnout that the writers had experienced with iCarly. But the weird side effect of this is that the closest thing these two shows had to a main character ship is that Henry from Henry Danger and Babe from Game Shakers were sometimes implied to have a thing going on. The two shows crossed over a couple times. There were like constant chances to kind of hint at this. But the thing is, Game Shakers ended before Henry Danger. It ended in 2019. So clearly they were thinking, what's the best way to end this thing? And this is the final scene of Game Shakers. Babe is preparing to leave the studio. She opens the door and Henry is standing there. He's made the trip from the West Coast all the way to Brooklyn, and he's there just to see Babe.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Cool.
And that's where the show ends. To clarify, that's not the start to the final episode. That's the final scene in the finale. And that has always stood out to me as such a hilariously bad way to end a sitcom. To have a protagonist from a different goddamn sitcom show up to be like, I'm in love with you. And then it fades and that's the end of the show while the other sitcom keeps going. Because I'm like 95% sure the show Henry Danger never brings that up again. You know, Henry's never like, oh, hey, remember when I traveled 2,500 miles just to see that girl? And then the screen faded and she stopped existing. Remember that, guys? And they're perpetually making this project that never gets finished. That's like a Henry Danger reunion movie, right? And supposedly they're gonna make it this time for real. And I just keep thinking about like, is there an expectation that they have to explain what happened in Game Shakers? Like they have to put time aside in their like reunion movie to justify the ending to a completely different sitcom that no one even liked in the first place? On the Henry Danger fandom wiki, it has a list of all of Henry's love interests, and it has like all of his ex-girlfriends on there. And then below that, it says Phoebe Thunderman on his side. And when I first read that, I thought the Henry Danger wiki was telling me that Phoebe Thunderman was Henry Danger's side bitch. I thought that's what it was saying. And then I
I realize that these wikis are all written by 12-year-olds that don't know how to talk about feelings. And they were just trying to say that it was like a one-sided crush in some fucking like crossover special. You know what I mean? So yeah, The Thundermans is another Nickelodeon superhero show from the same era that is also getting some weird reunion project. And at some point, The Thundermans and Henry Danger crossed over, and in that episode, it was implied that like Henry Danger was like into the main girl from The Thundermans. So like Henry Danger only goes for girls from other copyright dates. The point I'm trying to make is that hashtag TheKillerTunaJump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie, it's not a weird outlier. It's the motherfucking blueprint. I think one of the big things they were trying to figure out when they made this show is it possible to actually get kids unironically invested in a cross-franchise ship? So there's only two prerequisites before we get into this. First of all, we are not going to be talking about ships that we've discussed previously, obviously. So there's no need to like... My voice is fucking all over the place to like during this recording session. Like it's back to normal now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like random flu virus? Like what? Why is my voice back to normal now? So yeah, there's two prerequisites here. Number one, we are not going to be covering ships that we basically have already covered in other videos. So there's no need to talk about like Sam and Freddy. There's no need to talk about Cat and Robbie. We're only doing cross-franchise ships in this intermission. The other one is, I'm not going to talk about ships that they don't even really highlight in the episode. Like there's no point of talking about like Freddy and Jade. You know, because obviously that could be a ship, but I think they've canonically said like 3 words to each other. So since the show didn't even like care to highlight it, why like we're not going to talk about it. There's nothing to say.
Hey guys, so Quinton from the future here, just interrupting real quick. So as many of you will remember at the start of the video, I've been working on this video for quite some time, and some of these segments are a little outdated. There's some things that I, said back then that I wouldn't say today, and there's some things that I didn't say back then that I would say today. So this is one of the few instances where I just want to pop in and interrupt myself to clarify something. So the entire point of this segment is that it's supposed to be me ranking cross-franchise ships, and basically I just wanted to say that if I were to make this segment today, I would say that the best cross-franchise ship is Cat Valentine and SpongeBob SquarePants. That's a joke I would make if I recorded this segment today, but I actually recorded this about 8 months ago, I think. So that joke isn't in the video, and I just wanted to say I'm sorry. All right, enjoy. So let's go ahead and start things off here with Jade and Sam. According to ships.fandom.com, this is called Jam. The header pic for this article is a GIF of Sam poking Jade's shoulder. Wow, physical contact. Impressive. So this is one that's definitely like implied in the episode, and I don't mean implied as in like, oh, it's implied that Sam and Jade have feelings for each other. I mean it's implied that the writers want the audience to start shipping them because the writers think it would be funny. And I say like the writers there, but there's a little mystery here in my opinion, where it's not entirely clear if all of that was in the script or it's just something that like the actors kind of came up with on set. Like, did the script for this episode actually say Jade slapped Sam's ass, or is that just something they did, on take one and they kept it? You know what I mean? The subtext of this episode is that in the eyes of the writers, Sam and Jade are the exact same character. And I know that in like a more actualized sense, like analyzing these shows individually, they aren't literally the same character. I think a writer with talent could have them in a story and highlight how they're different more clearly. But I really think the point that the writers had with this episode is that like, oh, Sam and Jade are almost the exact same character. I do think it's notable that kind of while I was writing this segment and right before I got really, really sick,
I saw this post on Twitter that was like a photo of Sam and Jade from their individual shows, clearly made by someone that didn't know they have met, and it was like, who would win in a fight between Sam and Jade? And that represented to me that, at least to the internet, they're in the same category of character, and that's just such a mean thing to do to Jade. Because I think when you bring that comparison up, I think pretty much everybody agrees. It's like among other normal human beings, Jade is a badass, but among other badasses, Jade kind of sucks. She's a hot topic badass. So my big point here is that I think shipping Sam and Jade is almost sort of narcissistic. It would be really egotistical of Sam or Jade to be attracted to each other, because at least from this episode's perspective, they're so similar that like I said, it would be narcissistic if they were dating each other. Like it'd be kind of fucking weird. This is a piece of trivia you might care about. When I did this second Victorious video, I printed all the characters on photo paper, and I almost have never done that otherwise because it's such a hassle to like figure out like what size to make the pictures and shit. So for that one video, I printed everything on photo paper. So this is the original. And for any other like Pinboard segment, if I'm gonna use an old photo, I gotta print it again. But like Jade and Robbie are originals. I lost Cat, I don't know how, but yeah, it's like these have held up pretty good. Next up, let's go ahead and do Sam and Robbie. Now, it's hard to take this one seriously because not even the episode does. Robbie's not really into Sam. He's mostly there to like kind of confront Cat, and Sam's only using Robbie to make Cat jealous. So these two should never speak to each other ever again. Which I have a string for that. Fucking string's not long enough. I'm gonna have to move it. The string wasn't long enough, so I made adjustments. Didn't feel like cutting a new string. Okay, now it's time for the big one. Cat X Freddy. Now, it might shock you to hear that I actually don't mind this one as much as I expected. I've outed myself many times as a former SETI shipper, but I think that really had more to do with the format of the show and that I understood what basic good storytelling is. Nowadays, when it's like a completely different franchise and I see them together in a room, I'm like, okay, sure, yeah. I guess in the end, Freddy is just somebody Sam used to know. Foreshadowing number -1. At some point, you start respecting Freddy too much to actually want him to be in a relationship with someone like Sam. Like that weird season 5 storyline in iCarly, it was all like, oh, Freddy and Sam are not good for each other because they equally make their relationship toxic. Because Freddy is into trains when Sam isn't. And Sam enjoys destroying everything that Freddy loves. They are equally at fault for what happened. Cat at least has the decency to like flirt with Freddy and to do things with him that they both enjoy. And in the fucked up world of these shows, that immediately makes this like an S tier ship. I want to give them a red string. You know, if for some reason we're making ourselves exist in a world where iCarly and Victorious are going to get rebooted again as one show, and we have to pick cross-franchise ships. Like, we can't pick any like Jade and Tori or Freddy and Carly. Like, we can't pick any of that shit. We have to pick cross-franchise ships. I do think this is the S tier ship, so I want to give it a red string. But I lost that weird like little bundle of yarn. But this room has been covered for a year with just little snippets of yarn from the last video. Because I just don't like sweep in here. And I just looked on the floor and look at this. This is just like a bit of yarn I cut for the last time I did this. It's just been on the floor. So we got a bit of red string. I guess I'll put it up. An important thing I want to point out is that we're not necessarily analyzing the plot of this episode. We're analyzing the vibes. Because obviously Cat actually doesn't give a shit about Robbie. She's just being a manipulative asshole. But I don't think that should like actually have anything to do with the quality of the ship. The idea of the ship is that we're imagining an ideal world where this show is good. So the vibes here were good, so that's why it's a red string ship. Okay, next, let's go ahead and talk about Robbie and Freddie. I'm gonna go ahead and give these guys a pink string, okay? They're getting a pink string. That's good. So for those of you who haven't seen the Victorious videos for some reason, close this video. Those videos are better. Just go watch the Victorious videos. But anyways, you know, in case you don't want to watch them and you want to recap, or you forgot, or you don't care, you want to hear me talk or whatever. So white string means two characters should be friends, but they shouldn't be dating. Gray string means no contact, I think. That means these characters shouldn't talk to each other. The pink string means that this is like a solid storyline idea. So I think in the video I said Troy and Britta. Like, Troy and Britta never pissed me off as a ship in Community. But obviously they shouldn't have stayed together. It was like a fine thing to do for a couple episodes. So I think Freddie and Robbie, if you took them away and you separated them from this episode, Freddie and Robbie could be like an interesting little arc. Once again, where we're moving the characters from the actual contents of this episode. Obviously, what we see in this episode is only cute from Robbie's perspective. From Freddie's perspective, it's supposed to be horrifying. But when you move all that like context, I think Freddie and Robbie very clearly could work. So I'm theoretically a Robbie supporter, just not in the long run here. And then of course, red string means end game. Red string means that is end game. So to finally wrap things up here with a ship that you probably didn't think I would be including here, let's talk about Sam and Cat. So when I was reviewing Victorious, a big joke I had in my head all along throughout the entire process was it would be really funny if I occasionally implied that Jade and Tori were a good ship, because I thought it would be a really funny twist for the show to pull. And then I was completely blindsided when towards the end of the show, they had a full episode directly referencing this ship. And by the end, I think we all know it was no longer a joke. I actually do think Jade and Tori are a great ship, and even if you don't agree that those two characters should be together in that show, I think it's a very interesting dynamic that I don't think any other live-action sitcom has ever done, you know? But like, yeah, Jory all the way. I have a point here, and that is that when I started Sam and Cat, I had the exact same thing in my head. I said to myself, it would be so goddamn funny if throughout this entire show, I was shipping Sam and Cat. And I think if you rewind and you watch my review of the pilot episode and the ways I described so many of the scenes, it's really obvious that was my angle and that was my expectation going into the show. As Ringo Starr once said, "Oh my fucking God, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them." But the more that I watched this show, the more that I really started to hate these two characters being together. And the weird thing is that exactly like in Victorious, I think at some stage this was done on purpose. Because while in Victorious, Jade and Tori are sometimes sarcastically coded as like a will they, won't they teenage dream sort of vibe, in Sam and Cat are directly coded constantly as an angry married couple from the 1950s.
You're here babysitting with another girl.
Oh, you're never home.
Yeah, because I've been at work, working my butt off all day and night, and then I come home to find you here with another girl?
What did you expect? You work all the time and I have needs.
All right, I can't take this.
Sam, no, please don't drink another root beer.
You folded our money into a man.
We've already had 3 root beers and it's still morning.
I drink the root beer because of you.
And like, why? You know what I mean? Like, who is getting something out of that? Who was this for? At the end of the day, Sam and Cat's relationship as people is the same relationship they have as sitcom characters. They bring out the worst in each other. and that is why they are getting a gray string. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and take all the strings down. Because none of that was fucking real and none of that mattered. So, I still have one last thing I want to talk about in this segment. You know, one last important thing that I have a good amount of script for. But it's very clear, as I've been recording this, it's been very obvious that I'm not quite back up to 100% health-wise. So I'm going to go ahead and take a few days off and try and get up to 100%, and then I'm going to come back and film the rest of what I've written, and when I do that, we'll do the infinity gag again, so it'll all be worth it. It'll be a genuine good time. Okay, so it's been a few days, I'm back, I'm feeling great, I'm having a good time. My ear feels kind of weird, but we're here and we're going to try and finish up this whole shebang. Last time we were here, we went ahead and ranked all of the ships in hashtag TheKillerTunaJump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie. And now we only have one last thing I want to talk about in the NSU before we move on from the pinboard. But first, I want to talk about my good friend, Billiam. So I originally wanted to start the pinboard segment here with me talking about this. I kind of made a mental note, and then I kind of lost that in my, mental filing cabinets, and I forgot to do that at all. But yes, I do want to start this video today by talking about my good pal, Billiam. I wanted to give you guys a little call to action, just talk about something that happened with him. So Billiam was recently a victim to a phishing scam that has become, more and more common on YouTube, where basically he was tricked into giving his YouTube password away to a group of scammers who hacked his account and for a couple days took it over. And because of that, he lost his channel for a few days. His channel became something called ChatGPT, not associated with the official ChatGPT, but a bunch of scammers doing like a ChatGPT themed live stream where everyone hosting the live stream was like a fake AI version of somebody. Like it was all like Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey and all this shit. So basically, yeah, Billiam was caught in this situation where he was hacked. He had his channel taken over. There was this scam stream running on his channel for a couple days, and then eventually he got the channel back, right? He was able to reobtain his channel. And you might be wondering why I'm talking about this. And the reason is that I like to kind of try and use some of my content to spread a little positivity, and I wanted to spread the word about what had happened, because what I hate about this stuff is whenever this happens, this awful thing happened to Billiam, and then because of this, he now has to face negative repercussions and nothing but negative repercussions. I'm gonna unwind myself because I don't know why I turned like that. There we go. So basically, because his channel was hacked and this scam live stream was on his channel for a couple days, he lost 40,000 subscribers before he got his channel back. And another side effect is whenever this happens, the algorithm, thinks very negatively of his channel now. I think his latest video underperformed a little, and in my eyes, that's the YouTube algorithm being like, oh, that live stream you didn't perform very well. You had some negative retention there, and it's like, well, that's because it wasn't him. It was someone hacked his channel. So, he lost all these subscribers, his videos aren't performing like they should. I thought it would just be kind of a nice thing to do a little pinboard intermission. This is an intermission in the pinboard segment. The pinboard segment is not an intermission, but this is an intermission in the pinboard segment where I'm telling you that you should go and subscribe to Billiam's channel, because there's two kinds of people I'm hoping to target with this segment. The first is there's at least like 20-30,000 people who unsubscribed from Billiam's channel because they just saw this scam account running in their subscription feed and they were like, what the hell is this? And they unsubscribed. But they never figured out like, oh, that was Billiam's account, and I need to go back and resubscribe now. So he's still, he's never regained those followers he lost. So I'm hoping that some of you are realizing what happened and are rushing back to subscribe to him again. And then also, as an additional thing, I think there's a lot of you out there that don't know about Billiam's channel, that don't know his content, and I think you should subscribe because his stuff is great. And to help kind of spread the positivity, in the pinned comment of this video, I have linked my favorite Billiam video. It's not one of his most popular videos, but it's a video I think about all the time. And when his channel was down for a couple days, it devastated me that I couldn't go back and rewatch this video for the upteenth time. So basically, go to that link, add that video to your watch later, subscribe to the channel. I just thought this would be a nice thing to kind of do for my friend. I'm going to change my shirt and do the gag again. So as I said earlier, the main thing that we have used this pinboard for in the past is analyzing characters who appear in these shows. And my favorite thing to do has always been to go and talk about characters who aren't the main characters, but do make the show special. And so in today's pinboard segment, I want to talk about one of Sam Cat's greatest ongoing recurring characters. But I don't want to spoil which character we're analyzing yet, because we have an extra bit of content we have to look at first, and I want you guys to be surprised by what happens in this one. So, with absolutely no setup, I would now like to review an episode of Henry Danger, which is relevant to Sam and Cat. This is Season 2, Episode 7, Secret Beef, which originally aired on November the 14th, 2015. So at the start of the episode, we see a news report being presented by a news anchor, who tells us a story about a cat being disqualified from a cat triathlon for using cat steroids. She's suddenly interrupted by Fake Boyle, who says there's more important news, as Captain Man and Kid Danger, their friendly neighborhood super team, have caught the Time Jerker. This scene is a direct follow-up to the previous episode, Season 2, Episode 6, The Time Jerker. So the two are talking about how they caught the Time Jerker from Episode 206, The Time Jerker, when Captain Man hogs the spotlight for one simple purpose. There is a private restaurant in Swellview called Montego's, a steak restaurant which does not do reservations, as you instead have to be invited by the owner. Captain Man makes a direct call to action. He wants to eat at Montego's and patiently awaits the call of the owner. 2 weeks later, we see Henry and Charlotte hanging out in the man cave. Ray rushes down, wanting to know if there has been a call by Montego's yet. Ray is frustrated that he hasn't been invited despite his call to action. When his intercom rings, he literally throws Charlotte out of the way to answer it, only for the caller to just be someone in distress, so he hangs up. Henry says this isn't appropriate and answers the call himself. The person calling lives in an elderly home and reports that an armed thief just stole all of their money and their clothes.
I'm sorry, did you say you're all elderly and naked?
Yes, that's right!
Sorry, wrong number.
So after the title sequence, we see Henry at school, which was still a place he went to in the earlier seasons. He's approached by Miss Chapin and a small, pathetic marching band. The teacher recounts that several weeks ago, she was injured in the gymnasium and was found by Henry, who pulled a rusty nail out of her foot, perhaps saving her life. And for doing this, she has got him 2 very special gifts. A necklace made partially out of the same bloody rusty nail, and a gift card that will allow 2 people to dine at Montego's. So the basic setup from here is that Henry has a free pass to this restaurant, and everyone in the school wants to be his number 2. Like most episodes of the show, the plot has virtually nothing to do with superheroes, and could be rewritten for pretty much any other NSU show with very little effort. So Henry comes home, only to find his living room filled to the brim with people he knows, and some he doesn't.
Why are you all here?
To congratulate you.
And to give you presents.
For winning Student of the Month.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you guys already heard about that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Even some of our neighbors heard about it.
Hey, neighbors.
Hey, Henry.
And you are?
Oh, my name's Herb. I'm visiting from Los Angeles. Thinking about buying a vacation home here in Swellview. My life's going great.
And you're here why?
I just saw people walking into this house. Joined them.
It becomes clear that everyone is only here because they know about the gift card. Those in the room begin to fight over who should get to go, before Ray suddenly barges in. He says he was walking a friend's dog when he heard the news, and he ran 9 miles to get to the house, losing the dog in the act. For most of Henry's friends, this is the first time they've met Ray outside of his disguise, so Henry has to introduce him as his boss from Junkin' Stuff. After some hesitation, Henry says that Ray is the person he's going to take, and Ray acts like a little baby over this news because that's how he acts all the time. The next day, Henry goes to school, but his locker explodes in his face. He's approached by Bianca, who was his love interest in 6 episodes of the first 2 seasons. They canonically share a locker, and she has decided to get him a present for their 6-month lockerversary. It's a tiny replica of their locker, which also explodes in his face. Henry says he feels bad because he hasn't got her anything, and she says going to Montego's is all she needs.
Well, yeah. Duh. I mean, what kind of person wins dinner for 2 and doesn't invite his girlfriend?
A terrible person.
Right, not me.
If you think it's weird that Henry forgot that he has a girlfriend, keep in mind this character is so unremarkable that this is literally the last time she shows up. So Henry has to go to the man cave after school and see Ray, who tells him emotionally that going to Montego's has pulled him out of a deep depression, and he's always seen Henry as if he were a little brother. Henry breaks the bad news, and Ray tries to play it cool, only to throw a very minor but furious temper tantrum. So a major theme of Henry Danger is that Captain Man was made physically indestructible as a teenager, and the idea is that emotional growth is achieved through hardship, so Captain Man acts like a baby all the time because he literally can't be killed, and he's never gone through hardship in like a physical sense. But this part of the show being thematically coherent doesn't stop it from getting really, really grating. So the big night comes around, and Henry goes down to find his parents and his 2 best friends dressed to the teeth to see him off. They say that if anything were to happen to Bianca, like her mysteriously disappearing and never showing up again, they wanted to make sure he wouldn't end up being alone. He says they're sick, but heads outside to find that pretty much everyone else had the same idea.
I'm taking Bianca!
No!
My life's still going great.
Henry shows up at the restaurant to find that Ray is already there and is impersonating him, with Schwoz dressed up as Bianca. You could write a college entry essay on this show's obsession with putting Schwoz in a dress and how it was secretly extremely woke the whole time. You see, Schwoz's actor is named Michael D. Cohen, and in 2019, after years of performing at Nickelodeon, Michael revealed in an op-ed piece that he was transgender. He had been assigned female at birth before transitioning in his 20s. While this was the first time that the public had known about this, all of his friends on the show had apparently known for years. Despite this, the cast did record a tongue-in-cheek video of them all reacting to the article.
I just can't believe you never told us. I mean, you were born in Canada? Winnipeg? What is that?
You think you know someone. How do I explain this to my parents?
Okay, like, you guys read the whole article, right?
Oh, yeah. Almost everybody's transitioned.
No, Sean, that is not true.
So my point is that while usually man in a dress gags are kind of just bottom of the barrel and usually indicative of a very limited worldview, especially when the entire joke is just that men don't look good in dresses, when they do the same joke with Schwoz, it accidentally turns out to be extremely gender affirming, and again, that's probably by accident.
Pardon me, where's the ladies' room?
I know you're not a girl.
So Ray has to recap the entire story, and Bianca feels bad as she's not even into steak. She was going to order the chicken. Ray and Henry have a very public argument, with Ray throwing another loud tantrum.
Boys!
You're a boy!
So Bianca says she doesn't mind, and if Ray is really into this place, she'll let him take her spot. She walks home and is never seen again. So the two get to eating, but quickly notice two men across the room, who Ray immediately recognizes as two bank robbers they've been trying to catch. Ert and Bernie. This is one of the few stupid jokes on this show that I actually really like. They mention Ert and Bernie all the time, and it always makes me laugh because it's so stupid. So the two have to suit up off screen and bust the bad guys. And what I mean is that they throw the bad guys around so much that they break the entire restaurant. And watching through this scene, it makes you realize that, like, Captain Man and Kid Danger might straight up be corrupt. Because they immediately just start beating the shit out of these two guys without the situation being escalated to that. And the entire thing is basically Ert and Bernie just trying to stand up off the ground, and Henry and Ray just keep punching them in the face while they're still struggling to get to their feet.
Care for some fresh pepper?
Henry even does that like Shrek 2 joke where he grinds pepper into the dude's eyes. Like, if these were cops and not superheroes, there would be an op-ed piece about this by the time they left the building. It's kind of fucked up. What's worse about it is as soon as they finish beating these guys to a pulp, the cops magically appear and arrest them. So the existence of superheroes in the NSU literally feels like an excuse for unnecessary brutality to still be a part of the legal system, but without any culpability due to the existence of secret identities and the lack of ability to blame this on the police. I do the fart noises gag again, but last time it gave me a migraine. So Kid Danger and Captain Man go back to their table and keep eating their food, and the doorman comes over and says that they aren't on the list, so their food gets thrown away and they never get a bite. They make it back to the man cave, where Ray eventually notices a small sliver of steak is caught in Henry's suit. The two split it down the middle, but are quickly disappointed by the experience, and decide to go to Backout Steakhouse instead. Okay, so rewinding mentally now from that entire third act, it's quite obvious that the sole reason that we have just watched that episode is because of the two cameos by Herb. Okay, so here's why this episode is so especially weird to me. To this day, there remains countless people who continue to insist that the universe presented in Zoe 101, Drake and Josh, iCarly, and Victorious must be a separate world from the universe presented in Game Shakers, Henry Danger, and Danger Force. And for some time, there was no explicit evidence to contradict this. The big breakthrough, of course, was when Goomer began to appear on Henry Danger, but that wouldn't happen until 2017. So for several years, the only piece of evidence that Henry Danger and iCarly took place in the same universe was that an obscure runner character from the widely disliked iCarly spinoff appeared in Henry Danger for 2 scenes of 1 episode. And they very clearly knew that this was an incredibly important moment because the header pic on the Henry Danger wiki page for this episode is a photo of Henry and Herb together. This was a major twist that was simply played off as inconsequential. But despite what you may think, we are still not ready to analyze this character, because Herb appeared in one more show set in the NSU, that being The Adventures of Kid Danger. Now, I want to talk about this for a quick moment because I said something on Twitter a while ago. They got a couple people like shocked and confused, so I want to explain my opinions about this. So a couple months ago, right after Velma came out, there was a bunch of like viral tweets that were all like, this is the list. This is the list of the worst shows ever made. The worst shows that have no fans and no supporters and no defenders. And it was like a couple bad cartoons for adults. And then every other show on the list was just a show for children that came out after the person who made the tweet stopped watching kids shows. And the two things that really stood out to me when I looked at this were the inclusions of The Adventures of Kid Danger and Fred the Show. And I don't know if I've ever gone on the record about this, but first of all, Fred the Show has a poor reputation exclusively with people who have never watched it, and thus don't understand that it has all the qualities of a cult classic. And second of all, The Adventures of Kid Danger is pretty okay. It's an okay show. Here's why I care about this enough to complain about it. I always see The Adventures of Kid Danger on these lists of the worst kids shows ever made, but I never see Henry Danger on that same list. And what that says is that The Adventures of Kid Danger is worse than Henry Danger when it's not. It's a better show than Henry Danger. And basically the take that I always commonly see is that the Henry Danger story drags down the medium of animation to make this show. But I don't look at it that way. In my opinion, the medium of animation drags Henry Danger up to make a better program. Because, as I've said, Henry Danger is a better cartoon than it is a live-action show. And I enjoy the animated series far more than I enjoy the sitcom. When it comes to analyzing pop culture, there's this thing I like to call the nostalgia zone. It's usually like this period of years where a lot of people online are nostalgic for something, and that zone doesn't really like shift, it grows, right? So like there are people watching this video that are nostalgic for the 90s, there are people watching this video that are nostalgic for like the early 2000s, and now there are people watching this video that are distinctly nostalgic for like 2013 to 2015. And basically I think the only reason that The Adventures of Kid Danger gets more flack than the parent show that it's better than is that The Adventures of Kid Danger is not old enough for anyone to be nostalgic for it, but in like 5 or 10 years, you'll see clips of that show on Twitter and TikTok, and people will be saying, oh, this is back when Nickelodeon was good! But why do I think Henry Danger works better as a cartoon? Well, there's a couple reasons. First of all, in the cartoon, the characters are a lot less mean to each other. They're a lot more genuine. It's a lot easier to watch the show because of that. The pacing is better. The episodes are 11 minutes instead of 22, so there's a lot less of dragging out stuff that isn't funny or interesting. And then the big thing is that in The Adventures of Kid Danger, you actually get to see them doing like superhero stuff, like stuff that you would see in a movie. And because of that, it feels more like an actual superhero franchise when it's depicted in that way. And I know that the animation looks cheap. It's not fucking Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, but if you have to watch one Henry Danger show, if you're contractually forced to watch something in the Dangerverse, I think this is the thing you should pick. One of the really cool things about The Adventures of Kid Danger is that if you watch it and you haven't seen Henry Danger, you'll still probably pick up on a lot of obscure references to other shows in the NSU. For instance, in the first episode, there's a storyline where a bus is stolen, and we see it drive past the Handy Quick gas station, which is the same gas station that Sam and Cat robbed at the beginning of Season 1B. In episode 6A, Henry becomes an Uber driver, and at one point in the episode, he's seen picking up who he thinks is Gibby from iCarly.
Oops! Okay, Gibby Gibson.
Oh my gosh, you're that kid from iCarly.
Yeah, just drive, boy.
Yeah, sure beans.
And I know you're thinking, Quinton, I thought Gibby was dead. And you're right, he is, because it turns out that's not Gibby, it's a guy disguised as Gibby.
Hey, look at that, it's the cops, I better pull over.
You just keep driving!
Gibby! What would iCarly say?
I'm not Gibby!
Drill finger!
Oh, and by the way, do you ever think it's sad that we never get to see Drake and Josh together in the NSU after 2008? Well, guess what? You're fucking wrong. Because in episode 10A, the gang get a dream machine. And Captain Man decides that he wants to dream that he's a character in Drake and Josh. And both Drake and Josh appear in the cartoon. Drake is actually played by Drake Bell, and Josh chooses not to say anything.
Hi, Drake. Hi, Josh. Your dad's home. You're not our dad. This is my dream. Now call me Dad.
At the end of the episode, after they've defeated some bad guys inside of the dream, Drake says, which is Josh's catchphrase. Okay. And in episode 9A, when all of the wax statues from a wax museum come to life, one of the wax statues is clearly Crazy Steve from Drake and Josh. So basically, there's some episodes that imply that this show is set in the same universe as all of these other legacy sitcom shows, and then there's other episodes where it's implied that all of these other legacy sitcom shows exist as TV shows within the cartoon. So basically, it is a bona fide NSU classic. So now let's talk about Season 1, Episode 10B, Sticky Vicky. So the episode starts off with Henry's high school class on a field trip to the Swellview Museum of Celebrity Garbage, and they're quickly introduced to one of the main employees.
Now listen to this guy who works here.
Hiya, kids. I've spent most of my life sneaking around celebrity trash cans, rooting through their garbage.
Wow, I'm so jelly.
As I'm sure you figured out, that is Herb, literally with the same voice actor and everything. Incidentally, Ray is also there as a chaperone, and also SWAT shows up in disguise as a teenager. So Herb takes them all on a tour of the museum, and it's heavily implied that he is the creator of the entire enterprise. Everything in the museum is something once owned by a celebrity that Herb has personally dug out of their garbage. He gives a few brief examples before getting into the museum's most prized possession.
Now this is one of our museum's most valuable items. The red wig Ariana Grande wore when she played Cat on the TV show Victorious.
Now just hold on a goddamn minute. First of all, Ariana Grande didn't wear a wig on the set of Victorious because back then she was dyeing her hair. Everyone fucking knows this. Second of all, how are you, a character from the show Sam and Cat, able to comprehend the existence of Ariana Grande when one of the people in that show is Cat, played by Ariana Grande? Is this doing it for you guys anymore? I honestly have no idea.
Okay, so Herb explains that he found this wig by hunting through the dumpster behind Nickelodeon.
And there it was.
Ooh, question. May we smell the wig?
Oh, no. That wig is worth over $2 million. So don't smell it.
Jasper sniffs it anyways and immediately gets thrown out by security. As Herb takes the group to see an empty tube of Justin Bieber's lip gloss, we see a cat burglar breaking into the museum. And this burglar turns out to actually be Sticky Vicky. So Sticky Vicky was a very obscure but established character before this. She was introduced in the Henry Danger motion comics, which was a series of animated shorts on YouTube featuring Captain Man and Kid Danger fighting bad guys. In that story, she had sticky boots, which sadly got caught on everything around her, causing all of her plans to fail. As soon as she made the grand transition to TV for this episode, the writers decided to give her a new superpower and a grosser one. She can spit on things, like most people can, but her spit has the strength and stickiness of a rubbery glue. So Sticky Vicky spits all over Ariana Grande's wig, then attaches it to her back. As the alarm rings, Herb and the tour group run back in time to see what's happened, before they flee at the sight of the supervillain. Sticky Vicky spits on Henry and Ray, and the two can't get detached from one another, so they use their bubble gum to morph into their outfits. However, they're still stuck together, with their costumes combined into one awkward mess. They keep fighting Sticky Vicky, who taunts that her sticky spit means they are stuck together. This implies that Sticky Vicky is one of the few bad guys in the extended Dangerverse to deduce their secret identities exclusively based on basic context clues. The rest of this episode is just weird and gross, so here's a list of stuff in the background. There's a little tiny Christmas tree, and a big pile of guitars, and there's a urinal, and there's a single Ugg boot, and then Jimmy Fallon's used fish tank. I think the purple hoodie is supposed to be Kanye's. There's a Game Boy in the background with a few games, and finally you can make out what is very clearly Tom Baker's scarf. So in the end, Sticky Vicky accidentally sticks her own face to Captain Man's butt, and the two literally drag her off to prison. Also, Schwa's got attached to a bus. This is the cartoon's finale. Okay, so now we're able to properly analyze Herb across his many appearances and incarnations. Herb obviously originated from Sam and Cat, and in my opinion, he is one of the few redeemable elements. If Herb, Dice, and Goomer originated in a different show, we would all think of them as absolutely classic characters. To me, Herb is basically written as an almost self-aware parody of the depiction of homeless people in these shows. On iCarly, the homeless population of Seattle was brought up often and always to be mocked. Carly and the gang throw a bum costume party, and on one occasion, Carly recruits a group of homeless people to act in her web show before kicking them out to the streets with a broom. So the joke here is built on the implicit expectation. Herb shows up, and you think he's going to be another low-effort homeless caricature, before he reveals that he's actually the most well-off and happy person in the entire series.
Where do you live?
I have a little condo up the street. My life's going great.
And unlike most characters in the NSU, every time we see Herb, he's more well-off and more happy, to the point that by the end of his appearances, he has several homes in several large cities and runs a successful business out of Swellview. Now, the animated appearance of Herb is obviously very important here. It's his most recent appearance, and it's one of the only episodes that is basically entirely about his life. And like we've said, the big weird moment in this episode is that we find out that Herb now owns the red wig that Ariana Grande wore on the set of Sam and Cat. So very early into working on this video, my big pet theory that I kept coming back to as I saw more evidence is that Herb is God. And here's the big reason I came to that conclusion. If you watch carefully, in the background of that episode of The Adventures of Kid Danger, in Herb's museum, there is more than one thing labeled with a photograph of Ariana Grande's face. Now, obviously, we can presume this is just something that the animators did to fill up the background, reuse assets, that kind of thing. But in the grand scheme of things, it would make a lot of sense that Herb has quite a few things owned by Ariana Grande, because constantly throughout the events of Sam and Cat, Herb is just hanging around Sam and Cat's apartment and coming in and asking for their garbage. So basically, one standing theory, which can't be easily disproven, is that Herb was one of the only characters in the series who knew the entire time that Cat Valentine was secretly Ariana Grande. And all of this becomes even more compelling when you realize that later in the series, it will be implied that Cat also wears a wig in universe. But the more that I've thought about this, I don't think that Herb is capable of being God, because I think Herb understands the concept of mercy. But no, seriously though, if we actually did find out one day that Herb is God, as much as that would be funny, it would also kind of ruin his character. And furthermore, I would go as far as to say that The Adventures of Kid Danger, how it depicts Herb, actually does kind of ruin the joke of his persona. Because Herb's whole bit is that he looks like he's homeless, and he looks like he's the kind of person that would be rooting through someone's garbage, but in secret, he's rich, successful, and happy. So retconning that Herb's job this entire time was actually rooting through people's garbage, I think it kind of overshoots the point of the gag. I think that Herb should have passive income, I think he should do a lot of charity work on the side, and I think whatever job he has should have virtually nothing to do with his appearance. To wrap things up, Herb is a character who has greatly outperformed expectations. While starting out as a simple runner gag, he has eventually become one of the only clues that confirms that the NSU did not end in the iCarly elevator. Who is to say the next time that he will make an appearance before us? But I do know one thing. When he does eventually appear, his life will be going great. With that, we have finished up all the Pinboard segments I wanted to do at this point in the video, meaning we only have one Pinboard segment left to do in this entire mini-series. So now that we've finished here, let's go ahead and start another intermission.
Did you guys hear they're making a Five Nights at Freddy's movie? So I am in Southern California for reasons beyond your human comprehension. And this, right here behind me, is the actual building used for the exteriors of Sam and Cat. And that is a real drone that a guy I met named Kevin is flying around. I've been enjoying the hell out of California. I've been doing a lot of traveling and doing a lot of fun stuff. I got invited to a little rave thing by Matt Bennett, and that was a lot of great fun. Met a lot of great people from all these different shows, and I even got to go down Sunset Boulevard and see all the sights, including the condo buildings, which used to be the sound stages where they would film these shows. Now what a coincidence, look at this. Look what's sitting in front of the building. This is the actual dumpster where they found all of the scripts for Sam and Cat. This building is a little bit funny in my opinion because Sam and Cat is supposed to be set in Venice Beach, California, which is of course by the beach, but then you actually visit the place where they shot this, you know, the exteriors for this building, and it's like, it's, you know, towards the mountains. So they had to film this building from very specific angles to hide the fact that we are nowhere near the beach. We're not gonna film much more right here because honestly, now that I'm here in person, filming in front of an actual apartment building with cars going by is a little bit awkward. But the reason we're here is that I want to talk to you about our next intermission. And we will do that literally anywhere else but here. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this. You just don't think about these things, you know? Sorry. And we're back. I'm going to be filming the rest of this in my hotel in LA. Initially, I wanted to film this somewhere equally cool as the last bit. I was thinking maybe the Carly Shay apartment building, or Fred Figglehorn's house, or the Beverly Hillbillies mansion, or something like that. But then, I got sick again. And yeah, I took a test, and this time it is COVID. I had to extend my trip a couple days because
I have COVID and I've been forced to quarantine, so we kind of have to film this in this hotel because there's nowhere else I could really do it. And last time I recorded a segment while I was sick, everyone on Patreon bitched and moaned about how gross and unsettling I looked, so this time I'm wearing an eye patch just to be safe. You happy now? I'm filming in front of this window partially because this is the only angle I can get to work without a tripod, and also because there has been this thunderstorm happening outside of this window off and on all night, and like I'm so fascinated by this because it's not been a bad thunderstorm, but for LA they have like no preparation for this kind of thing. They have like no flood infrastructure, so every time a mild thunderstorm happens, it's like the end of the world for people here. So now that we are finally officially in the intermission of this video, I feel there is one topic where if I don't talk about this one thing, everyone's gonna get bent out of shape. So we have to talk about this even though I don't want to. And that topic is the Lil Sam Cat Show. The Lil Sam Cat Show was an animated series that would premiere on the internet to promote the main Sam Cat TV show. Every episode would be hosted by cartoon versions of the main characters, all played by different actors. And due to all the weird circumstances surrounding these different shows, the Lil Sam Cat Show lasted longer than Sam Cat. In fact, the Lil Sam Cat Show did an episode promoting Henry Danger. Now, in my first Sam Cat video, I reviewed, I think, the first half of the episodes of the Lil Sam Cat Show, and I greatly regretted it. I remember just seeing all that come together in the editing timeline and thinking, oh my god, is this as boring and unengaging as it seems to me? Because a lot of times you feel that way about a timeline and then you put it out and people love it, but that's one of the few cases where I feel like I think that was exactly as boring as my imposter syndrome told me that it was. The Lil Sam Cat review drags down the first Sam Cat video, and if I could go back, I would just delete that whole thing. It's information no one needs to know. So here's the problem in my mind, okay? I have gained a reputation for having a kind of completionist attitude to this series, where you have to know every single thing there is to know about these franchises. That's what people associate these videos with. And so if I don't review the rest of the Lil Sam Cat Show, people are gonna say I failed, that I left something important by the wayside for no apparent reason. But if I do go back and I review all of these episodes of this terrible web series, it's gonna destroy the flow of this video, and it's gonna be a lot of information that is boring and unengaging. Forensic Files is on that TV right behind the camera, so the lighting of the shoot I'm doing is entirely decided by what Forensic Files is doing. If Forensic Files puts up like a close-up of something pink, I'm just gonna be pink, you know what I mean? But I feel like if I turn the TV off, it's gonna make the lighting worse, so we're just gonna have to roll with it. So I have thought long and hard about how to find a comfortable middle ground between these two perspectives, how to show to you that I did go through and understand the rest of this material without dragging down the pacing of this video with a lot of information that you honestly don't need to know. And I managed to come up with a perfect compromise. I am going to go back and review every remaining episode of the Lil Sam Cat Show. And then I'm gonna take that footage and speed it up by 50,000%. You ever feel like making lost media for fun? you know, just to piss people off. By the way, there's no point in trying to slow that down. If I had left in the actual audio, it would have broken your speakers. So the actual sped up audio that I put in there, that's just like fake. Unless there's eventually an expanded edit of all these videos, or you subscribe to my Patreon, you have no way to see my review of the rest of the Lil Sam Cat Show. And if that makes you angry, good. That's what I was going for. Now, if in the next month you find yourself growing unsatisfied with the amount of intermission material that this video delivered, there's something you should keep an eye out for. Because while I was out here in Cali, but before I got sick and stuff, I actually was invited to film 2 special videos for Smosh. One for the YouTube channel Smosh Pit, and another for the YouTube channel Smosh Games. Working with Smosh was really amazing because it was definitely like the most professional atmosphere I've ever been placed in, where we had like camera people and audio technicians, and we had a director that was helping us, you know, that was kind of leading us down the right path for the flow of the video and stuff like that. And look at this. I met the cookie from Fred the Show. And I'll go ahead and tell you that the Smosh Games video we recorded was me with a bunch of other cast members from Smosh playing the Nickelodeon edition of Guess Who. And it was so fun to play that game, and I actually found myself getting jealous that I didn't think of that I didn't think of going out and getting board games like that for an intermission for this series. And that's why I'm kind of the opinion that I think that Smosh Games video specifically is kind of like an honorary intermission to this miniseries. I think it's a good, you know, accessory. You know, it's this little side thing that feels like a little intermission, and it just happens to be a brief hang-up that I technically do not legally own the rights to that video. Now, this video is going to come out like 1 or 2 months before any of my Smosh content, so just keep an eye on Smosh Pit, keep an eye on Smosh Games, because sometime in the next 2 months, those videos featuring me are going to come out, and I just want everyone to know that that's going to be there, because I had so much fun, and I want everyone to appreciate what a good time we had there. Now, originally, when it came to this video and the intermission content, this was my entire game plan. I was going to do a big fake out about the Lil Sam Cat Show, I was going to plug 1 or 2 things, and then that was going to be it. We were going to get right back into reviewing episodes of the show. But then I did a live stream, and I mentioned to the live stream that I didn't have a real intermission idea for this video, and someone in chat had an idea. And they pitched me the idea right there in the Twitch chat. And I was actually convinced. I was convinced that this would be a worthy intermission for this bookend to the series. And so a couple months ago, Hippie Rat and I got into a Discord call, and we recorded the following segment.
So, hello everybody to a slightly different angle of my regular set, which justifies the fact that this is an intermission. I'm here right now with my good long friend of the channel, Hippie Rat. Hello, Hippie.
Hey yo, hi, hello, I'm Hippie Rat.
So, if you haven't seen Hippie Rat's content, be sure to go down to the description. I'll have his channel somewhere in the pinned comment. And yeah, so today, we are here to do our intermission, which is going to be the Nickelodeon original movie, Swindle. So the first thing you might be wondering is, how is this justified as a Sam and Cat intermission? Is this just something I'm doing because I didn't have any other ideas? Yes. But, and this is important, I still think this is a very valid topic for this video, and here's my logic. In August 2012, Noah Monk filmed the Gibby pilot. As we all know, we've gone over this. 1 month later, in September 2012, Ariana Grande and Jennette McCurdy recorded the Sam and Cat pilot. Then there was a few months period where Nickelodeon was basically deciding if, you know, which of these shows was going to be greenlit, if these shows were going to be greenlit, and they were finding budgeting, and they were signing contracts and all that stuff. So, you know, putting Gibby to the side for now, Sam and Cat didn't continue filming episodes until January of 2013. So basically to Nickelodeon, Jennette McCurdy and Ariana Grande, and to some extent Noah Monk, were all very valuable resources. And for several months, they weren't doing anything. So the answer to this problem, from my point of view, was to make a TV movie starring all three of these actors. So that's kind of my pitch. That's why this is an intermission. Swindle is the Nickelodeon property that was produced in between Sam and Cat episodes 1 and 2. Yeah, so at this point, what I figured we would do is, Hippie, you and I would kind of talk about our histories with this book and this movie.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to touch on.
And so I figure I'll go on my spiel about like my history with this story, and you can go on your thing. And I think that will serve as an interesting contrast, because basically, from what I've grasped from our discussions beforehand, I think we have like polar opposite experiences with this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think it is a very possible situation that we'll walk out of this movie, and Hippie will still love it, and I will hate it. And I think that might be interesting. Immediately when I thought about the fact that we were going to be reviewing Swindle, this brought me right back to middle school. There's so many parts of middle school that I never think about, and this made me just immediately think of this one really specific weird thing, which is that in middle school we had this time of the day that was called like home period. And home period was this weird, vague, intermediate purgatory after the bell rang, but before the morning announcements. And I feel like it was like 15 to 20 minutes. And depending on what teacher you had, kind of defined what that class was going to be like. Because you weren't supposed to teach. You weren't supposed to like teach science. But, you know, some teachers you ended up with just like put their feet up and let you do spitball fights. You know, some teachers were very strict and said everyone had to be quiet. But a lot of the teachers who were cool, every day would read one chapter from a book. And this always like really, really got the kids invested, at least from my experience, because if it was a good book, you know, you had to get to class on time, you wanted to be there, you wanted to know what was happening next in the story, and you wanted to experience that book as a class. And I actually wrote down a list of books that I remember reading in middle school and a few in elementary school, not necessarily in this period, but just like books I haven't thought about in years that I wrote down. Okay, so these books are Freak the Mighty, The K, The Indian in the Cupboard, and Wolf Brother. And as I wrote these books down, I realized that the unifying aspect between all these books is that they're all books that I'm nostalgic for, that are probably like offensive, like if I reread any of those books, I'd be like, wow, wow.
I mean, the title of the one I recognize is The Indian in the Cupboard.
Yeah, I read that whole book series, man.
Series?
Yeah, there was like 6 books, because I guess the author didn't have anything better to do. And
oh dear.
And so we read the first one in class, and then I read the rest of them by myself, and I remember they get like really freaky, like existentialist. Like, because in the first book is all about this kid has this motherfucking magical cupboard, and he puts a Native American toy in the cupboard, and he locks it and he opens it up, and now the toy is alive, right? Like the original Toy Story, but maybe racist, probably. And then for the next few books, he'll occasionally like have some excuse where he needs to bring that. Like at the end of the book, he sends the Indian back, and the Indian goes back to history, and then
this is my favorite episode of The Twilight Zone.
And then in the second book, he brings that Indian back with a girl Indian toy. And in those books, it's very explicit that like it's like a time travel thriller. Like they're being transported through time, and these are real historical figures. But then there's this one part of one of the books where he uses a toy that he knows is a fictional character, and it still comes to life. And the like main character keeps asking all these questions to himself, like wait, so am I not pulling these toys from historical figures? Like Like, is there some other dimension where these toys exist? And so like what universe am I pulling the consciousness of these toys from with my magical toy cupboard? Okay, so I might be remembering this shit wrong, but Swindle spoke to me as a teenager in a way that I don't think it would speak to me now as an adult. It's kind of like, have you ever tried to watch Codename Kids Next Door? Like, just try and sit down and watch it, and you're like, it's not bad, but if I was 12, this would be way more kick-ass. Well, anyway, so here's my pitch of Swindle. So, Swindle is all about a kid that gets fucked over by an adult. And the whole world of adults is like, well, you just have to deal with that because adults are superior to kids and you just got to deal with it. And then every kid in the book is like, we're going to fuck you up. We're going to come around your block. We're going to take your kneecaps. So here's the plot of the book from what I remember. This kid breaks into an abandoned house, which is a weird start to the book. He's breaking into an abandoned house and he finds a baseball card and immediately he knows.
I don't know. That's a Tuesday for me.
That is one of the rarest baseball cards in the world. And he says, I can sell that for millions of dollars.
The Horace Wagner or whatever.
I think in the book it's literally like well, I don't know. So he ends up going to like a shopkeep and like some kind of pawn guy. And he's like, yo, what do you think about this? Us trying to sell this. And the pawn guy's like, you know, I can tell this is a reproduction. I can tell this is a reprint based on the stripes and all the little details. I'll sell it to you for like $100. And the kid's like, whatever, fine. You know, he's real defeated. And then later that shopkeep is on the news because he's like, I found the rarest baseball card in the world. I'm going to sell it for $1 million. So the kid goes to like his parents about the fact that he's been, you know, he goes to like adults about the fact that he's been like swindled. He's been ripped off. And all the parents are like, you got to deal with it. We don't believe you. Kids, you're stupid. Adults rule. And so
I do have a point here already. Do you want me to talk about like how this is differing from the movie so far?
No. And so like they basically gather up this like Goonies ass like squadron of kids. And then they like do this meticulous like suburban intense investigation into their like weird neighborhood. And they find out that the house where this guy lives is identical to 2 other houses in their neighborhood. So they find some excuse to go and like go inside of one of the other houses and like make a map and a plan on how to break in the middle of the night. And they fucking rob this guy. And then somehow the book ends with them all in court. They mail the card like to the court. And somehow like the kids have like a very well prepared legal defense. And the kids win in the court of the law. And it was just like this very inspiring story as a kid about just how like, you know, because when you're a kid in middle school, you're constantly getting fucked over by adults. And, you know, because a lot of teachers are just like weird assholes. And some of the others are inspiring, amazing people. But at some point when you're a kid growing up, you get fucked over by an adult. So as a teenager reading this book that's all about like these group of kids that just get revenge on an adult that fucked them over, it really, really spoke to me. And I bought the second book and it wasn't as good. And that's my pre-existing relationship with the Swindle franchise. So now I'd like to hear your story, Hippie.
So I've seen the movie, and that's my history with it. I've never read the book, and in fact, I think it took me a while to learn that it was based off of a book. Point is, I never read the book, but I did see the movie. I think my sister was interested in seeing it because she was really into Sam Cat at the time. We were, you know, my sister got into Sam Cat very early. I was kind of interested in the show at first and then quickly just got so fucking tired of it. But the movie, you know, the Swindle movie, it was just genuinely fun. I love heist movies. Like I watched Tower Heist, that like Eddie Murphy, Matthew Broderick movie when I was a teenager. I just watched through the Ocean's movies last year. It's all, you know, I love heist movies. You know, just seeing like the team of people go through this convoluted mess of things to, you know, to steal some valuable item. It's fucking fun. This movie, from what I've seen in like the Discord server, it looks like the people who dislike this movie were the ones who read the book growing up.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
this,
I'm not sure if you're gonna like it.
This is the foreshadowing you see.
There are a lot of aspects of the book that you explained that are wildly different from the movie.
One thing I should bring up before we start this is I think everyone in this cast was in some Nickelodeon show.
Almost everyone. That was another thing I wanted to kind of touch base on. It was it's interesting to me because we have Ariana, we have Jennette, we have Noah, and then we have the girl from Big Time Rush, which is like the trifecta of like Nickelodeon live action products that were on
from
at the time.
Era. Yeah.
And but then like the two leads, like the two main characters, I don't think were in any shows.
I think you're wrong. I think they were in shows. I looked it up and I believe they were in shows that no one fucking watched. Because I think the main guy was in How to Rock. Do you remember?
How to Rock, wasn't that?
Do you remember How to Rock? Everyone making their fucking 8-hour retrospectives about How to Rock.
No, because there was a School of Rock TV show.
But that
from
was later.
Nickelodeon.
Okay, hold on. How to Rock, 2012, Nickelodeon sitcom.
Did I just get trooped? Noah Crawford and Chris O'Neill are like the two main characters. Noah Crawford was in How to Rock, and Chris O'Neill was in How to Rock as well. Yeah, so this only lasted a season.
What is that doing on my cake?
So our movie starts out, as all great films do, with a chaotic flash forward to the end of the movie. We see a massive Greek wedding, where the bride suddenly notices that an action figure sits upon her cake, in place of what is supposed to be the groom. Suddenly, it becomes clear that her wedding is being crashed, as a disheveled man with a bald spot and several teenagers all run for the cake at once.
Oh, it was such a nice wedding.
Oh wow, what an action star. Ariana Grande, please cast me in Wicked.
That is one thing about this movie that I also really like. All of the Nickelodeon stars here who used to be like typecast in specific ways, kind of managed to avoid their typecasting for this.
Yeah.
Okay. I bet you're wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, I bet you're wondering. How did I get here?
I forgot they literally do that.
After this, the scene devolves into a food fight, with cake being thrown all around the room. And I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy throughout this entire segment, so I might as well start right now. This is not in the book. And they're starting here, in my opinion, on purpose to set the tone that pretty much nothing in this movie is going to be taken directly from the book. But how did our characters get here? To find out, we'll have to rewind to the beginning.
Morning, ladies.
That's Jennette McCurdy? Wow, she's really is avoiding being typecast.
That's Noah Crawford?
So we meet our main protagonist, Griffin Bing, played by Noah Crawford. Griffin is a man known for his connections, as he's the person in school to go to if you need hooked up with something. As he walks to the front entrance, he's approached by Eddie, the school's most wealthy nerd. Eddie has been trying to get Griffin to hook him up with Amanda Benson, played by Ariana Grande, but Griffin keeps telling him to be more realistic, as Benson is the second prettiest girl in school. After this, we meet Jennette McCurdy's character, Savannah, who is trying to convince people to come to her, quote, terrible one-woman show. But she has more pressing news for Griffin, as she reveals that Ben has spilled his smoothie all over the school bully, Darren Vader, get it? Also, Eddie has a little sister. This will not be on the test. So we see Darren Vader in the flesh, and our film's big bully is played by none other than Noah Monk, while the sheepish and nerdy Ben is played by Chris O'Neill. Chris throws himself into a locker in self-defense, and Darren tries to pound him out, before Griffin arrives to save the day.
Darren, stop! Got that stuff you were looking for.
Cocaine.
The real stuff? Yeah.
Methamphetamines. Give it!
So it seems Griffin really does have the stuff, and Ben is off the hook. For now.
That's Nicky Deuce right there.
So I want to stop real quick and comment on kind of the weird vibes that the cast give out in this film. As Hippie pointed out earlier, most of the actors here play characters different than the roles they were most famous for on other Nickelodeon shows. But they accomplish this in a really weird way that I kind of just find surreal. Basically, all of the characters in this movie are still very much Nickelodeon archetypes. Jennette's character, for instance, is pretty much identical to Trina Vega from Victorious. Ariana Grande is playing Trixie Tang from The Fairly Odd Parents. And Noah Monk is playing, I don't know, any bully on any kid's show. For instance, sometimes Amanda feels like Ariana playing Cat Valentine playing another character. Do you know what I mean? The whole movie has this weird Freaky Friday vibe where everything's a little swapped around, but nothing feels new, if that makes sense. For instance, after the school day ends, we meet Ben's parents, as we learn the main strife of this film. Ben's family is running out of money, and if they don't figure something out real quick, his mother is going to force them to move to Montana and live with his uncle. However, Ben's father has a plan. The Snake Pit, an in-universe parody of Shark Tank, is going to be filming an episode at a hotel near their house this Saturday, and he has an invention that he knows will sell. A robotic hand that can do things while you're still sitting down. Mr. Dupree has even saved up enough money for the Snake Pit entrance fee, which is $300 or $385 today. The only issue is that the hand is flippant and glitchy, as Ben's father manages to punch a massive hole in the wall. He notes that this will cost around $300 to fix, so it seems the Snake Pit is off. The storyline feels like it's from fucking Rugrats. While studying the hole made by the robot hand, Ben and Griffin find a metal box, and inside is an old baseball card. Thinking fast, Griffin suggests they sell it. Now, to be contrarian to what you might expect my position to be, I think that this backstory is superior to what's in the book, at least from what I can remember. In the book, the kids find this Babe Ruth card in a literal abandoned house, and then they try and make legal claim that they own it because they found it. And even as a kid, I thought that was a little confusing, like why they could get away with that. So having it actually be physically inside of the house of one of the main characters is a much better setup. The stakes are also improved to a great extent, as in the book, the kids wanted the money just because they were like pissed off, and here the characters have a very good reason why they need a lot of money and quick. Also, in the movie, they changed the baseball card from a Babe Ruth card to a Honus Wagner card, which apparently is about 6 times more valuable. Moving on to changes I don't like, the two boys run off to a local pawn store, run by a famously shady middle-aged man. Now, in the book, this character's name is S. Wendell Palomino, which is a pretty good pun that I remember not getting until our teacher was like halfway through the book. In the movie, the character's name is Paul Swindle, which is a lot less clever, but I guess a bit more Nickelodeon at the end of the day, as he gets to constantly correct people on how to pronounce his name.
The Swindle. Swindle.
It's bouquet.
So like in the book, Swindle talks down the value of the card and initially tries to buy it for pocket change. However, Griffin seemingly is able to talk him up, walking away with $350, which is nearly $450 in today's money.
It's a good thing they put some shit in front of that text or I wouldn't be paying attention.
The next morning, Griffin gets the paper, but is shocked to see that Swindle is on the front page. He rushes over to Ben's house, where the two watch a news report with Swindle bragging about finding the card, saying he's hoping to sell it for $1.2 million, which is $1.5 million in today's money. The two go back to try and get Swindle to return the card, but he refuses. They return to Ben's house defeated, only to find Ben's mother putting a for sale sign in their front yard. The robot hand is still causing damage, and it seems he's unlikely to sell it at the snake pit.
We have to steal the card back.
Oh, steal what? What? That's a little too fast.
So yeah, without having gone to any adults or asked any authority figures, Griffin decides it's national treasure time, as he's going to steal the card back. But first, he needs a team. The two start off by going to Savannah's horrible one-woman show, where they watch her flying through the air haphazardly attached to a rigging system. Griffin wants her on the team because she's a theater kid, and that might come in handy at some point. We next cut to the high school in the morning, where Nicky Deuce has found a pesky douche who is taking up 2 spots in the parking lot. Vader politely asks him to park his car a little better, but the dude blows him off. So Vader takes things into his own hands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. That just happened.
That just happened.
Griffin explains that Vader will be their muscle and their vehicle, much to the fear of Ben. To make up for this, we see someone that Ben wants on the team, Amanda Benson. Ben wants Amanda on the team because she's the second prettiest girl in school, and he has a massive crush on her. But he also notes that she's a talented gymnast and could be useful to the group. Finally, Griffin's sister says she wants in on whatever he's planning, but he says he doesn't need her. As they walk away, Griffin says their plan is brilliant and no one will be able to say no.
Nope.
Whoa, wait, where are you going?
Listen, I don't want to speak for these refugees from the island of misfit losers, no offense, but this sounds a lot like something the cops call stealing.
That's always how I've imagined Ariana really talks when no one's watching. Like when every camera in the room is turned off, that's probably how Ariana talks.
So once everyone has turned him down, Griffin reveals the real reason he's picked everyone. Griffin is the school's mini godfather, and everyone in the group is in debt with him. For instance, Griffin hooked Savannah up with a kebab commercial the previous semester. Meanwhile, Ariana Grande used to be the 3rd prettiest girl in the school before Griffin had an entire family move to Denver, moving her up a rung. And of course, Vader owes Griffin for the stuff.
You want to keep that supply of Latvian hair cream coming? Latvian hair cream?
Just be honest, it's meth.
You owe me for the methamphetamines.
How else do you think he can just get fucking souped up and push a car like that?
But in a twist, the group are not fazed by this blackmail. So Ben tries something different, offering each of the kids $25,000 if the heist is a success, which would be $32,000 today. Everyone is suddenly on board, and they fist bump. Together, they are the B tier.
When we doing this? How's tonight?
What?
Yep.
That's not how a heist works.
Okay, so Griffin does that thing where he narrates the gist of their plan as we see it kind of happening. Every day, Swindle goes out to dinner at Chinese Garden, which has the best mushu in town. Before he goes, he sets his security alarm. And we're just gonna put a time code on screen now, just, indicating how long that's been going. Because after the alarm is set, there's a 30-second window where it can be disabled. And so the gang have to get inside before then. Gibby throws Cat onto the roof, and she does a backflip into the shop, before pausing to make commentary on the smell of the store. She finally gets over to the alarm system and turns it off just as it's about to hit 0. Despite this, an entire minute has passed in the actual movie. So they all go inside, but there's a big problem. The card is no longer in the glass case. This is also what happens in the book, which is why they have to break into Swindle's home. But this isn't where the movie is going with this. Savannah and Vader try to distract Swindle by switching between various characters. They get ignored, Savannah is thrown into a water fountain, Gibby gets tased, before Savannah finally manages to distract Swindle by dressing up as a blind, disabled nun trying to get to church. And Swindle begrudgingly agrees to take her there before pushing her down a hilly road directly into traffic. Vader rushes back to the shop and warns the others that Swindle is on his way, but as they turn to leave, Ben makes a discovery. The card is being hidden in a panel in the wall, which isn't even locked. Griffin grabs the card just as Swindle gets back to the shop and turns his security system back on, and they all have to sneak around to avoid being detected by him.
Yeah, Noah Monk is definitely like sneaking around without being seen by this guy. This is the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen.
So the kids can't leave while the security system is on, but they're in luck. Swindle is soon distracted by a Skype call from a specific Frenchman. The Frenchman reveals he's going to be doing a big auction in Swindle's town that weekend at a local hotel, and as he has numerous interested buyers, he would like to auction the baseball card. Swindle is interested, but is briefly distracted by the massive nose of the Frenchman. Griffin ponders all he's seen and decides to make the strategic choice to put the baseball card back in the wall safe, as he has a much better idea. Suddenly, the security system turns back off and all the kids manage to sneak out the back. There, they find out what happened wasn't an act of God, but instead the work of Griffin's sister, who we learn is an expert hacker. Griffin finally allows her onto the team and tells everyone else that he has a plan, and I just love it when a plan comes together, because they have a van. That's where I'm going with that. They have a van, so they're the B tier. Savannah suddenly appears, grasping the remaining pieces to her wheelchair as she tells the gang that Swindle is coming. Ho 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 ho! So I'm not really going to be bringing up the book after this, because nothing from here on out is from the book. They made the rest of this shit up.
To make this plan work, we're gonna need something special, and I know just where to get it.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, wow. Oh, whoa. Ariana looks like such a nerd.
So yeah, remember Eddie, the rich nerdy kid from the start of the movie who has a crush on Ariana? Griffin has sent Ariana into his house on a specific mission. Ariana is wearing special McDonald's spy glasses, so the rest of the B tier can watch the live feed in their van and give her tips.
It's like I'm in the Matrix.
Unreal is right. Amanda would never crush on a geek.
And yet, you harbor a not-so-secret crush on her, yes?
And
What?
your point is?
Why did they just say that? And yes, you harbor a crush on Ariana Grande.
So Eddie brings Ariana to his man cave.
Welcome to my man cave. Huh?
Where she's instructed to find something small yet valuable, and to somehow get away with it. However, things go sour when Eddie starts playing with his Stargate props and accidentally knocks Ariana over, breaking his glasses. The team in the van can no longer communicate with her, but unbeknownst to Ariana, they can still see and hear her. Thinking it's just her and Eddie, Ariana tells him he has to keep a secret. She is a closeted nerd and absolutely loves his collection.
Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader in their epic showdown. Wow. Amazing. Are these real Star Trek uniforms?
Actor worn, original series.
No, they're not. No. You don't need to be a fucking props expert to know that those are just sweaters.
We got scammed.
What?
Amanda Benson is a secret geek.
No way.
This is heavy, Doc.
The Swindle Wiki says, the film incorrectly states Amanda to be a geek. This is untrue, as geek is a term used for people invested in fandoms, and a nerd is someone invested in academics. Okay, first of all, being an editor on the Swindle Wiki is major Please take my lunch money energy. Secondly, and I never thought I'd say this, but we found the biggest nerd to ever edit for a wiki. And third of all, Amanda is invested in fandoms more than academics. So you're the person who's wrong here. I have no idea why I put this in the review. So Ariana quickly finds the most valuable thing in the room as she walks over to Eddie's Captain Cybertor collection. Captain Cybertor is an in-universe action figure. Picture a troll doll, but for people who like Battlestar Galactica. Cybertor figures with blue hair are a dime a dozen, but a figure with red hair is worth over $80,000, as Eddie and Ariana both say at the same time. Ariana says she needs to borrow the figure, and Eddie agrees, but with one stipulation. She goes back to the van and announces that she has to go on a date with the king of the dweebs, before everyone reveals that the sunglasses are still transmitting, and they saw everything.
The second prettiest girl in school is actually a complete...
Do not use the G word, okay? When I moved here 3 years ago, I worked hard to remake myself. I will not go back to being Mandy the Mutant.
Ariana Grande is such a nerd.
She looks like Coolio.
So now that they have another rare collectible, the plan can begin, and we see a montage of them working on various items and schematics.
See, this is where I start enjoying the movie. Like, this is the movie for me.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta get 40 minutes into this goddamn thing before Hippie starts telling me this is the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't worry, man. Now that we're 40 minutes in, it's gonna be watchable at best.
Yeah.
This part of the movie is one of the few moments where we actually see Jennette and Ariana's characters interact for an extended period, as Savannah tries to get Amanda used to wearing a harness. Amanda is a natural, much to Savannah's annoyance. She then moves on to teaching acting exercises to Vader, which starts out a little lifeless.
Alright, yeah.
I'm a bird. What am I now?
You're holding it on.
This is exactly what theater was like. Where it was like, I would just be like, okay, I'm here to play the fucking dentist from Little Shop of Horrors, and they'd be like, no, we have to be birds. You have to shake your leg in the air and proclaim your love to Jesus. And I was like, well, I don't think I gotta do any of that shit. I think I'm just gonna play a dentist.
But soon, Vader gets the hang of things.
Your shot is amazing. Your shot is fantastic. It makes you demure. It makes you vulnerable.
That just happened.
That just happened. I felt that.
He said it again!
We cut to the big day, Saturday, at the big fancy hotel. Griffin's little sister starts off by hacking into the hotel mainframe and duplicating Swindle's visitor pass. She turns the duplicate into Paula Swindle, inventing a fictional daughter for Swindle. After this, she moves Swindle down to the basement and places Swindle's daughter into the highest VIP suite, while charging both rooms to Swindle's credit card. This is like a felony, I think? Jennette McCurdy then uses her acting skills to check into the hotel as Paula Swindle, and is so convincing that she isn't even asked for an ID. Everything is going to plan, except for one little detail. Remember the Shark Tank B-plot from the first act? It turns out that is happening at the same hotel and the same day as this big auction. So the group has to avoid being noticed by Ben's dad, who luckily is preoccupied with his constantly malfunctioning robot hand. Ben thinks the day is already going terribly, but Griffin tells him to have some faith.
Hey guys, watch this. Pull me. Yeah. That's right.
That wasn't scripted. That's just how Noah Monk is in real life.
So they go up to the big fancy suite, and according to what I can tell, this is a real hotel suite, which explains the absolutely terrible lighting in some of these scenes.
Hey, guys, TV in the bathroom. You can totally watch a game while you're taking a massive...
Please don't say it.
Bath. I was gonna say bath.
Savannah calls the hotel staff and tells them that when her father arrives, he'll want food in his room already, and he's on a strict diet of squid and stinky cheese. Ariana finds out that a nerdy movie prop is being auctioned that day, and she and Ben briefly share excitement over this before she retreats back into her popular girl persona. Finally, Savannah tries to convince Vader that they need to run through backstories for their characters, but Vader isn't interested. She persists, and once Once the two are off screen, he removes his robe, showing her his cock and balls.
Maybe we've prepared enough. I'll never get that out of my head.
He just flashed in front of her.
Wow.
That wasn't in the script. That's just how he is in real life. If that makes it in, I'm joking.
So Griffin's sister has hacked into every detail of the hotel with a multicam monitor of every room and hallway.
Lefebvre has just entered his room and... Swindle's close. You should be here in 10.
You shouldn't be able to know that. Now you're just playing God.
Ariana is the first person to take part in the espionage, as she's sent down to the hotel room of the big-nosed French dude. She tells him that she's there to give him his skincare treatment, and they allow her to enter and smother his face with ranch dressing. Once it dries, she removes it in a single piece, and as the nose guy celebrates his skin, she leaves with a perfect mold of his face. As this happens, Swindle arrives.
That's a great car. Wow, what a good pull in the prop department.
As Swindle enters, he meets Savannah and Vader, who are dressed up like Swedish immigrants. They reveal they've come to try and sell their rare, red-haired Captain Cybertron. Swindle quickly recognizes the value and tells them that red-haired Captain Cyberchases are a dime a dozen, while the blue variants have the real value. But he offers to buy it from them for $10, which is almost $13 in today's money. Swindle checks into his room, which turns out to be in the basement, feeling more like a prison cell than a hotel suite, made worse by the stench of squid and stinky cheese. Back upstairs, operations continue.
Anybody else need anything?
Nothing for me, sis, but I could really use a massage of the foot.
Awesome.
Oh no! No! Wait, no! Not feet stuff!
So yeah, the point here is that Griffin is now disguised in a passing resemblance to the big-nosed French guy, meaning Swindle will likely fall for the disguise in profile since they've only ever met over the internet.
That's what John Lennon would look like if he was still alive.
So Griffin's sister schedules Swindle and the faux-nosed Griffin for a hotel massage at the same time. However, Griffin is running late, so his sister hacks into the hotel system again and sends Swindle's elevator flying up and down over and over again, so fast that Swindle is being catapulted to the elevator ceiling, all while Skull and Crossbones appear on the screen by the door.
Literally all that she needed to do was just like push every button on the... activate every button on the elevator.
Yeah, that would have done the job.
Eventually, Swindle gets out and throws up upon exiting. He finally gets to the massage room, where an over-physical masseuse manages to keep Swindle's head down enough for the deception to work. The plan is going great, except for two hiccups. Firstly, the real big-nosed French guy leaves his hotel room, and the gang fear he might run into Swindle, or worse, Griffin dressed up like himself. So Savannah and Vader go to have character improv. They pretend to be an arguing couple, enter the elevator with the French guy, and press the button that stops it mid-travel as their fight turns physical. The second issue is that Griffin's hastily assembled nose is starting to melt and bend under pressure, and if Swindle sees this, it's all over. Meanwhile, we see why it was so important for Swindle to be out of his room, as Ariana hooks a rig onto the roof, removes a ceiling plate, and jumps into the ventilation shaft.
I'm in.
Acknowledged.
Never catch Donna Hernandez doing this.
Meanwhile, Griffin takes a fake cell phone and shows it to Swindle, saying that there's a Russian millionaire at the hotel who keeps bothering him to ask if he has a red-haired Captain Cyberpuss. But by this point, Griffin's nose is truly like a long string of snot, and is getting pretty hard to hide, so he decides it's time to bail.
Look at the time!
Oh, this is my favorite episode of Twilight Zone.
Since the coast is clear, Savannah and Vader let the French guy go.
Also, they did press the button on the elevator that, like, the alarm button. The fire department's going to show up here now. And they're going to ask why the elevator button was pressed.
Ariana manages to descend directly into Swindle's room, where she finds the red-haired cyberpunk and swaps it with a blue one. Swindle finishes his massage, and his masseuse tells him to
call me. Maybe.
Foreshadowing number 1. He ends up at the pool area where he runs into the aforementioned Russian millionaire, who declares his interest in bidding on the baseball card. But Swindle informs him about the red-haired Captain Cyberbullying, and the millionaire says he will buy it immediately for $80,000 in cash. And so Swindle runs back to get his red-haired Captain Cyber Monday. As he rushes into the room, Ariana rises through the vent, barely missing detection. Swindle rushes back to the pool and gives the Russian guy the figure in exchange for a suitcase. He starts to open the suitcase, but the Russian man dissuades this.
I do not look in box you give to me. Do you know why?
Because, I'm a man of honor, too?
No. Because last man who tried to cheat Ivan Volkov, well, no one knows what happened to him. No one but me, Alexei, and Boris.
So that's a direct reference to an actual murder. Moving on. As Swindle walks away, he bumps into Ben, who was distracted by the sight of his father. Swindle quickly identifies who Ben is and deduces what's been going on. Ben runs off, accidentally leaving a key to the upstairs suite. So Swindle goes to the suite, but finds it abandoned. That is, until he goes out to the balcony, where all of the kids are waiting for him. They reveal that Ben allowed himself to be caught on purpose, and they have a proposition. If he gives them the baseball card, they'll give him the red-haired Captain Cybervore. They quickly reveal the entire scheme and show him that the Russian man has just discovered the apparent deception and is looking for Swindle. Swindle tries to grab the toy, but it eventually is knocked over the balcony's edge as it lands on a wedding cake. This was not part of the plan, and Swindle and the kids all rush down in separate groups to try and stop the cake. Foreshadowing number 2. As they all exit the elevator, they run directly through the filming of Snake Pit, which again is the in-universe parody of Shark Tank. The inventions being shown are the robot hand, a laser hedge trimmer, and a gigantic vacuum. What could go wrong?
Sorry.
So that just happened. To make matters worse, as Swindle runs away, the giant vacuum takes his pants. And so the chase continues through the hotel kitchen.
Hippie, do you think this is really happening? I can't get a read on that. Hippie, can you feel my fingernails?
So they all end up crashing a Greek-style wedding, and Griffin even steals the mic and rambles for a minute straight, convincing the audience that he and Swindle are both distant family relatives. Swindle tries to go for the cake, and so Griffin has to invent a distraction.
Well, look at the time. I have rambled on long enough. I think there's only one thing left to say, and that's...
Everybody dance! Come along! Woo! Hey, I just met you.
Oh!
We can't show
It's actually them?
Bit of this scene.
No, I'm playing all of this. I don't care. This is an actual Jennette McCurdy, Noah Monk, hyper-produced cover of Call Me Maybe.
Just met you, and this is crazy. But here's my number.
And could they only afford to license the same 10 seconds over and over again?
But here's my number. So call me maybe. What is that doing on my cake?
And thus we have circled back around to the start of the movie, which now plays out in full, basically verbatim, with the only difference being the background music. Swindle jumps on the cake, and the other kids try to stop him. Ariana does a weird shitty backflip for no reason, and eventually the cake is knocked over as the wedding devolves into a cake-themed food fight. And everyone is covered in cake except for Griffin.
It's a bittersweet symphony.
Swindle manages to grab the toy, but is confronted by the bride's father, who says he has ruined the wedding. Swindle manages to get away, but when a door bumps into him, the red-haired Cybertruck is returned to the kids. So Swindle gets caught by the Russian guy, and eventually gives in and accepts the kids' offer.
He's had it in his pocket the whole time?
The Russian guy is happy to have the toy and tells Swindle to run and never stop running, and so Swindle heads off. However, the Russian guy then removes his facial scar, revealing it was all a trick. He's actually Savannah's father, who is a local thespian known for giving acting lessons. His bodyguards are eager students, and Vader is invited to join the acting class. The group celebrate, causing the big-nosed French guy to come and complain, as they are trying to have an auction. The kids reveal that they are the true owners of the card and head off to sell it. Outside, while running from the hotel, Swindle accidentally drops the briefcase given to him earlier, revealing what's truly inside.
This isn't $80,000.
Worse yet, he's soon met by hotel staff, who give him his bill, and with all the kids managed to charge to his tab, he now owes over $35,000, which is $45,000 in today's money. Later, in the school gym, everyone on the team gets their promised cut of the money, and they discuss further details.
Yeah, what did your parents say when you got home with the money? They were overjoyed, no doubt.
Actually, no. Turns out they didn't need the money. Like at all.
Well, I'm confused. Explain, please.
The I Got It was a big hit at the Snake Pit. Dad's got thousands of orders from police stations all across the country.
Oh, no!
I forgot about that plot point.
Don't worry, gang. My father created an invention that's going to be used to beat protesters on the street.
Good idea.
Ben reveals he used some of the money to buy that nerdy prop that was up at auction, and Ariana and him briefly flirt over this. As they go outside, they say the rest of the money can be used for putting them all through college, but that they don't know what to do with the rest. They're immediately approached by a little girl who says she needs their help. She dropped off her pet bird at a local pet shop, but was told by the shop owner that the pet had died. However, she has since found out that her bird is up for auction, since it's apparently worth $20,000, which is $25,600 today. So the group decide what they're going to do with the money. They're going to start an organization to help other teens that have been swindled.
We take down swindlers.
So cool. Look how cool they all are. Look how cool. Oh.
Amazing. Yes. Period.
It was the end.
Okay, so do you want my review now? Do you want to hear my review of
Synecdoche?
Swindle? Yep. Every time I review something, I like to look at every piece of media I look at as a realization of potential. And so a lot of times on this channel, I'm not very harsh on Nickelodeon original movies. At some point, like, you got to realize the potential was realized to the best of the ability. This is my opinion. I think if you look at this as a Nickelodeon original movie and you go in and accept the potential, I think the final half of this movie is pretty great.
Thank you. Okay.
I think if we look at it from the perspective of this is an adaptation of a particular book that's really good, I think that this is not the best possible movie they could have made based on Swindle.
Very fair.
But I'll tell you what, I would much rather watch this a second time than watch any more episodes of Sam and or Cat.
Well, yeah, that's easy. I mean, because this is actually like a fun thing to watch.
But yeah, so to give me your thoughts, and then we can just put in some random comments about the movie.
I mean, I enjoyed it a lot back then. I always thought that it was very fun to see these actors outside of their typecasts. We kind of touched on this during the movie, but like, yeah, like in hindsight, that first half is so unmemorable, and it's only once like the second and third act starts that it actually becomes like very enjoyable, because then it's like a proper heist movie. Everything before that is just kind of trying to like it's just like sweeping by really fast, because it's like I think even the movie understands like this is the boring part. It's very cathartic to see such a hateable character like Swindle have such a bad fucking day.
Yeah.
I love that kind of like catharsis of just like, it's fun because then it makes it so much more entertaining when the character gets fucked up.
I think the movie I want to compare this film to instinctively in my head is the Percy Jackson movie. Because I saw that in the theater as a kid, and I walked out thinking that it was one of the most kick-ass movies I'd ever seen. But then I read the books, I got like immersed in that world, and I kind of revisited it, and I realized this movie's kind of bad. And that's definitely the energy that I get watching the Swindle movie. I still mourn the loss of the thematic element of like kids proving that they deserve to be treated with respect. And obviously that's lost the moment you cast adults to play the characters, but I still think it's the reason the book was kick-ass when I was a kid, and the fact that it's just not in the movie I think is pretty lame. I'm looking at the poster for Swindle, the movie, right now. I have the Wikipedia page pulled up. I have like the DVD cover. And on the cover for Swindle, you just lost the game, by the way. Oh,
you fucker.
But the thing is, they're gathered around a safe. And the more that I look at the poster, the more I'm like, they didn't make that movie. Like, you kept saying, like, oh, this is a heist movie. But it didn't feel... It was a little too hijinksy. It's just like this whole side tangent about the action figure was really entertaining, but I feel like it did probably detract from the actual plot of the movie, like what that Swindle had to give the card over by choice. I don't know.
Well, yeah, they had to swindle him back. Personally, I because it's like you look at like the Ocean's movies, and like there's also just a ton of hijinks in that. It's very clear to me that they're pulling so much from the Ocean's movies, and like because so much of those movies are just like, we're going to distract like the person who owns the safe. We're gonna distract him with some ridiculous tangent, like the two brothers are arguing about some bullshit.
Well, I'm certainly not trying to argue that you can't have hijinks in a heist movie, but I definitely think that a heist movie should have a heist in it, because I understand they have like the aesthetical, like organizational structure down and everything. But in this heist movie, they don't do a heist, because they don't crack a safe. They don't steal the card back in the movie. They don't steal anything in the final act. And it's kind of like, there's not a lot of heisting going on.
There's a cat burglar scene.
Yeah, and she just goes and opens a cardboard box and swaps out a toy. It doesn't feel like, I don't know, it doesn't feel heisty enough.
I guess, because there's like that moment when it's like she's about to get caught, but then he like opens the door just as she's getting back in the vent, and it's sus.
Yeah, and it's very convenient that ceiling grate goes all the way to this basement room. And just one way, just one straight path all the way down. I mean, I guess when it rains, that room is fucked, but I don't regret watching this movie, and I think that's something I should say. I think a lot of stuff that I watch on this channel, I regret watching it in a deep way in the soul that can't be explained easily. Swindle is fine. It's fine. Noah Monk sings "Call Me Maybe." If you want to re-immerse yourself in an era of Nickelodeon that shouldn't be important enough to revisit, then I think this is a good movie to do that with.
this movie feels like it's defined by the fact that it's like all these projects ended at once, and Nickelodeon just has this like all these decks of cards that they're just throwing out, and they're like, I don't know. I don't want to go out and say the book is better, because I really, really think if I reread the book as an adult, it wouldn't speak to me. But I think that's probably the charm of it, is that it is like a book for like kids that feel like the world just doesn't respect them. And this is a fun Nickelodeon movie that kind of fails to live up to that potential a little, I think. But I'm not angry about it. I'm just disappointed. You make Swindle 2 and every character is played by Danielle Monáe. Just like every actor Nickelodeon like falls out of favor with. Danielle Monáe runs like, hey, I'm here, let's go!
Okay, so now that we've escaped that intermission, it's time to get back to the stuff that isn't nearly as fun. We now only have 4 episodes of Sam and Cat left to review. But before we get back into these, I want to set the tone again. The movie that we just watched represents the earlier period in the history of Sam and Cat. The show was fresh, people were worried but excited, and Jennette McCurdy was still happy to be on screen. And that's a totally different place from where we are right now. These 4 episodes were filmed in early 2014, and as the age of iCarly and Victorious fades, Henry Danger feels imminent. But more importantly, we are very near to the breaking point. So please keep that all in mind as we go forwards. This is Season 1, Episode 31.
Hey Quinton, did you hear that I died? Solve my murder!
Maybe if we just ignore him, he won't come back. This is Season 1, Episode 31, #DroneBabyDrone. So at the start of the episode, Kat is lounging at home and calls Nona to try and convince her to do her Hollywood Arts homework assignment for her. The assignment is to watch a news program, then write a 500-word essay about it. And 500 words is far too many words for any essay of any kind, so Kat doesn't want to do it. Nona tells her she has to, and Kat struggles to get through even 10 seconds of the news. I thought I had the same remote as Kat, but then I kind of paused it and I looked at it, and I don't think I do. I put this in because I've started to run out of things to say. So Dice comes and reveals he has great news. He and Sam were crossing the street, and a car honked at both of them. Kat is terrified to hear the rest of the story, before Sam runs in with a steering wheel as she just stole it off of a moving vehicle.
You ripped some guy's steering wheel off his car?
I also ripped this shirt right off his body.
Dice says he can't honk at her now, but Sam can honk at him. Well, that can't happen in real life.
Well, that can't happen in real life.
That was weird. So Sam tries to get Sam and Dice to do her homework, and they tell her no. Kat complains that all the news talks about is oil crisis, Middle East, and some jerk named Dow Jones. So Sam and Dice suggest that Kat switch to watching News, an online show that reports all of the news in under 6 minutes. Kat says if she hears one thing about gluten, healthcare, or climate change, which you remember she doesn't believe in, she's going to punch Dice in the face. They turn the show on, and sure enough,
according to experts, gluten might be affecting climate change, which will likely have a direct impact on healthcare costs.
No, don't punch my face!
So they keep watching and find out that the online store Zapathon.com has announced that they intend to radically increase their delivery speed, partially through the use of Zapathon drones that deliver your mail right to your door. The program launches at midnight, so the three decide to stay up late and order a bunch of stuff from Zapathon Zapathon to see some cool drones. Suddenly, a shirtless man bursts through the front door, begging for his steering wheel back. So after the title sequence, Sam, Cat, and Dice are hanging around after midnight, frustrated because the drone has yet to appear. Nona runs in and reveals to the room that Cat texted her to come over because the apartment was on fire. Cat reveals this was a lie because she wanted Nona to get there quickly. Sam takes Nona's hose and sprays Dice in the face.
What did I do? When did our friendship take this weird turn?
By the way, if you pay attention here, Dice is actually wearing a penny tee, which was a kind of gag shirt from iCarly. And his shirt says, "Remember these?" which is especially try-hard. The gang list all the things they brought in from fake Amazon, ending on a gigantic pair of men's underpants. When asked why they did this, Cat says it will be a great sight gag. Suddenly, they hear a vibrating noise and think that the drones are here, but it turns out to be Sam's vibrator. But then they hear a second noise, and this time it's the drone. They run around until they finally see it, and it's coming down fast, causing them to wonder where it's going to land. So the next day, the two are having an argument with their landlord, and I mean it this time. The landlord says it's their responsibility to fix the broken window, and if I cite laws to attack these kids, I gotta cite laws to defend them. According to California Code, Civil Code CIV Squiggle Thing 1941.1, it is the responsibility of the landlord to keep a domicile habitable through the tenancy. This includes, among many other things, having intact, unbroken windows and doors. Thus, it's this guy's job to fix that broken window. So a Zapathon customer service guy comes over and comes in without being asked inside. So the joke here is that this guy, he's the customer service dude, and he talks like he's a Mormon from the 1940s, and then the landlord who's also there, he talks like one of the Three Stooges, and that's the whole joke of this scene.
Oh no, sir. What you just said is clear as clam broth.
Clam broth?
Remember when, like, they wrote material for Jennette and Ariana? Remember when they did that? So the Zapathon guy says a lot of drones crashed into a lot of houses the previous night, and they're going to pay for the window repair, alongside free drone deliveries for a full month and half off everything they order. Ariana asks if the guys ever drop their pants and stick their butts in the freezer.
Why would anyone do that?
To cool your douche.
Alright, I changed my mind. Stop giving Ariana material. This landlord is now the show's protagonist. It's called Nona and This Guy.
We got a broken window here and we want it fixed fast. And we don't need any characters around to give the joint atmosphere. Is that clear? Or do I have to slip you my left for a convincer?
So Sam and Cat go on an online shopping spree, buying nothing but useless garbage to the point that Nona has to take over looking over the babies that they're supposed to be babysitting. A drone flying through the house knocks Nona to the ground, and the baby laughs. This is important for some reason. Cat and Nona decide to go to the park with the baby to give it some fresh air, but Sam can't come as she's returning an elephant toothbrush to Zapathon. The drones have an automatic return service, where if you put your package outside, the drone comes back and picks it up, giving you an instant refund.
Oh, drone. If I hear one more thing about drones, I'm gonna punch Dice in the face.
Nona and Cat take the baby outside, and then they both go back inside, so the baby is left alone outside right next to the drone return box. This episode is called #DroneBabyDrone. I wonder where they're going with this. Uh-oh, baby go bye-bye, baby up in the air, drone got baby. Cat tries to explain the story to a Zapathon customer service representative over the phone, but they keep asking her to take surveys and sending her back to the main menu. Nona tries to explain what's happening to the police, but they think she's drunk because she talks like an old person. Sam argues with someone over the phone, and I'll let you guess what she's arguing about. Is it A, Sam is on the phone with Zapathon as well, and she is also trying to get to the bottom of things? B, Sam is on the phone with Dice because he is a tracker and he can find the baby's location? Or C, it's food. She's ordering food. That's Sam eats food. It's C, congratulations. Okay, so none of them have luck and they get a call from the baby's mother. Cat has an idea. Sam will answer the phone and Cat will make baby noises in the background.
That's not going to work.
It worked on Drake and Josh.
Oh yeah, this is a Drake and Josh episode, thanks. I didn't even catch that one. So they go to the Zapathon warehouse where the customer service guy reveals that their drones have been causing constant mayhem everywhere. Stealing pets, snakes, mailboxes, babies, and even wigs. Kat and Nona grab their hair at the same time and then eye each other suspiciously. But the customer service agent says he can take them to the baby in their Zappa cart. The cart arrives and the driver looks like this and his name is Frank.
Kids are not gonna get this.
They move 5 feet and then they have to get out and walk from there on out. So they're taken to a big room filled with everything the drones have stolen, mainly babies and dogs, and according to the agent, snakes. But it's pointed out that there aren't any snakes in the room, and he says that's weird because there used to be a really big one. The agent gets a call over the intercom and has to run because somebody found a snake in the women's bathroom, and the kids try to pick their baby out. They decide to push Nona over, and only one of the baby laughs, which they identify as their baby. Sam and Kat leave while Nona is still on the ground, and Sam runs back in only to steal a mailbox. Nona cries that she needs help as a drone flies down and steals her red wig. Sam and Kat sporadically remember that Nona exists, and they run back in just in time to see her bald head. Nona's bald, everybody. Now at this point, it's important to say that we officially have only 3 episodes left to review. And that's a pretty big accomplishment in my humble opinion. So let's just go ahead and continue on our little journey. This is Season 1, Episode 32, #First Class Problems. So at the start of the episode, Sam is babysitting some kids who tell her they don't want to watch the movie she has on the TV. She points out that they love this film, and they say that they do, but on a big TV. The apartment TV is 50 inches across, and the kids say that they've only seen a TV that small at their maid's house. So the kids have timers around their necks that go off, indicating that it's time for them to take their vitamin and yeast. Sam says their parents forcing them to wear timers is kinda weird. And the little boy says that if Sam wore a timer, maybe she'd remember to bathe.
One more rude comment from you and you're losing a big toe. What?
If that was a line in Episode 2, I'd have some snarky analysis about Sam not being a good babysitter, or having a complex relating to violence, or that this show meticulously reverts the little character development she once had, but who cares anymore, let's just get through this crap. So Kat tries to give the kids their medicine, but they refuse to drink the water because it came from the sink.
We don't drink sink water.
Get us some bottled water.
Sam says they keep special water in the bathroom, and she goes to get some. Dice and Goomer come back from the store. As it turns out, the 2 kids sent him there to buy them fancy materials for dinner. Dice has bought steaks and spray butter, and Goomer has bought lobster. However, when he finds out the kids plan to eat the lobster instead of keeping it as a pet, he sprays butter in their eyes and flees out the front door with his new friend. Sam comes back with 2 cups of water, saying the brand is from France and is called Aqua Toilette.
Toilette. That kind of sounds like toilet. Oh God.
So after the credits, an outrageously large man arrives at the apartment and says that he works for the Baum family, and he's here to get the kids. Kat celebrates because, in her own words, the kids are super annoying. The 2 brats say they don't want to wait in the car, so he gives them $100 each. The kids study the money for a moment and say that the driver has 5 minutes.
Is it wrong to hate a child?
So after the kids go to the car, the worker puts an additional offer on the table. The Baums have gone to the Bahamas, and they want to hire Sam and Kat to chaperone the kids on a flight to join them. Sam and Kat will get a free trip to the Bahamas and will get to fly first class. Sam doesn't want to do it, but Kat manages to convince her by explaining that flying first class has always been her secret dream, as they give you free food and hot rags. Sam is convinced just as a rock flies through their window, with a note saying it's officially been 5 minutes. And man, 2 episodes in a row! Sam and Cat are just not having good luck with windows. So they go to the airport, but Sam and Cat have forgotten the kids' timers, so Dice and Goomer have to run them over before the flight. A TSA staff member tells the group to take their shoes off, but Cat refuses as she thinks first-class passengers shouldn't have to do this. So Sam lifts Cat onto the luggage scanner and forcefully removes her shoes, revealing her bare feet. Let's move on without commentary. As they go through the scanner, one of the kids asks where they can get hand sanitizer. The worker says he doesn't know because he barely graduated the 4th grade and all he does is listen for beeps. A Unabomber type runs through the machine and it starts beeping, but this wasn't properly caught by the worker. Finally, Goomer and Dice arrive, and Goomer shouts in a packed TSA security line, "We brought the timers for the bombs!" So TSA tackles Goomer and arrests Dice alongside him. Cat wants to help save the pair, but Sam reminds her about the hot towels, and they decide to book it. So the quartet make it to their gate, and the kids want to sit down. Sam finds 4 empty seats in a row, all filled with luggage, and the man sitting next to them says he's intent in keeping all of the space. So Sam decides to throw all of his luggage across the airport terminal, and when the man complains, she throws him too. This episode took me so long to get through because not only did I have to pause like every minute or so to write the analysis, but then I have to stop and research the crimes. And so I'm like, hey Google, is it illegal to do this or that in an airport? And Google's like, most things are illegal in an airport. Just kind of being a weird little guy is illegal in an airport. Don't go to airports if you're a sitcom character. So meanwhile, Dice and Goomer are caught in a good cop, bad cop routine casserole. Goomer ends up telling the story from his perspective, and the joke is that he keeps using the family name, Bomb, when talking about the children, explaining his previous heated gamer moment. We cut back to Sam and Cat, where a woman enters the scene, and the Adobe stock audio audience goes, "Taken up," which is the fucking noise that this show plays every single time a lore character shows up on screen, no matter how obscure, and even when they're not played by their original actors. So yeah, it's time for another NSU lore info dump. Coco Wexler was a recurring character on Zoe 101, and arguably a fan favorite when it came to the show's adult cast members. She was first introduced in Zoe 101 Season 1 Episode 4, Defending Dustin. The plot of the show is that PCA, or Pacific Coast Academy, was formerly an all-boys boarding school, and the show starts during the first year where girls are allowed on campus, with only one building allotted to them. Thus, Coco is known to show up often, as if the girls had any drama or wanted to change rooms, it was her job to deal with it. She was known for being a little disorganized to the point of causing problems, such as the episode where she accidentally assigned Quinn to the non-existent Room 36D, and all because she was ordering a bra online and got her wires crossed. But in the final 2 seasons, her life being kind of sad and pathetic became one of her main personality traits. Like Spencer, the fact that she had essentially no adult friends was constantly highlighted, with her spending more and more time with the main cast due to her having no social life. But her most memorable moment took place in Season 3, Episode 3, Hot Dean.
Did Carl break up with you again?
I think Carl broke up with her again.
So we find out that Carl is Coco's longtime boyfriend. Every 3 weeks, he dumps her, and always over the phone. Every time, it's because his softball team lost and he's mad, and every time, Coco has an explosive episode.
Just leave me here to die. I know I can be moody and bloated and judgmental, and I may not bathe as much as other girls, but I'm fun to be with, right? Right?
Incidentally, you can make a really thorough investigative analysis into the depiction of eating disorders on these shows, but what would compel you to do that? Coco spends the entire episode hanging around the girls and bitching about Carl and her failed love life, to the extent that the girls are losing sleep, can't do homework, and their grades are being affected. So the girls decide they have to set Coco up with another man, and luckily for them, their school randomly gets a new dean, and a season 3 episode 3 hot dean. I'm so tired. So the girls try to set Coco up with the new dean, but the date doesn't go perfectly as she sweats buckets and needs towels to dry down. Suddenly, partway through the date, who shows up but Carl?
I want to know what you're doing out with another guy.
You dumped me.
And that gives you the right to date other men?
Carl seems like a really shitty guy, maybe even abusive, but he admits he made a mistake, he punches the dean across the room, and that's enough for Coco, and she agrees to take him back. So in season 4, episode 3, Alone at PCA, the girls are expecting to go on a spring break trip with Coco, but she's in the middle of another episode because Carl broke up with her again, but this time for good reason. Coco had convinced herself that Carl was going to bring home another woman, so she climbed a tree in his front yard to spy on him, only for the other woman to turn out to be his mother. The tree branch then snapped and Coco fell on Carl's mother, which is why he broke up with her. She speeds off in the van, leaving the main character season 4 episode 3 alone at PCA. Rewinding a bit for some brief context, at the start of season 3, Chase ends up moving to London to study abroad at the exact moment that Zoe realizes that she's also in love with him. But 2008 internet is terrible, so they decide to start dating when he gets back to California and not a moment sooner. Then Elvis moves to PCA, and Zoe decides to start fucking that guy while she waits on Chase. In season 4 episode 9, Quinn and Logan are still hoping to keep their relationship a secret, so they go to a fancy restaurant thinking no one else will be there. But Zoe and Elvis also had the exact same idea, and they end up dining right next to each other, which is awkward. But more importantly, things are afoot when they recognize someone across the room.
Hey, yo, Carl.
Oh, hey. You girls go to PCA, right?
Yeah, we do.
You know our dorm advisor, Coco, your girlfriend.
Right.
The girls say they're going to call Coco and tell her Carl is cheating, but the woman he's with lifts the veil of her brilliant disguise to reveal it's Coco in a wig and glasses. Coco takes the girls to the bathroom and explains she's been banned from the restaurant for assaulting her former boss.
But Carl and I wanted to have a special dinner date to celebrate the end of his house arrest, so I just figured why not?
Well, I guess someone doesn't understand what banned means.
So the owner gets physical and attempts to throw her out, and Coco tells Carl to protect her.
Sorry, baby, I'm on parole.
So everyone in the cast gets banned for being friends with Coco, and they all start loudly arguing, throwing a fit while Victoria Justice practices her ambivalent face. Coco shows up one final time in the weird post-finale clip show that contradicts the actual finale. This special reinforces the one important character detail that I haven't yet, which is that Coco loves eating cold ravioli straight out of the can. After the show ended, the character wouldn't be seen again until 6 years later, in this very episode of Sam and Cat. So Coco comes in and the audience makes that noise, and she sits down right next to Sam despite her complaints. And so Sam forces Cat to switch seats with her. Cat then makes the mistake of initiating conversation.
So get this, my ex-husband Carl?
Yeah?
He's getting married. Guess to who?
Don't guess.
A lady?
My mother.
And since we're doing throwbacks, guess what Coco has?
Where is my car battery?
Car battery!
So Coco asks Sam to hold her car battery, and then loudly wonders what she'll call Carl now. Her ex-husband? Her stepfather? Or the man she still loves? She hooks the car battery up to her can opener and uses it to open a can of ravioli, which she eats while it's still cold.
It's the one thing that never lets me down.
One of the weirdest parts about Zoe 101, at least in the grander context of everything, is that by the end, pretty much everyone in the show had a happy ending. With maybe one or two exceptions, everyone ends up in a place much better than where they started at, and you really get the feeling of a grander resolution. But here's what's weird about that. After the Zoey 101 finale, occasionally these characters would show back up in little snippets and cameos. And every single time, the purpose was to revert whatever happy ending was already in place. Like, for instance, in the Zoey 101 finale, Stacy Dillison is hit by a car, and after the accident, she no longer has a lisp.
My name is Stacy Dillson, and I'm from Swampscott, Massachusetts. Oh my God, my S's sound perfect!
This is played as a very big, triumphant moment that indicates that her luck is finally turning around. But this isn't actually the show's final episode. The actual final episode is a weird clip show where her lisp is totally back. She then shows up in iCarly, where one of the things she does is repeat that yes, her lisp eventually came back in full force.
I was cured for a short time, but then suffered a relapse.
And then when the character shows up in Sam Cat, she is broken emotionally and physically, and leaves the show at her lowest point. Meanwhile, by the end of Zoey 101 Season 4, Zoey and Chase have admitted their feelings for each other several times and share a series-ending kiss. Then, in 2015, a reunion short film was made with Chase and Michael, where we see Chase is about to propose to another woman when Michael runs in. We learn that Chase hasn't seen Zoey in years and is secretly still obsessed with her. And this grows worse when Michael reveals that he dug up the time capsule buried in the original series and watched the DVD that Zoey had left in it, revealing that she had feelings for him when they were in school, which he already fucking knew because they started dating in the original series. So Michael decides he's going to throw away his engagement and go out to find Zoey because he presumes that she's still waiting for him, despite the fact that the first fucking time he left, it took her like 2 days to start fucking Elvis. And now we have Coco, a character only defined by sadness and chaos, who by the end of the series had managed to find mild mental stability. And now she's brought back almost exclusively so she can tell the audience that her life is more sad now than it has ever been before. Oh boy, am I looking forward to the Paramount Plus original movie, Zoey 102, which sounds like a fucking joke I made up, but it's not. As soon as I announced that I wanted to make a video on Zoey 101, they announced a reunion. I hate my life. So Kat asks why Coco's mom would want to marry her ex-husband, and Coco says she can ask them because they're sitting across the room. We then see them, and this is absolutely not the same actor, which is why they don't linger on him for too long. I actually have no idea who this actor is because he's not credited, but it's certainly not Jeremy Radin. Hell, maybe this is just a different guy named Carl. Maybe Coco only dates screwed up dudes named Carl. Pre-boarding on the flight begins, and Sam Cat and the rest eventually go up to the gate. But Cat finds out that people who need assistance get to board before first class, and gets extremely irritable at the existence of the elderly and people with disabilities. This begins a long string of people who get to board before first class, like people in the military. And Sam and Cat keep bitching about how it's unfair that they don't get to go first. The girls even get to see Coco board before them because she is a Platinum Club member. As you recall, while this is happening, Goomer is accidentally implicating Sam and Cat in a terrorist plot that he is describing by accident. As this happens, the investigators and Goomer keep refusing to let Dice intervene or say anything himself. The lady at the front desk then says they'll next be boarding anyone with a pet, and the pet doesn't even have to be there, and it seems this woman is now officially just trying to mess with Sam and Cat because they're annoying. My hero. So the entire episode, Goomer has been asking for chocolate milk, eventually asking for 2 cups specifically, and at this point we find out why. His plan has always been to throw both into the eyes of the investigators, grabbing Dice under his arm and fleeing from security, and also apparently none of these doors are locked. So the investigators put the airport on lockdown, meaning that no one else can get on the airplane. Sam and Cat never get to board, and the airplane is going to take off anyways. Goomer runs by and throws Sam the timers, and Sam says it's time for the kids' yeast. Remember when these shows had, like, themes? Remember that iCarly episode that's all about gaslighting? Where, like, every bit of the episode is about someone being gaslit, and then they solve one of the plot lines by gaslighting the bad guy. I keep watching these shows and thinking like, oh man, when they write that second draft, this is gonna be brilliant. Like the car factory will tie into Goomer being suspected for terrorism, and all these stupid little things will have a purpose. Coco will have been in the episode for an actual reason. And then I remember that I'm not watching an early cast reading. This is just what the goddamn show is like. With that out of the way, we now have a very important milestone to cross. We are about to review the next to last episode of Sam and Cat. And this one's interesting because it revisits a couple concepts that we haven't seen in quite a while. So strap in and get yourself some popcorn. This is Season 1, Episode 33, #Knockout. So at the start of the episode, Sam and Cat are up to their typical, mutually exclusive shenanigans, while the kid they're supposed to be looking after just watches. Cat has built a massive sculpture of a man built out of bananas, and Sam, meanwhile, is working on repairing a chainsaw. Suddenly, Goomer stumbles into their patio door and falls to the ground. They bring Goomer in, leaving the kid alone with the chainsaw. And Goomer is clearly in a mood, but refuses to speak of what happened. Dice runs in and confronts Goomer, as they were supposed to train that day, but Goomer bailed. Goomer says he's never going to that gym ever again, as he reveals that he has a gym bully. As soon as she hears this, Sam is pissed off.
Yeah, Goomer may be an idiot, but he's our friend, and nobody picks on Sam Puckett's idiot friends.
Kat says she's so mad that she's tempted to march on down to Punchy's gym and knock this bully right out. Everyone laughs as they can't imagine Kat knocking anything down.
You couldn't beat up a 5-year-old.
I sure could. Liddy, get over here.
No.
Sam tells Kat to come in front of the couch and mime out what she's going to do to Goomer's bully. Kat hesitates before giving a heroic monologue and marching towards Sam, who throws her onto the couch, defeating her without effort. Then she does it a second time, and even Liddy thinks this is sad. After the title sequence, they all meet at the gym, but Goomer tries to back out due to his fear. He finally points to his bully, a woman training by herself.
But that's a girl.
But they soon realize it's not just any girl, but Rita Rooney, a parody of Ronda Rousey, a character from Raid Shadow Legends. So Rita comes over, and it turns out she's really nice and actually polite to Goomer, but for some reason he interprets this as her making fun of him.
Aw, who's ticklish? Oh, my tickle pig.
Not me!
Oh, my little
I'm not a tickle bear!
Oh, you are a tickle pig.
Kat surmises that Rita might have a thing for Goomer, which Goomer isn't able to comprehend. Sam explains that she likes him like girls like boys, and he processes this before running out of the gym screaming. Later, at Bots, Goomer is sobbing over his spaghetti while he processes this information. The crying turns into laughter, then crying again, much to the confusion of the blue robot. So it turns out Goomer's understanding of physical relations is based entirely on a nature documentary about boy and girl ducks. They imply something was in that documentary that would give him a fear of interacting with girls. And that's duck rape joke number 1. No, but seriously, I'm shocked they got this one past the network. Goomer says he has mixed feelings, as Rita is real pretty and he's not good at talking to girls. They tell Goomer to pretend that Kat is Rita, and as soon as she touches his hand, he becomes overwhelmed with emotions and runs from the restaurant. Sam says she'll go and find Goomer, and Kat wishes her good luck, but says she's going home. Sam guesses that Kat is going to watch the Duck Channel, and Kat says maybe. After this, Herb walks in and finds Goomer's abandoned spaghetti, and he begins chowing down with his fine cutlery.
My life's going great!
So later, Rita is doing a press junket for her next battle. Sam and Dice tried to drag Goomer through the gym entrance to flirt with Rita, but his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, there's vomit on his sweater already. bot spaghetti. Why Dice and Sam decided that Goomer should ask out Rita while she's having a literal publicity photo shoot is beyond me, but he goes up to her and gives her a flower. She asks him if he wants to know a secret, and when he gets close, she kisses him, which is the exact same line that Robbie used on Cat in Victoria Season 4, because the writers have no game. Rita goes back to the photo shoot, and the press ask if they're going to get to see Rita spar. Rita's coach says that her sparring partner is still in the hospital, and jokingly asks if anyone wants to go a few rounds with Rita. Sam says that she would, and now the rest of the episode is about this. We cut back to the apartment where Kat is watching the Duck documentary and is clearly horrified. So Rita and Sam start to spar, and Sam low-key gets her ass kicked. That or Jennette McCurdy isn't good at fake fighting. Sam manages to get one good hit in, and Rita goes to the ground and seemingly can't get up. The press note that Rita has never been knocked down before, and her trainer says the show is over. Dice announces that he is Sam's manager, and if the press has any questions, please swarm around them now. Later, Kat is watching news upside down when she sees a sudden report about Sam injuring Rita Rooney. Kat excitedly goes to get Sam so she can see the clip.
The name of the girl who threw the vicious punch is Sam Puckett.
Oh, Mitch, you got your name wrong.
No, she didn't.
Oh, you changed it?
No.
So Goomer comes in, clearly defeated, and says that Rita hates him now. She sent him a long, angry text, and it seems she now despises him for being an accessory to the downfall of her career.
Hey, so how's my favorite fighter?
I'm okay, I'm just kind of sad.
I'm talking to Slam and Sammy Puckett.
So Dice has big news. He just got a call from Dane Fife, who runs the CFC, and he wants Sam and Rita to have a rematch at LA's biggest arena center. Sam is hesitant, as she really doesn't like doing things, until Dice reveals that win or lose, she gets $25,000, and suddenly she's in. Dice and Sam fight over if she needs to train, and he eventually brings in the person he picked for the job, Bubs Dixon. Goomer immediately decides that he's over Rita, as Bubs is just as hot, but she yells at him and he runs away. So at 6 a.m. the next morning, Bubs knocks on the front door of the apartment and says it's time for them to start their training routine. Sam slams the door in Bubs' face and goes back to bed. And... remember what I said about bad luck with Windows? That's 3 episodes in a row. This character is great, by the way. Having an actor show up to set who actually cares about the material for a fleeting moment really changes the energy of the whole thing. I had to struggle to get to this part of the episode, but once Bubs Dixon hits the scene, you can't look away.
What if you take Sam downtown?
So the joke here is that despite being strong or badass or whatever, Sam hates work. Dice suggests a good way to change their routine, so Bubs tasers him. The following scene is the final appearance of the restaurant Bots. At Bots, we see Dice, Sam, Cat, and Goomer get their check from Tandy, and they pay their tab. Sam is only able to eat a plate of lettuce due to Bubs' orders, and when the rest of the group go to play with go-karts, Bubs appears and says it's time for Sam to go to bed. Sam refuses, as it's only 9 p.m., and we cut to Bubs sitting on Sam to force her to go to sleep. Bubs is reading a book called Catch-23, The Sequel, which is hilarious. The next day, a press conference is held, and Sam arrives late to announce that the fight is off. Rita asks if she's chicken, and Sam says she's not, but she does like to eat chicken. In fact, she loves a lot of stuff, like hanging out with her dumb friends to do dumb things. And that night, she's going to order a bunch of junk food and watch the worst movie she can find. La la la. All of Sam's friends leave to join her, and the press ask what Rita is going to do now that Sam is out of the fight. Rita says she knows exactly what she's going to do. She's going to go hang out with Sam. So Sam, Cat, all the reporters, Goomer, Liddy, Rita, Rita's trainer, Bubs Dixon, and Herb the well-homed man sit in Sam and Cat's bedroom and watch a bad movie. Pretty much everyone is here except for Dice, and I have no idea where he might be. So now that we've finished the show's next to last episode, it's obviously time for us to recap the hashtag crimes of this hashtag show for perhaps the final time. So starting back up, hashtag crime number 123 is Sam stealing the steering wheel of a passing motorist. This is a violation of California Vehicle Code section 10852 VC. Tampering with a vehicle. Next up, we have Sam also ripping off the shirt of the same driver. It seems to me that this is a violation of Penal Code Section 242 PC, which relates to battery, but probably not assault. It's also a violation of PCP Section 484A, aka petty theft. So basically, ripping the clothes off of someone in a painful way is battery, and keeping the shirt is petty theft. So I'm going to call this hashtag crime number 124 and hashtag crime number 125. Yeah, that's what happens when you Google crimes. You get extra credit. Hashtag crime number 126 is Sam stealing a mailbox from the Zapathon warehouse facility. This one's complex because it's a mailbox. Typically, stealing a mailbox is a federal offense, but it's a mailbox that's already been stolen by Amazon. She's stealing the mailbox from Amazon, who stole it from someone else. Regardless, I still say this one's some kind of felony. Hashtag crime number 127 is Goomer spraying butter into the eyes of the two kids that Sam and Cat are babysitting. Hashtag crime number 128 is Sam giving those same two kids toilet water to drink with their medicine. While I'm not exactly sure what to call what Goomer did, Sam's crime likely seems to be a case of criminal neglect. Hashtag crime number 129 is Goomer shouting in a crowded TSA station,
"We brought the timers for the bombs!"
Now, this was just Goomer doing a Goomer, and he didn't really have a bomb. But the threat itself is enough. If you want this from someone with a higher reputation, the FinanceBuzz.com article 15 Things You Should Never Say to a TSA Agent states, for obvious reasons, you should never say you have a bomb. Well, I think that settles it. Hashtag crime number 130 is Sam throwing the luggage of a stranger, and then the stranger himself, across the airport terminal. This already could be considered assault, but the fact that it happens at an airport means that Sam could also be charged with something adjacent to disruptive behavior. To quote thelawman.net, if you're convicted, you face up to 20 years in prison for an unarmed offense, and up to life in prison for an armed offense, as well as fines up to $10,000. You may also end up on the no-fly list. Hashtag crime number 131 is Goomer throwing chocolate milk into the eyes of the two investigators. And hashtag crime number 132 is them fleeing from security after being arrested, putting all of the airport into total lockdown. Okay, so this next one is multi-layered. In the last episode, during the final scene in the show Set It Bots, Tandy the Red Robot gives them their check and then they pay for their meal. As this happened, I suddenly realized I have never seen them do this before. In fact, earlier in this episode, they do leave without paying. And I think they've done this before, but I've never listed it as a crime because I just completely forgot that they would be asked to pay. So I decided to really quickly go back through and watch every scene at Bots to see how many times they actually did this. The final number is surprisingly low, because it's actually rare for us to see the gang leave Bots in the average episode. Usually, a transition just plays while they're still eating. So anytime this happens, I'm going to presume with good faith that they pay every single time. The first instance of characters being seen leaving without paying is in Season 1, Episode 23, hashtag TheKillerTunaJump, hashtag Freddy, hashtag Jade, hashtag Robbie. Here, after an awkward moment, Kat and Robbie flee the restaurant and do a tour of Los Angeles freeways. The fact that they haven't finished their food implies to me that they almost certainly have not got their checks. So that's hashtag crime number 133. The same thing happens in Season 1, Episode 28, hashtag Fresno Girl, as Sam, Kat, and Kim clearly leave without paying, which is hashtag crime number 134. And of course, this happens for the final time in episode 33, #knockout, when Goomer runs away due to his fear of girls, making that #crime number 135. As I said, Bots does not appear in the finale, so at the end of the day, Bots appears in 21 episodes, and I can only prove that they did dine and dash in 3 total stories. I guess that's not too horrible in the grand scheme of things, but it really makes you think. How tired of Inside Out Burger must Sam and Cat be that we only see them eat there one time after they're given free burgers for life? Now for me, the big, exciting, hypothetical number was always 142 #crimes. Why is that? Well, when we ended iCarly, we had 69 crimes. Then we retrospectively added 2 more, so that's 71 crimes in iCarly. So, if we had got to 142 crimes, it would mean that Sam and Cat had the same number of crimes as iCarly. As it stands, we're still about 7 crimes away from matching that number, but my point here still holds true, which is that it is crazy that a show that has 35% as many episodes as iCarly is only 7 crimes away from matching the total amount of illegal activity. The total amount of illegal activity that happened in 97 episodes. And maybe it's because there's more characters in Sam and Cat who do illegal things. Maybe it's because my standards as per what is and isn't a crime have shifted over time. But really, I think at the end of the day, it's because the plot of Sam and Cat is just off the walls and crazy in a way that the NSU didn't used to be. Up to this moment, we have reviewed 187 episodes of iCarly, Victorious, and Sam and Cat. This is episode 188, aka the Sam and Cat finale, the moment where everything fell apart. So let's go ahead and find some closure. This is Season 1, Episode 34.
Hey man, I think I broke your toilet. Never mind, I'll fix it.
Whatever, man. This is Season 1, Episode 34, #We Steal a Rock Star. I mean, what the fuck? So at the start of the episode, we see Sam and Dice on the couch, and we get one last mugshot. Cat comes out jumping with her Mr. Roper, and asks what Sam and Dice are up to. They say nothing, as in literally nothing, until she turns the TV off and they jump to life. Sam and Dice explain that they were watching Slightly Less Gorgeous, a reality show about taking gorgeous people and showing them what life would be like if they were slightly less gorgeous. Not ugly, just like Midwest soccer mom. Cat says she wants to do something fun, so Sam suggests they play freeze tag. Sam tags Cat, then puts a sheet over her head, and she and Dice go back to watching TV. Goomer comes in and is dressed like a double-knot spy. Goomer says he can't tell them the secret reason he's dressed up so fancy before he accidentally says that it's because he got a job as a bodyguard for Del DeVille. So this is yet another throwback. Del DeVille was last seen in Season 1, Episode 15, #doll sitting. It was his concert that Sam and Cat went to when they were babysitting the Fresno girl doll, Clarice. Sam and Cat try to get information out of Goomer, who anxiously says he can't reveal info, before spewing a bunch of info, specifically listing DeVille's favorite food truck in LA. Goomer eventually becomes so overwhelmed that he decides to escape the situation by jumping through the apartment's front window. And do I even have to say it? That's 4 episodes in a row, and at this point, I'm sure that the writers are doing it on purpose. Dice and Sam decide to leave Goomer on the ground, covered in glass, and Cat frozen in the corner, covered by a blanket, because they are ambivalent. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and call Goomer breaking this window #crime number 136. Because he is a main character, but this is not his apartment. I asked Google if breaking a window is illegal, and Google said, breaking a window may fall under local criminal mischief laws, which prohibit property damage crimes and can include everything from graffiti and street art to accidentally setting your school on fire after burning a love letter. Which is oddly specific, I think. So later, Sam, Cat, and Dice wait by DeVille's favorite food truck, but grow frustrated as he doesn't arrive immediately. A little girl pulls up on a tricycle and asks the group to watch her ride while she gets some food. So Goomer and Del DeVille do arrive, and Goomer offers to go and buy DeVille's food for him so he won't have to talk to any normal people. Del says he forgot his sunglasses in the car, and Goomer runs to get them, before turning around and going the right way. So Sam, Cat, and Dice ask if they can get a photo with Del, and he agrees. Cat says she doesn't want her balloon in the photo because it's bad luck, and ties it to the trike. They go back to take the selfie, but the bike has started to float away. While Sam and Dice fret over this, Del asks if he can leave to get his food, and Sam says no. We then see another lore character, the Spear Fisherman, and Sam asks to borrow his spear gun. He asks if she's a fellow spear fisherman, and she says no, she's a spear fisher woman, and he says to enjoy his spear gun. So Sam shoots the balloon, and the trike falls directly onto Del DeVille's head, knocking him out. And that's #crime number 137. Del is knocked out, and the spear fisherman takes his spear gun and walks away.
We murdered Del DeVille!
We gotta tell the police about this!
No way, we could get arrested!
Sam decides there's only one solution left. They won't take Del to the hospital, won't tell the police, and won't tell Goomer. Instead, they put Del in a wheelbarrow and bring him back to their apartment, kidnapping him to avoid getting into trouble. And that's #crime number 138. So they get back to the apartment and begin freaking out. Cat says she wants to take Del's shoes, so if they go to jail, at least she'll have Del DeVille's shoes. Del then wakes up and remembers everything, although Sam does her best to gaslight him into thinking he's just hallucinating. Del decides he's going to call the cops, so Sam decides to violently assault him. She jumps on his back and then pinches his elbow, causing him to faint. And that's #crime number 139. Also, this is an old reference going as far back as Zoe 101. Pinching someone's elbow as a parallel to the Vulcan nerve pinch is pretty established in universe. Dice decides to take Del's phone and points out how cool it is. In a world where every device is pear-shaped, an actual real-world phone must seem like an innovation from the distant future. Meanwhile, we see Goomer running along the street, desperately looking for DeVille, as he went ahead and bought the burritos. Meanwhile, we see Sam chaining Del up in her bed, as Dice says that things are getting out of control. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to figure out if kidnapping someone and then chaining them up in your bedroom are different crimes or parts of the same crime. I figure the wheelbarrow is kidnapping, and this is false imprisonment. So that's #crime number 140. On top of this, Cat has indeed stolen Del's shoes, making that #crime number 141. Later on, Del begs to be let go and promises not to go to the cops. Sam says no promise from someone in the music industry means squat, as she chugs on a bottle of Blue Dog soda.
Hey, Del, how you doing?
How am I doing? You people whacked me on the head with a popular children's vehicle, and now you've chained me up and won't let me leave.
Well, at least I got you a vanilla latte.
I said I wanted a chai latte!
Man, things are not going your way.
Del asks who took his phone, and Dice says that he did, and he'll give it back to him as soon as they're done.
You know, kidnapping you.
Del tells Sam she's an idiot because he has hired a brilliant bodyguard named Goomer. Goomer is going to find him, and then Del will go to the police, and all three of them will go to jail. Sam, doubting this, pulls his coffee just out of arm's reach. Meanwhile, Cat has cooked 4 breakfasts for Del. Sam asks why, and Cat explains she doesn't know what he likes. Sam asks why she didn't just ask him and then make him 1 breakfast, and Cat reflects,
Oh my god, I'm so stupid!
Meanwhile, Dice has some bad news and pulls up the latest episode of News. The news girl reports that Del DeVille is missing, meaning his new album will never be finished.
Oh well.
Goomer comes in, disheveled and visibly shaky, still grasping the burritos in his hands. He insists that nothing is wrong, and he did not lose Del DeVille. The group accept this immediately.
Dear God, help me find him!
Sam wants to allow Goomer to relax without causing suspicion, and coaxes Dice into texting Goomer, as Del, that everything is okay. And so Dice does.
Hi, Goomer! Everything is cool! So please don't think I've been kidnapped. I haven't. And if I ever was kidnapped, I'm sure that nobody you know would be responsible. Call you later.
It's later.
Later.
So Goomer leaves, never to be seen in the series again. Meanwhile, as Cat delivers Del oatmeal, he grabs her wrist and attacks her. Later, we see that he's been forced to wear the Bane mask that we last saw Crazy Steve wearing in #SuperPsycho. Cat explains that this is to stop him from attempting to murder her a second time. Del asks what Cat is doing with the guitar she has, and she explains that it belongs to her friend Andre from Hollywood Arts. He broke it, and so she's fixing it for him. Del asks if she's good at repairing guitars, and she explains that it's always been one of her passions, although she says this is the first time she's ever had reason to speak of it. Cat finishes fixing the guitar and shreds on it, absolutely captivating DeVille. Del begs for Cat to let him use that riff on his next album, and Cat agrees on the one condition that he never tell anyone that the group bonked him on the head and took him captive. Cat asks what he wants taken off first, his handcuffs or his big toe cuffs, and he picks the big toe cuffs. And then we see that. Thank you, show. After a transition, we see Sam reading a book titled 3 Months Later, and we learn that Del has been long back at making music, and that his latest single has just gone triple platinum, and mostly because of the guitar riff made by Cat. Cat admits she has no idea how she came up with the notes, and that they just came to her. Later, Sam is reading a book titled 3 Months After That, and Dice tells her to stop reading that sequel because they need to watch another news clip. We find out that Del DeVille is now being sued, as that guitar riff is actually from a 1970s song, Monkey Do, Monkey You. Because of this, DeVille will have to pay $26 million in damages. Sam reflects that Del likely would have been better off if they never met him, but Cat notes, at least she has his shoes. Ha 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 ha, fade to black. So that was the Sam and Cat finale, and I think we can all agree that that was one of the most intense things that we have ever reviewed for this mini-series. But we have a disappointment on our hands because we ended that episode with 141 #crimes when our big goal was 142 #crimes. So in the end, as we end this series, we are still one crime away from that big ultimate goal. But despite this major blow, this is still a very cool moment for us, because as of this second, we have now officially reviewed all 188 episodes in the 3 shows we set out to review when I started this 400,000 subscriber special. And now we have a couple things we need to talk about. Most importantly, legacy, downfall, and what happened to the NSU. I lied again. That wasn't the Sam Cat finale. This is. Season 1, episode 35 is called #GettinWiggy, and we start the finale with Cat deciding which stuffed animal she wants to bring on her trip. We find out that Dice has booked a hair modeling gig in, as Cat puts it, Phoenix. Dice will be appearing in Teen Hair magazine and is going to be the cover model. However, Dice's mom and aunt got sick because they ate coyotes and got coyote fever, so Cat is going to chaperone Dice during the trip. Sam corrects Cat that the city is pronounced Phoenix, not Phoenix, but Cat doesn't care, as she wants to keep saying the word how she thinks it should be pronounced, which is ridiculous. So anyways, Dice and Cat will be leaving Los Angeles on a bus soon, and that's why Cat is trying to pick which animals to bring. Suddenly, who arrives at the apartment but Nona? Incidentally, I was not lying earlier when I said that we never see Goomer again, because he's not in the finale, but Nona is. Great. Nona reveals that Elderly Acres is infected with funk mites, and the exterminators are spraying all weekend, meaning that Nona needs to stay at the apartment. Cat volunteers her bed, meaning that Sam will have to spend the entire weekend with Nona, whom she hates.
We're gonna be roomies, let's bump butts.
Sam suddenly wants to go with Cat on her trip, but Cat reminds her that she can't go to Arizona, and we find out there's a warrant there for Sam's arrest. Cat reveals she has an entire song dedicated to memorizing all the states where Sam can't go. In this song, she lists Arizona, Utah, Ohio, Texas, New Hampshire, and Tennessee. Alright, so I gotta cancel my plans because this is what I'm doing for the rest of the day apparently. I've gone through this in my head several times, and I cannot think of a single episode of iCarly or this show where Sam is seen in any of those states. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that these are all crimes that Sam committed after the iCarly finale. It's just like a gut feeling that I'm pretty sure of. The issue is that none of these states are anywhere in between Seattle and LA, so when exactly she went to any of these places and inspired the creation of 6 active warrants is a mystery to me. I find this one heavily debatable, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that we have 6 mystery crimes on our hands, bringing us to #crime number 147. But each of these cases also seems to be a clear violation of 18 USC 1073, flight to avoid prosecution. This is a federal law that says traveling across state lines to avoid legal punishment can result in an additional 5 years in prison. So with each of these 6 cases, Sam leaving those states and actively avoiding returning means that there are an additional 6 crimes that she could be convicted of, bringing us to #crime number 153. In my opinion, this revelation is a huge contradiction to pre-existing lore, as early episodes of Sam & Cat constantly mentioned that Sam was always at risk of being sent back to juvie. Now we're supposed to believe that Sam has 6 active warrants out for her arrest, but her juvie officer has never noticed this? To make things worse, Sam then sings,
I'm also not welcome in Europe.
So let's just go ahead and call that one crime, just one, just to make this simple. So that's hashtag crime number 154. But I'm still not satisfied with this. I still want us to have one more crime in this show, just one more actual crime, so we can actually say for sure, without any debate, that this show has matched the crimes of iCarly. So later, in Phoenix, Dice and Sam arrive at the photo shoot. Dice says he's been modeling since he was 4, but this is the first time he's ever been picked for the cover of a national magazine. We meet Johnmas, the adult photographer, who has a random photo of a child on the bottom of his coffee cup. It's moments like this where you realize how creepy these Easter eggs are. Johnmas says that there's some iffy news, as there's been a change in plans. All of the boys will be photographed that weekend, and Johnmas will then decide who will be on the cover at a later date. Cat says Dice doesn't have to worry because he still has the best hair in their room. But that all changes when he enters. His name is Jet Xander, and he's the #1 teen hair model in the world. And even Cat admits that he blows Dice out of the water, and the fro boy is left deflated. Meanwhile, in the B-plot, Sam comes home to the apartment only to see a buffet of food laid out in the kitchen. It turns out Nona is quite the cook and has decided to make her temporary roommate a special dinner. Sam has moved to the point of tears and says that now she has a sudden fear that she's dreaming and is about to wake up. If you think about this in the wider context, Sam is portrayed as someone who loves food, but not as someone who is good at cooking food. So while in iCarly she constantly had all these great meals prepared by Spencer and the like, this might actually be the first time she's had a quality home-cooked meal in 2.5 years. Because the last episode had a fucking 6-month time skip. So I'm just presuming that this episode is set in 2015. So there's a compilation of Johnmas taking photos of Dice and the other models, and my god, this is a boring A-plot. After the shoot, Dice mopes that there's no way he's going to win, and Sam says she doesn't get why everyone is so excited about a boy in a silly wig. Dice takes this accusation very seriously and asks if Cat is sure that Jet is wiggin'. Cat says that she has an excellent wigdar, terrible pun, and Dice excitedly says that if they can prove that Jet is wiggin', he'll get the cover for sure. Back in the B-plot, gotta miss saying that, Nona comes into Sam's bedroom with a text from Cat. Sam is supposed to babysit the Franklin twins tomorrow, so Cat wants her to wake up at 8 a.m. Sam remarks that she hates waking up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and Nona says she doesn't have to worry about it. Nona wakes up at 6 a.m. every day, so Sam can go ahead and sleep in. Sam feels like pushing it and asks Nona if she will also do her laundry. Nona says that she won't because she already has. The laundry is in the past tense, much with Sam's woes about her temporary roommate. Nona says that's what Nonas do, and Sam gives her a hug.
Nona? Yes, dear. Promise me you won't die tonight.
So yeah, Dice and Cat are looking for evidence that Jet is #wiggin' out. And so Cat pretends to have dropped her contacts on the floor and asks Jet for help looking for them. At Cat's order, Dice plugs in a giant fan, and they all watch as Jet's hair does not fly off his scalp. As Johnmas comes in, he remarks that Jet's hair is beautiful in its disheveled state, and begins taking photographs. It seems that Dice and Cat have accidentally won the competition for the enemy. So later at the apartment, who comes by but the building manager, aka the real main character. He's there because Sam hasn't paid her half of the rent in 2 months. The manager comes in and reveals that for 2 months, Sam has been paying him with Monopoly money, which is a pretty hilarious grift to pull on someone. He then quotes something that he said in his first appearance.
And I don't need any colorful characters around here to give the joint atmosphere.
What does that mean?
I don't know, I'm a throwback.
Sam comes out of the closet and says Nona is the best roommate ever, and in the end, she doesn't even care if Kat knows that she said that. Dice waits to hear the results of who will be on the cover, and he blames Kat for using that giant fan to make Jet's hair so beautiful. And of course, Jet is picked, and Kat has a total mental breakdown over this. Kat openly accuses Jet of wearing a wig and then assaults him in a room full of witnesses. In the end, she rips out countless clumps of very real hair, leaving several bald patches behind on this poor child before she finally admits that he is actually not wearing a wig.
Well, it's not a wig.
Back in the B-plot, Nona is preparing to go back to Elderly Acres as the funk mites are gone. She also notes that Kat is going to be back that night, so she'll need her bed back. Sam grows despondent as she's truly grown close to Nona in these few days.
But I don't want you to leave. Oh, honey, you'll be all right. No, I won't.
Sam gets a phone call, and we find out that due to the incident, Dice is going to be the cover model for some reason, Jet is going to a scalp hospital, and Kat is going to jail. And if Nona doesn't come and bail her out, she'll be in prison for at least 2 full weeks. Sam hangs up and tells Nona that Dice and Kat decided to stay in Phoenix for 2 extra weeks, and that Kat wants Nona to keep looking after Sam. Nona says that she had better get started on dinner, and Sam goes to lay on the couch. And I think it's fair to say that we all just sadly witnessed #crime number 155, and this is also one of the least easy to justify crimes that we have ever seen. It wasn't funny, it did not have valid motivation, and in short, it was a child being violently assaulted. So you might be wondering why I did the whole fake out with this finale. Well, first of all, this episode was missing from Paramount Plus for a long period of time, so it's very possible that at some point recently you rewatched this show and didn't see this episode. But more importantly, I really wanted to emphasize how terrible of an episode this is as a finale, to the point that any other show in Sam and Cat would have been better as a final episode. Because Sam and Cat's final episode is ultimately about Sam Puckett realizing that she doesn't really like Cat as a roommate and prefers her grandmother. And she ultimately then decides to stop Nona from bailing Cat out of prison. The same woman who recruited all of her friends to march across state lines to bail out her mom now lets her supposed best friend rot in prison so she can get a home-cooked meal. And meanwhile, Kat's storyline is a realization of something that we've only speculated since Victorious. That Kat's flippant personality and limited worldview actively puts other people in danger. And since we are never given any confirmation that Kat makes it out of this situation, it's entirely possible that within the NSU, Kat has been in prison or psychiatric care for the last 8 years. Because by all accounts, that might be where she needs to be. Filming on this episode wrapped on March the 28th, 2014. All evidence seems to suggest this was a Jennette Light episode, so it's my guess that the scenes with Sam and Nona were filmed earlier in the week. Shortly after this, with at least one more script already ready to go, production on the show was quickly halted. Within a few days, gossip headlines began to report that the show was in limbo. Many articles implied the relationship between Ariana Grande and Jennette McCurdy was what had ended the series, something Nickelodeon declined to comment on. On March the 29th, the 2014 Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards was held, with Sam and Cat winning the Favorite Show Award. Jennette McCurdy did not attend, and later stated that she protested the event as she felt Nickelodeon was being unfair to her. Earlier that month, several images had leaked online of McCurdy posing in her underwear. These were supposedly sent to a lover, who Jennette suspects leaked them online. This is only relevant because several drama publications ran with the narrative that these images were why Nickelodeon had canceled the show. Other tabloids reported that following her fame, Grande had been given a pay raise that McCurdy did not receive. Both Ariana and Jennette denied this, and Nickelodeon continued to refuse any comment. The mystery of why Sam and Cat was really canceled would continue for another 8 years. It would not be until July the 13th, 2014, that Nickelodeon would directly announce that the series had been canceled. Hashtag Gettin' Wiggy aired 4 days after this statement to 3.4 million viewers. 9 days after this episode aired, the very first episode of Henry Danger would premiere on Nickelodeon. The show's pilot gained 1.94 million viewers in its first broadcast, less than half of the original Sam and Cat pilot, and also less than any Sam and Cat premiere. However, in the world of broadcast television in 2014, this was seen as a massive success story, and Henry Danger would eventually become the longest-running live-action Nickelodeon show of all time, with 121 total episodes. 2 days after Henry Danger premiered, the song Bang Bang would release. A collaboration between Ariana Grande, Jessie J, and Nicki Minaj, it would cement Grande's presence as a pop idol, and make her life as a sitcom star seem like a distant memory. So now that we've finished this show's actual finale, I think it's obvious to pretty much everyone that the next big step is talking about Jennette McCurdy's life and the real reason that Sam and Cat ended. But I want to put that off for just a little while longer. Basically, there's a bunch of stuff that I've always intended to talk about with this show that really only makes sense to discuss after the final episode. But if I talk about this stuff after we get serious, you guys just won't care. You'll be like, Quinton, who gives a shit? None of this is real. You know, it just won't make sense tonally to talk about some of this stuff after the final segment of this video. So think of all this as like a couple short intermissions before the actual final analysis of this video. So first of all, we started our discussion of Sam and Cat with an analysis of a piece of lost media. So it's fitting that we're now going to bookend our analysis of the show by doing the exact same thing. So to make that whole fake out with the finale work, I did kind of gaslight you guys about some basic facts with this show. So I'd better recap some like basic information about Sam and Cat before we go any further. Sam and Cat has in total 35 episodes, but one of those episodes is double-lengthed, so when it would air in syndication, it would be split in half, meaning that by some estimate, Sam and Cat actually has 36 episodes. This means that based off of the season order that Sam and Cat was working off of at the time the show ended, the season order they had been assigned directly after the pilot had broadcast, the show technically was supposed to still owe 4 episodes to Nickelodeon. So basically the sort of unsung mystery here is, what were those 4 episodes, what could have been, and how close were those episodes to actually being created? So before we get into this, the information I'm about to present comes from a source which is kind of iffy, but not really. Basically, there's this Instagram account which has recently gone private, which does nothing but post behind-the-scenes information about these shows. And no one can agree if this fan account is just run by someone who knows a lot of people behind the scenes, or if it's just one of the people who worked on the show role-playing like they're a fan that happens to know a lot of trivia. But either way, the consensus with this account is that pretty much everything they post about these shows is probably accurate to some extent. And I also tend to believe this specific post because if it's true, it basically confirms what I've been speculating about the show from the very start. So basically, by the time #GettinWiggy finished filming, the next 3 episodes of the show had completed layouts, and the next episode had a completed script, which was basically completely ready for them to start filming with. So, what was the plot of this completely finished script? Well, in the A plot, Sam and Cat realize that they can make more money as babysitters if they get a babysitter's license. And basically the rest of the episode would have dealt with the hijinks they go through trying to get this license. Meanwhile, in the B plot, and this is the part where either this is so ridiculous that this post has to be inaccurate, or this is so ridiculous that this has to be where they wanted to go with Sam and Cat. In the B plot, Goomer accidentally burns down his apartment. He tries to move into Dice's basement, but Dice's aunt moves in at the exact same time. So Dice has to help Goomer find somewhere else to live. At this point, they would have tracked down Goomer's sister, but she also would not want Goomer living with her because he at one point in the past burned down another home that she owned. Dice would have then convinced Goomer's sister to let him move into her basement, at which point the basement would have flooded. You just know that episode would have been called something stupid like fucking #I drown in a basement or something. Now going beyond this episode, no one knows what episodes 37 and 38 would have been about, and I would guess that even people working on the show could not tell you what the plot of episode 39 would have been because they just weren't that far along, in their planning process. Now, in the past, I have gone on a spiel about how I don't like it when people say to me, Sam and Cat's not that long. It's only 35 episodes. Because for a show as bad as Sam and Cat, 35 is way too many episodes. But I also should reiterate, just to remind you of the other half of the argument, 35 episodes is also not a lot of episodes for a show like this. In this era, most Nickelodeon live-action sitcoms lasted for around 60 episodes. For instance, Drake and Josh had 56 episodes, Zoe 101 had 61 episodes, and Victorious had 57. So basically, in theory, if Sam and Cat had finished this season order of 40 episodes, and then they had done one more full season of 20 episodes, that would have been the standard number of stories that a show like this was expected to fulfill. So I think it's worth pointing out that the question really isn't, why was Sam and Cat canceled at this exact moment here? The question is, when did 60 episodes of Sam and Cat stop feeling viable? When did people accept that was never going to happen? Because in my opinion, I think by the end of the show, they knew they weren't getting to 60 episodes. And if that's the case, why? A weird thing you see a lot of people do is try to assert that Sam and Cat was a failure, not just critically, but commercially. And one of the ways they try and do this sometimes is they'll compare the viewing figures of Sam and Cat to the viewing figures of a show like iCarly, which is, a dishonest tactic to use in an argument like this, because cable TV in 2014 did not have the same standards as cable TV in 2009. So moving on from that, we have to accept that Sam and Cat was a reasonably popular and successful show. So that alone cannot be the reason that it ended so swiftly. But like I've said, we're going to circle around to that topic later. For now, there's still other stuff I want to talk about. Mainly the legacy of Sam and Cat, and specifically the impact it had and didn't have on the NSU moving forwards. Okay, so here's a basic explanation of what we're going to be doing here. If I were reviewing a show like, let's say, Zoe 101, I would do a segment discussing all of the parts of Zoe 101 that were referenced in future shows. Brands that became synonymous with the NSU, or characters that cameoed in future episodes. Sam & Cat is a weird program because afterwards, it did carry a big sense of shame. You can feel this in all the ways that the show isn't referenced. Very often, characters in Game Shakers and Henry Danger will watch old Nickelodeon sitcoms, be it Drake and Josh or iCarly. Sam and Cat was never included in this running gag. Similarly, while Ariana Grande's history at Nickelodeon would often be referenced, Victorious would typically be name-dropped, but not Sam and Cat. However, in other ways, references to Sam and Cat were fairly common. In this intermission, I plan to discuss some examples of this, starting with more obscure and minor stuff, and then ending with the content that we all really came here to see. Before we start this, I just want to say really quickly, God bless the Dangerverse Wiki. I make fun of these sites a lot, but there's truly a lot of content I miss until I go back and check these websites. And believe it or not, I have not single-handedly watched every single episode of Game Shakers and Henry Danger. And since none of this information is written down in one place, most of these references I was able to piece together by browsing these fan websites. With that, let's begin. In the pilot episode of Henry Danger, Henry's best friend Jasper has a birthday party, and Henry gets him a surprise gift by getting his new boss, Captain Man, to appear as a guest. Then, everyone at the party sings Jasper a birthday song. This was back when Happy Birthday to You was thought to be copyrighted, so they instead use a fake birthday song. This is actually the same fake birthday song that was first sung in the Sam & Cat episode #Brain Crush. You know, the birthday party where the adults are the only ones singing the song because the kids were all on their phones. In episode 5 of Henry Danger, Captain Man and Kid Danger dump 2 innocent civilians in a back alleyway. This is the same alleyway set that was made famous by its constant and illogical use in Sam and Cat, although here it's been dressed up slightly differently. Additionally, I believe that this set actually goes back as far as the Victorious Ham Boner episode, although back then it was quite different looking. In Season 2, Episode 4, Henry and the Woodpeckers, Henry's father is seen watching Toilet Wars, although the show is only heard. Toilet Wars is seen for the first time in Season 3, Episode 10, Space Invaders Part 2. In Season 3, Episode 9, Space Invaders Part 1, we also see the family watching reruns of Victorious and Drake and Josh, in case you love keeping track of our favorite in-universe contradiction. Toilet Wars appears again in the next episode, Gas or Fail, before it's interrupted by the news. Toilet Wars next cameos in Season 4, Episode 19, where it's briefly seen as a character flips through several channels. This exact same gag also happens in Game Shakers Season 3, Episode 6. When Schwaj flips through HDMI signals in Henry Danger Season 1, Episode 20, he briefly passes That's a Drag. And of course, it's in Season 2 that Herb, the well-homed man, makes a fully fledged guest appearance. But we already discussed this in a former Pinboard segment. In Season 4, Episode 12, Toddler Invasion, Schwaj pulls out an emergency bag that is filled with candy bars. One of the candy bars is a parody of Snickers, called Lumpacious. In Season 4, Episode 18, Danger Things, Piper appears dressed as Eleven from Stranger Things, but reveals that she didn't mean to choose this costume.
I tried to trim my hair just a little bit so I could be this Fresno girl doll for Halloween.
That would have been Sweet Stoom.
The term Stoom is a reference to I Start a Fan War. And of course, Fresno girl dolls originate from Sam and Cat. Perhaps the biggest contribution to the extended NSU made by Sam and Cat was the creation of Zapathon. Zapathon was the show's parody of Amazon.com, and as Amazon became more and more culturally prevalent in the next decade, Zapathon would continue to be used as the in-universe version of the company. Such examples of this can be found in I Know Your Secret and Sister Twister Part 1. Now, you can't really properly talk about Sam & Cat's legacy past its finale without pointing out that Game Shakers, the highly successful and well-regarded show Game Shakers, is the closest thing Sam & Cat has to a spin-off. The show premiered in September 2015, and two of the main characters, Double G and Bunny, originated in Sam & Cat. Although Double G was named PZB on Sam & Cat, I've been told with some authority that Kel Mitchell considers both to be the same man, just going by two different stage names. I've often been curious about the politics behind this never being made explicit. Was Double G just a better name, and the writers didn't think to clarify the continuity? Was there something in the depiction of PZB that the creators didn't want carried over into the new canon? Or was it some sort of ultimatum that Game Shakers never be mistaken as a spin-off to Sam & Cat? We'll likely never know, unless at some point we do. Game Shakers and Henry Danger would reignite this long-forgotten shared universe, and they would first cross over in Henry Danger, Season 4, Episode 4, Danger Games. In this episode, we see Captain Man and Kid Danger on a parody of The View, called The Swell View. This is, of course, a talk show hosted only by women, and one of the women is played by Victoria Oscar.
Poor Dr. Mignac. What is he even a doctor of? I know! Failure!
So pretty much every online source I can find about this episode, including IMDb, says that in this scene, Victoria Oscar is playing Bubs Dixon. This isn't said directly in the episode, and the credits aren't so specific. But I don't think I'm risking my reputation by saying that this was likely the intention, since the actress has done little work since her appearance in Sam & Cat. Before we move on to the most obvious and significant example of the legacy of Sam & Cat, here's a quick bonus scene. In the Game Shakers episode, Lost Jacket, Falling Pigeons, Babe and Kenzie visit the New York subway Lost and Found, which is filled to the brim with Easter eggs to every NSU-related show that you can think of. Except for Unfabulous, but that barely counts. Gibby's head is in the background, there's an All That mug, some Henry Danger comics, the red robot from Drake and Josh, the remote from iCarly, that I guess Carly lost. What a grand gesture that means nothing now, huh, Sam? The iCarly camera, one of the masks from Psychowitz's classrooms, bottles of Blix from Zoe 101, and even Rex himself, clearly sitting just barely in view. Most notable to today's video is the presence of Cat's purple giraffe plush from Victorious and Sam & Cat. Now, a notable contradiction that's always fascinated me is that in Henry Danger, Season 2, Episode 12, Text, Lies, and Video, we see Henry selling Gibby's head to a woman shopping at Junkin' Stuff. So I've always been curious about the timeline here. Gibby makes his first head in iCarly Season 5. Then he sells it to a Japanese family who take it back overseas. So we can presume that that head never makes it back to the mainland. He makes another copy of his head in the iCarly finale, and although the Gibby script doesn't comment on it, he clearly still has it in Sam & Cat. So is the Gibby head seen in Game Shakers the same one from the iCarly finale? And what about the one in Henry Danger? It seems like a big ask for one head to go from Seattle to New York City to a small town on the West Coast. Well, here's my headcanon. we have to remember that there's actually a third head, as the iCarly sitcom also exists in the iCarly universe, and there was only ever one prop in the real world. So I think that is the head that we see in Game Shakers. And also, we have to remember that Neville murdered Gibby and cut his body into tiny pieces. So I think the head in Henry Danger is Gibby's actual hollowed out skull. I take this segment very seriously. Okay, with that, it's time for our final pinboard segment of this video, and perhaps the final pinboard segment of this entire mini-series. Last time I was here, I wasn't feeling so hot, but then I went to the doctor, he gave me 480 milligrams of steroids, and now I'm feeling alright. I took them all at once. Just now, right before I started filming. Okay, so it should be pretty obvious by now that we are here to do a special pinboard segment about another specific character. But as a fun piece of trivia, there's actually an extra segment that I originally wanted to do for this part of the video that I ended up not doing. The big recurring theme of these two videos is presenting the story of this show and then the ending of this show from the perspective of several different people. So right about here, I originally wanted to interview Cameron Ocasio. My underpinning logic was that Cameron Ocasio very potentially might be one of the last people on the earth I could speak to who would have rose-tinted glasses about this show. And I thought that would be a very interesting perspective to present right before we went in the opposite direction. And furthermore, I thought just the shock of suddenly seeing Cameron as an adult with no transition would make for a very interesting part of the story. So I went ahead and I tried to contact Cameron in every single way that I could think of, but no dice. I will say that he used to stream a lot. I guess at some point he was trying to be like a streamer influencer type, and I found a YouTube channel that's just archives of his streams, and I just thought it was funny how many like weird hot takes he has about the show based entirely on his vague memories of what his character was supposed to be.
Do you and Dice have a lot in common? What is Dice? So Dice is just, I don't know, I mean, Dice is like a low-key drug dealer, dude, honestly. But without the drugs, it was just like weird items. Probably not, I don't think so. How'd I get on Sam and Cat? Well, I think I said this story before. I auditioned for the Gibby show. Gibby was gonna have a spin-off show, which did not work out, but I auditioned for that. And I didn't get the part, but they liked me enough and they gave me the roll of Dice. Yo, I'm pretty sure I'm on Akinator. You guys want to see if I'm on Akinator? Alright, we're gonna do characters. Let's go, Dice. Where's he at? Where's my boy Dice at? I mean, guys, is Dice's hair technically a power? I mean, come on. Dice, can you sell me 2 grams of weed? I could sell you some Toastums. Pop that shit in the oven. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, wait. Oh, guys, what's the lore? Holy shit, I forget. Dice lives with this aunt, right? Can someone help me? Did you get to keep anything from Sam and Cat set? I get to keep my Dice necklace. That's about it. Is Dice in high school? Or is he in middle school? Fuck, I don't know. Dice, you got hoes? Nah, dude, I wish. Dice have hoes, dude. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. No. No. What? Wait, how does it go from is your character on Nickelodeon and then the next 2 question is your character on drugs? How does it go from Nickelodeon to drugs? How does it go to that question? I'm pretty sure he sells drugs, but no, I don't think he's on drugs. Oh, what? He got it, dude. Cam, you show us the dice chain? Do you want to see the dice chain? I can show it. If I have friends, it'll be fun. Yeah, I don't have friends. That's the problem. Dress up as Dice with the hat and stuff. Yeah, it'd be funny. I don't know. The reason why I don't want to do that too much is because, like, I feel like I'm just stuck living in the past. Like, that shit is so old. That part of me is so, like, long ago. I don't want to, like, cling on to it. You know what I mean? And use that as, like, a crutch. You know what I mean? I want people to click on my streams because my content is pretty fucking good. You know? I feel like it's kind of a crutch, just using that I'm Dice. Sure, it'll get views probably, but I'd rather my content get views than that. Probably feels better. Bro, he be disrespecting kids? Hell yeah, dude. These kids probably watch my show and they don't know they're getting dunked on by Dice. Absolutely dunked on.
But anyways, we're not here to talk about that because instead we are here to do a special surprise intermission about our friend Goomer. And by special surprise intermission, I mean you should have seen this coming. So, as you might remember, before I started this mini-series, I had absolutely no experience with Sam Cat. I purposefully tried not to expose myself to it because I wanted my reactions to be genuine and not staged. So one of the first experiences I had with Sam Cat during this mini-series was when I was working on the iCarly videos, and I ended up looking at the Sam Cat Twitter, and I saw this picture. This picture of Goomer smiling while he holds a hot dog with peanut butter on it. And I was instantly filled with dread. I thought, my God, you know, I was watching iCarly, things already weren't good, and I was like, things are gonna get so much worse because this character must be a low point for the franchise. And I was totally wrong. And so yeah, I'm a Goomer defender. I mean, Sam Cat is a shit show. Don't watch it. Don't think about it. Don't get your friends to watch it. Do anything else with your life, but continue to pay attention to the existence of this show. But Goomer is great. I really like Goomer. So, as the final segment, before things go to shit, I think it is extremely fitting that I stand here filled with excitement as I prepare to tell you all about Goomer and my various Goomer fan theories. But before we get started, there's a lot of information that we're missing out on. And I think a lot of you have already figured out where this is going, but if you're out of the loop, if this is somehow the first video you've seen in this miniseries, if you've watched the rest of the miniseries and you forgot it all, do me a favor and try to be shocked by this next segment. We are now going to review an episode of the Nickelodeon sitcom Henry Danger, which we actually have already looked at. But this time we're going to try and go a little bit faster, and we're going to be focusing on some different details. So without further ado, this is Henry Danger, Season 3, Episode 17, Live and Dangerous, Part 1. So at the start of the episode, Henry, Charlotte, and Jasper get a V-mail from Frankini, who we learn is an internet influencer that they all love and respect. Frankini has sent the video to invite Captain Man and Kid Danger to a party. And while Ray doesn't understand who the internet star is, he agrees to go. That Saturday, Captain Man and Kid Danger arrive at Frankini's home, but when they make it inside, they find no party. Frankini explains that the party is next week, and before he can explain further...
Frankini! Frankini!
Pardon me a moment. What is it?
I got the underwear. Want me to give it to him?
Frankini says those aren't the male models that they ordered, piquing the interest and the ego of Henry and Ray.
Gentlemen, this is my obtuse assistant, Goomer.
Hello. I used to hang out with Frankini's sister, but that's a long story.
This reference to Frankini's sister seems to imply that Frankini is the brother of Cat Valentine, a reference to Frankie Grande being the real-world half-sibling of Ariana Grande. Also note that while the events of Sam and Cat are called upon here, it is with great hesitation. Goomer speaks of those days as if they are something he would rather not get into, and Franchini bobs his head accordingly. So what happened in-universe to cause this kind of reaction? Did Sam and Cat's Super Rockin' Fun Time babysitting service break down in-universe as well? Or hell, did Goomer find out about Sam and Cat kidnapping Del DeVille? Funnily enough, because Goomer doesn't appear in the epilogue of the next to last episode, and doesn't feature in the finale at all, we actually can't prove that he was present for the final 6 months of the Sam and Cat timeline. Maybe by the finale, he had already moved to Swellview with Cat's brother. We'll try to discuss stuff like this later, as the entire point of this segment is to kind of fill in the cracks. Franchini asks Goomer what would make him think that Captain Man and Kid Danger were male models, and Goomer seems stumped until Franchini forces him to look at the writing on his hand. Goomer then recites that they're both so handsome and physically fit. The superhero duo are so self-obsessed that they can't see what's happening, and soon agree to model for the boys. Franchini tells Goomer to pinch him, and Goomer does, and Franchini complains that he pinches too hard, adding,
"That's how you killed the caterpillar!"
You said we'd never mention Legsley again!
Implying an entire world of Goomer-themed expanded media. Goomer leads the pair away to try on the stylish underwear in another room.
Dark room for me to take my pants off.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Yes. Follow Goomer and put on the Franchini bottoms so the real party can start.
After the commercial break and a tangent about Henry's sister watching pimple videos, we see Goomer putting stage makeup on Franchini. Goomer says that he doesn't feel right about their plan.
I don't know if we should be doing all this to Captain Man and Kid Danger.
Franchini reminds Goomer that the world record for the most viewers on a live stream at one time is 9.8 million viewers, and the only way he can match that is by using the two heroes.
But they seem so nice.
I don't care if they're nice.
So Captain Man and Kid Danger come out in the underwear and ask why they have batteries in them. Franchini pulls out a Domatron and the boys pretend to know what that is. Suddenly, Franchini pushes a button and the pair stiffen up, finding they can no longer move. Franchini reveals that he now controls their bodies through the underwear. He then takes control of their mouths, showing that he now has full control of their autonomy. Yes, it turns out that Franchini, like any person with a Harry Potter tattoo, is secretly a raging sociopath, bent on taking total control. And now he plans to start a live stream with the pair, promising his audience a special treat if they get to 10 million consecutive viewers. Goomer asks what the special treat is, and Franchini yells in his ear that he already knows. But now, the superhero team can be told. If his live stream reaches 10 million viewers, he will force the superheroes to take off their masks, revealing their disguises live on the internet.
For dinner, can we have pork and beans?
Yes and yes!
Aren't goals like this so tacky? Remember to hit subscribe for that fucking Zoe 106 video. So in part 2 of the serial, Franchini puts his plan into motion, and all is going perfectly. Until Goomer notices that their viewers are dropping fast.
I think the problem's a pimple.
I have a pimple? Oh my god, where? Oh my god, pop it! Oh my god, pop it! Pop it! Pop it!
No, look it!
So of course, Henry's friends and family have started a pimple popping live stream to compete with Franchini, and so Franchini decides he needs to step things up.
Get the worms!
Oh, come on, you're not serious.
Get the worms!
Oh, God.
Franchini forces Kid Danger and Captain Man to eat ground-up worms live on the internet. This works as he manages to reach 10 million viewers. Realizing he's won, he begins a speech thanking his supporters.
I mean, you stream me. You really stream me. Thank you.
With no other options, Schwaz decides to shut off the power to all of Swellview, turning off the machine that Franchini has used to control the boys. This shuts down the live stream and frees the heroes.
What did you do? I didn't do nothing. No punish.
Oh, you Goomer.
So the pair blow a bubble and get back into their pants. The two want revenge, so they tie Franchini up and pop a gigantic pimple into his face. Okay, so I'll admit that in this watch through, I managed to figure out that it's supposed to be a fake pimple, but shockingly, that does not make the pimple bukkake easier to watch. But you can at least take solace in knowing that Goomer is not in this scene, as I fear he never would have recovered emotionally from this one. So obviously the big important twist of this episode is that Goomer, the character introduced in Sam & Cat, is now a lackey for a recurring villain in the Dangerverse. So for the next few seasons, whenever Franchini would show up, Goomer would come with him, and they both returned for the first time in Season 4, Episode 13, Captain Mankini. At the start of the episode, Jasper enters the man cave to see two strangers at the control desk. He goes on the defensive, but soon learns that this is actually Schwaz and Charlotte, both in disguise. We learn that Ray and Henry are on their way to the man cave with Franchini and...
what's that big dumb guy's name?
So yeah, two villains are coming to their secret lair and they all need disguises. They rush up to Junk and stuff to find something for Jasper to wear. After this, Captain Man slides down into the cave, followed by two sacks of people, who are soon revealed.
Captain Man? Kid Danger?
And I'm Goomer.
You'll note that Franchini is wearing prison booty shorts, which I like to think is a throwback to the Victorious Hospital episode, where his sister also wore booty shorts with an outfit where that made no sense. I guess what Franchini is wearing aren't really booty shorts, they're just kind of shorts, but just let me have this one, man. Jesus. Captain Man and Kid Danger reveal that they've busted the two out of jail because they need their help. Franchini asks if Captain Man needs help losing weight, and Ray snaps, causing Franchini to jump into Goomer's arms. Kid Danger calms Captain Man down and tells the two that they want their help capturing a criminal. It turns out that there's another influencer baddie in town. Go Bro.
Who's Go Bro? Does he have a yo-yo?
No.
Does he eat froyo?
No.
Is his dog named Toto?
What is the matter with you?
Doctor says I don't have to tell you that.
Go Bro is an in-universe, one-man dude perfect, always pushing the limits to be more extreme. But this time, it's gone too far, Captain Man explains, as he accidentally projects a photo of Henry's mom onto the screen. This is a part of the long-running joke in the series that Ray really wants to fuck Henry's mom, and that might actually be the only reason that he hangs out with him. So they show Go Bro's video, where we find out that he's kidnapped a grandma with dementia that he met at a bus stop. And the next day, he plans to stream himself, sending her, quote, on a downhill ride going 95 miles per hour. But you can't criticize him because he also donates to charity. Franchini asks how Captain Danger intends to stop him, and Captain Man reveals that his plan is that he and Franchini will temporarily swap bodies. Franchini excitedly dances through this theoretical and then turns Captain Man down. Franchini is so vain that he has no interest being inside. There's no way to say this in a way that doesn't sound weird. Franchini is so vain that he has no interest being inside the body of another man. So Captain Man zaps him and forces him to go through the procedure anyways. And Goomer doesn't like this one bit.
Franchini's my boss and he said no to your body swapper idea. So I'm not just gonna stand here and let y'all do it.
Kid Danger approaches Goomer and asks if he likes baked potatoes. Goomer says sure, and the kid reveals that they've set up a baked potato bar just for him, and suddenly this is all he's interested in.
Look at all the fix-its!
After the title sequence, we see that Goomer has finished making 2 baked potatoes, and he says one is for himself and one is for Kid Dandruff. Kid Danger corrects his name, but is too hypnotized by the quality of the baked potato to turn it down. As Franchini and Captain Man are put in the tubes, Schwaj reverses the molecular polarity and officially swaps their bodies.
Wow! These bacon bits are delicious!
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the effects in this episode. Franchini and Ray's actors actually recorded all of the dialogue, and then they acted out the other person's recordings. Or actually, I think maybe they did it backwards. I think maybe they dubbed their own. Well, they did something, and it's a good effect, and I bet it was like a really hard thing to direct.
You better treat my face with some respect.
Oh, and what if I don't?
Upstairs at Junk and Stuff, Piper runs in and says that she accidentally booked 2 dates to the prom, and that she put too much detergent in her washer at home, and that she needs to get in contact with the ghost of Davy Jones. But Charlotte and Jasper say that they really don't have time for that this weekend, and maybe they can try and do that stuff some other week. So Ray plans to call GoPro to instigate the plan, and Goomer notes that he could simply make noise during the call and ruin everything. So Captain Man zaps Goomer with the knockout ray.
I'm too big for just one!
In the call, Fake Keeney tells GoPro that he has a plan to make his grandma murder charity video even more popular, but says he can't tell him the details over a call, and they need to meet in person. GoPro refuses to tell him where he is, but offers to send one of his bros to come and get Franchini from the parking lot of Nacho Ballin in 30 minutes. Schwaj and Kid Danger insist on following Fake Keeney in case he gets into danger, since he's not indestructible in Franchini's body. They also plan to bring Goomer and Real Keeney, and everyone leaves just as Jasper and Charlotte return, meaning they've got dressed up for no reason. In the chopper, Real Keeney screams that he's scared of heights. Goomer tells Captain Man to be quiet, and is not convinced when he's told that Captain Man is actually Franchini. They keep following Fake Keeney, who is taken to the abandoned Swellview ski lodge atop Mount Swellview. In the lodge, we see GoPro locking the grandma into an old minecart, strapping a GoPro to her head. Fake Keeney arrives, and GoPro wants to hear the brilliant idea. But Captain Man didn't think that far ahead. But it's okay, because GoPro has his own idea. He's going to lock Franchini into the cart with the grandma, and send him down the mountain as well.
But I thought we were friends.
Bruh, you should know. Views are more important than friendship.
Captain Man tries to fight, but has no powers. The copter boys learn what's happening, and the weather is too bad to land. There's only one chance to save Captain Man and put things right, sending in Franchini, who is currently indestructible. Franchini refuses to jump from a helicopter just to save some grandma, but finally agrees when he's reminded that his own body is also in danger. He and Henry jump down, with Franchini breaking Henry's fall. GoPro's bros go ham on the pair, and Franchini fails to figure out how to fight, even with superpowers. But Henry pulls the weight, and they all win.
Yay! We did it! We did it! We did it! Ow!
As the dust settles, Goomer falls from the sky and lands next to the lodge.
I fell out of the helicopter!
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Woo!
So this is easily the best episode of Henry Danger I've ever seen. So far, everything I've seen from this show has been awful and terrible and just without any charm, but this episode kind of makes me understand why a kid would sit down and watch a show like this. Like, if there are any other episodes even half as good as this one, I totally get why this franchise has lasted 9 years. Now, interestingly, this was not the only Goomer story that aired on this day. If you watch this premiere live, the very next episode was a 2-part premiere of The Adventures of Kid Danger. Now, I found out while I was working on this that the actor who plays Captain Man once said that this show isn't canon to the live-action series, citing the mild continuity problem of all the characters looking just slightly too young. That's nice, but he's wrong, so I'm gonna review this like it's canon because it should be. The Adventures of Kid Danger Season 1 Episode 7B is titled The Magical Beefery Tour, and we start out with Captain Man and Kid Danger visiting the fast food restaurant Beefos. Unbeknownst to them, but beknownst to us, one of the employees is actually Goomer in disguise, and he puts in a call on his radio. As the duo's food finishes being made, Goomer knocks out the real employees with a Vulcan neck pinch.
It worked! Just like when Mr. Star Trek does it!
Goomer carefully sneaks a golden pickle into one of the burgers and runs off after handing the food over. Kid Danger chips his tooth on the pickle and goes to complain, before Captain Man wrestles him to the ground, explaining that finding a golden pickle means that they've been invited to meet the Willy Wonka-like owner of Beefo's Burgers. Kid Danger reads from the pickle and discovers that it is only valid today. Chouage appears and tells him to run straight to the beefery and to not stop running until he gets there. Which is the same joke they did in Victorious when that show did a Willy Wonka parody. So they run off to the factory. Goomer exits the John and says over the radio that the pickle is on the move. The pair get to the factory where the gates open and they meet the man in the flesh.
Howdy, I'm Angus T. Beefo, and I welcome you to my beefery.
Captain Man sniffs Angus's hands, making him uncomfortable, before Goomer arrives dressed like an Oompa Loompa, driving a golf cart to lead the tour in. They enter the factory, which is like the one in the book, but all the candy is replaced by meat and fast food products, with a sturdy river of raw ground beef.
We're in the beefery!
Captain Man rushes out of the cart to smell the raw beef, and Angus purposefully accidentally backs the golf cart up to knock him into the river.
Mr. Beefo, quick! We gotta help Captain Man!
Nah, I think we'll just whip off these disguises! Now!
Frankini begins his bad guy speech before noticing that Goomer took off his pants, not his disguise.
Look, it's me, Goomer, without my pants.
I will literally give you $20 to put your pants back on.
Kid Danger asks what Frankini's plan is, and Frankini reveals the truth. He once again is seeking to top his streaming record, and to accomplish this, he needs to do something truly outrageous.
By letting the whole world watch me eat a hamburger made out of danger meat. Kid Danger meat.
Yeah, Frankini's a cannibal. I mentioned this, right? Kid Danger starts to fight back, but his leg is grabbed by a claw and he's left dangling from the ceiling.
Alright, what is this? Seriously? This is a curveball I did not expect. Put me down!
Captain Man starts to sink further and further into the raw meat, and Kid Danger can't help him, until he realizes the obvious solution. He'll use Moogle Translate. This allows him to speak cow, and he orders one of the bovine individuals to save Captain Man.
Sorry for the delay, Kid Danger. I hope you didn't mind hanging around.
You're a regular Amy Schumer.
Just start the live stream.
Yes, my lord.
Frankini starts the stream and prepares to lower Kid Danger into the super scary meat grinder. Eventually, Frankini's viewership reaches 4 million consecutive viewers.
Oh, it warms my heart to know that you people are so sick.
As he escapes from the meat river, Captain Man orders the cow to kick him towards Kid Danger. And as she does, Captain Man falls directly into the meat grinder.
Captain Man!
Oh my Goomer! What's happening to my meat grinder?
Oh, see? Captain Man is indescribable.
Indestructible!
So the meat grinder has exploded, meaning Captain Man and Kid Danger are safe. As for the others, we gotta put like a content warning here. This in the next bit is a little bit graphic, and frankly in a kind of almost not cartoony way. It's just kind of a weird moment that they did in the episode, and if you want to look away, that's fine, but we're just gonna keep going through it.
Where'd the meat grinder go?
Part of it's in my shoulder.
And look, here's another part of it in my gut.
Well, it serves you two right for Kid Danger. Where's Kid?
The superhero team wonder what happened to the real Angus T. Beefo, and a creepy old woman comes out to tell them that he died over 100 years ago. They ask if he's dead, then who runs the factory? And she responds, "What factory?" As she laughs, everything in the room fades away.
Where'd the factory go?
It was all an illusion.
I changed my mind. Maybe this show does suck. So next up, it's time for us to review a very important episode. The final appearance made by Goomer in the Henry Danger TV series. So let's go ahead and talk about Season 5, Episode 21 and 22. Henry Danger the Musical, which premiered on July the 27th, 2019 to 1.2 million viewers. We start our double episode in a seedy corner of Swellview, where we see Frankini glooming over an expensive machine he has bought, which isn't working. The machine is supposed to force everyone in Swellview to sing and dance all day, and the repairman wants to know why he would want that. Frankini says it's summer, and summer is the best time to have a mind control musical because it's all about fun. The repairman says that something is blocking up the machine, and he has one way to fix it. He slams his ass into it, causing Goomer to fall out of the back. We learn that Goomer thought they were playing hide and seek, and notes with an excited tone that it took Frankini 6 full days to find him. The repairman asks to be paid, and so Frankini tasers him with 50,000 volts of electricity. So that guy's dead. I know I say that shit a lot, but he just took 5 times the lethal dose of electricity. RIP, man. Also, if you're wondering why I haven't been actively counting crimes during this intermission, I'll remind you that Sam Cat uniquely existed in a specific phase of the NSU where it was technically an iCarly continuation. Without Sam Puckett being in the show, the crimes don't really matter. With the machine now functioning correctly, Frankini pulls the lever, and as everyone in town wakes up, they sing a song about how someone has put a musical curse over Swellview.
Henry, you gotta get over here.
Why are you singing? Why am I singing?
There are some parts of this episode where the songs end up feeling extremely forced, and they can be a bit of a slog to sit through. But this being a big problem is actually pretty rare. For the most part, the songs are good, the songs are funny, and this episode generally oozes charm, and isn't really something I'm capable of being angry about. Which is a shame because I had this great joke written about going back in time to 2001 and killing Joss Whedon. Frankini takes over every broadcast in town, announcing that the musical spell over Swellview traces back to him. As Henry enters the man cave, Jasper sings a song explaining everything that's going on, despite Henry singing back that he already knows. As they finish that song, they go back to talking normal, and Henry thinks the spell is over. He then begins singing a song about how grateful he is that the spell is gone, before realizing that he's singing. The other members of the Danger team explain that sometimes musicals have asides and dialogue, but usually they don't last long before the next tune. Suddenly, the focus shifts to Ray, who begins to sing about a time when he was a young boy and he auditioned for a musical about cats, which might have been the musical Cats, but he refuses to clarify. He continues to be interrupted by dialogue asides, and Charlotte guesses that the story ends with Ray losing the part to someone else, so he begrudgingly skips to the end of the story.
Ever since that day, I've had a hatred for musicals. So whoever caused this curse?
You know it was Frankini.
Yeah, you said on the news.
Henry learns that Frankini is at Swellview Park as they speak, and they head off to get back at him for what he's done. Jasper says the Swellview Summer Market is happening at the park right now, and begins singing a song about the experiences he had there when he was younger. But everyone shuts this down because they say they don't have time. At the summer market, the park is filled with the noise of food vendors singing about their stock, as Franchini sings to Goomer about how everyone loves him. Goomer begins to quietly sing back about how he's hungry, so Franchini gives him money and tells him to go get some beans. Piper finds Franchini and sings him a song about how they're all sick of singing and think he's the worst.
We're sick of all the singing and think you're the worst.
That's not what he wanted to hear.
Franchini asks for examples of what is wrong, and Piper thinks of one right away.
These bro guys, these jocks, they're stuck here in your trance. They wanna throw the football but are forced to dance.
Instead of playing football, they are forced to dance.
Franchini says it's not his fault that some people are boring and don't understand the concept of whimsy, just as Captain Man arrives with Kid Danger. The two try to fight Franchini, but find any attempt of physical force is exerted as dance moves. Franchini has snared the pair in a total state of temporal grace. Franchini says it's time for an intermission, and he leaps into Goomer's arms and vanishes with a flash. The next day, as the curse grows stronger, Charlotte and Schwaj work on finding a solution. Henry says they're not working fast enough, but Henry sings a song about how great the two of them are, and how complimenting them will make them work faster. This is probably the second or third best song on the whole thing. I think number one is definitely Ray's song about the musical about cats. Number two is probably like Jasper's song about what's going on. Then I'd put this song here, but you also got to keep in mind that opening song is pretty good. It honestly probably does deserve to be higher than the fourth spot, so I don't know. I think just the fact that I'm debating with myself about which of these songs are better says that I really actually kind of like this episode. Charlotte and Schwaj find out that the musical signal is being sent from an abandoned karaoke place on Alpine Street. Jasper reveals he has a long history with this place and begins to sing a song about it, but is shut down as they don't have time. Schwaj plans to hack into the club, but finds his own system has been hacked into by Franchini. They get a V-mail from Franchini, and after Henry and Ray bubble morph into their outfits, they see the message is a recording of Goomer reading a note introducing Franchini, who begins a proposition. Franchini says that as their battle the previous day didn't work out, they'll now battle on his terms. The group will come to the abandoned karaoke place that night and will have a battle of the vocal cords. Franchini plans to stream the event so everyone in Swellview can watch the game play out live. The pair are also told to bring a +1.
Could bring anyone you know, outsing me. Shut up, Goomer, outsing me.
Later, the Danger Team minus Ray sing a song about who should be their +1 to the singing competition. They then realize that Ray has been taking his steam shower for 90 minutes, and they soon get a video call from him where he admits the truth. He's not singing in this video because he has left the Swellview area. The shame of the previous day, mixed with his fear of musicals, has caused him to leave the town for good. The team will have to solve this situation without him. Later, Franchini hears the rumor of Captain Man fleeing and says that if the captain doesn't return by tonight, he'll change the curse to thrash metal, which he briefly does to show that he means business. Jasper studies Ray's message and figures out that he's at a diner about 2 hours outside of town. He says he's been there and begins singing about their fantastic burgers, before he's shut down because there isn't time. Meanwhile, Henry's family sing a song about finishing lunch before settling at the table, too exhausted to eat. Mr. Hart starts singing about an online class he took at Juilliard, and his wife and daughter respond by singing an upbeat tune about all the things they want him to buy for them. At the diner, Ray gets his lunch and monologues about his life to his waitress, until smoke begins bellowing out of his burger. We find out the waitress is Henry in disguise, and Ray is soon knocked out. Back at the man cave, Schwaj and Jasper have finished their list of people who can come and help Captain Man in his singing competition.
Lady Gaga and Madonna, Harry Styles, Ariana Grande, Beyonce, Adele.
Charlotte says these aren't realistic options, but the boys think the celebrities are sure to rush to help. But when Henry calls in, they say that they were told no by all of the options.
Are
Ariana actually said she's Team Franchini.
The guys are on their own, but Henry says they still need a third person if they're going to stand a chance against Franchini's range. Jasper suggests Piper, and everyone agrees it's the right choice, as Ray attempts to force Henry to turn the self-driving truck around. Ray finally admits what this has all been about, his childhood memory of not getting the big part in the musical about cats.
Okay, was the musical Cats?
It doesn't matter, Henry!
As they approach the Swellview border, the music starts to take back over. Henry says that in spite of everything that happened in his youth, Ray grew up to be a hero. His hero. Henry starts to sing an upbeat song about how great of a hero Captain Man is, but Ray shuts this down, saying he wants to sit in silence and ignore the background music, which they try to do for several moments until they both start singing about all of the cool fights they've had as a superhero duo.
I mean, it really was insane though, bro. We had a fight atop a literal train.
Now fully in the mood for a singing battle, Captain Man and Kid Danger go to pick up Piper. Now in front of every screen in Swellview, the fight song begins. Each round features a different person going up against Franchini, and in each situation, Franchini is the clear victor. To the point that, after countless rounds, the Danger team are left physically drained, while Franchini is still ready to keep going. Piper says that she got roped into this when she wasn't even a hero, and this musical has to end. This gives Kid Danger an idea. Every musical ends with a really dumb number about a lesson that was learned in the story, where everyone joins into the song. Kid Danger thus deduces that the only way to end the curse is for Captain Man to sing a closing number about facing his fear of musicals. The kid tells the captain to get on stage and start singing a song that sounds like it's about something, but is actually about absolutely nothing. He does so, and Franchini immediately identifies that it's a show-stopping number. But Piper fears it's too cheesy and meaningless and refuses to sing along, until someone else chimes in.
I'll sing with you.
Yes, it turns out that Goomer, told to be silent constantly throughout the musical, is actually the greatest singer in Swellview, an even better one than Franchini. Goomer begins singing the song on stage until Captain Man recognizes his voice. In a great moment of hesitation, Captain Man asks Goomer if he was once in a musical about cats.
Was it Cats?
Doesn't matter, kid.
I was years ago. How's come?
You were beautiful. Meow meow.
Meow meow.
What the?
Can I sing with you?
Will you sing too?
Goomer, no!
Of course! Anything for that voice!
So Goomer and Captain Man join forces, in spite of their past, inspiring everyone at home to join into the song. As they do, the ultimate shared power of the closing number melts Franchini's machine, freeing the general population of the musical curse over Swellview. Bill and Ted 3 stole the ending to this episode. The curse now gone, Franchini cries that his machine is melting, and Goomer thinks that he's dying. However, Franchini explains that he's only exaggerating for sympathy.
Wow, you really are a star.
Thank you, Goomer.
The episode ends with a curtain call as several of the characters run onto the stage and bow to the audience. Except they don't do that thing that theater teachers make you do where they motion to people who weren't on stage but still helped with the production, which you have to do in spite of the fact that pretty much no one in the audience knows what those motions mean. So 0 out of 10. This episode is very ironic to our journey here. Think about it like this. When we started Sam Cat, I think it was generally accepted that the best possible thing this series could do was provide a spiritual finale for a series that didn't get one, namely Victorious. If Sam Cat could somehow provide closure for characters who otherwise had no such pathos, then it would have been vindicated as a TV series. And now we have this episode of Henry Danger, which very much feels like a spiritual finale For Sam and Cat, an episode where the emotional crux of the story is about Goomer finding some sense of general closure that he hadn't experienced on his former show, which itself did not have a finale. And indeed, this was the final episode of Henry Danger to feature Goomer, and for some period of time, fans speculated that his character had been redeemed, and was thus a good guy now. However, this would eventually be disputed. I've spoken often of Danger Force and how it's a spin-off of Henry Danger, but I can't recall if I've ever given a full rundown of its actual connection to the original series. Here's the basic gist. In 2020, Jace Norman decided that he did not want to continue playing Henry Hart, which is understandable as he was in his 20s by this point and was still playing a character named Kid Danger. But Nickelodeon very much did not want to end the franchise, and indeed had fought to keep it on the air in spite of a recent controversy. The same controversy which had led to Game Shakers being cancelled with little to no ceremony. So the goal here wasn't just to make a satisfying finale to Henry Danger, but to basically find a way to continue the show under a different name. The end of the series dealt with the return of Drex, a bad guy who has all of the same powers as Captain Man and was once sent to the distant past. Now back in the present, Drex plans to wipe the memories of everyone in Swellview and then replace Captain Man with himself. To stop Drex, the Danger team decide to finally use the Omega Weapon, something mentioned often throughout the latter seasons as a theoretical device that could remove Captain Man's metahuman qualities. As Captain Man fights Drex, he orders them to use it, causing both of them to lose their powers. And anyways, there's a bunch of random kids in that room as well. Did I mention that yet? These kids were all introduced sporadically over a couple different episodes of the final season of Henry Danger, and well, it turns out that being in the same room as the Omega Weapon when it's used on another metahuman causes you to have your own DNA altered by the splashback. So each of these kids has superpowers now. Later, when Kid Danger sacrifices himself to save Captain Man's life, he discovers this also affected him, as he is also invulnerable now. Swellview is led to believe that Kid Danger died protecting the city, but instead Henry moves to another town and begins a new life as a Nightwing type. Ray gets his powers back sometime off screen, and all those random kids who were exposed to the radiation of the Omega Weapon take Henry's place on the superhero team. This is where Danger Force picks up, with Captain Man and Schwaz still being two of the main characters, but the rest of the kids being replaced. In a big way, it's fair to look at Danger Force as Henry Danger in everything but name. If the original show hadn't been named after Henry, they would have just called this Season 6 through 8. Instead, it's new show in name only, Seasons 1 through 3. People will often message me to tell me about how bad Danger Force is, and at least once a year, someone will tell me with confidence that it won't get renewed for another season, and then it does. Online commentators once again gauge the ratings of the show in reference to previous Nickelodeon eras, without realizing that the comparison is not ultimately justified, and Danger Force clearly pulls in enough ratings and income to just barely justify it having a complete run. I personally think that this show will, at the very least, get a 4th season, as 2024 is the 10-year anniversary of the franchise. It would be an incredible dunder moment to not do some kind of special celebration of Captain Man being on TV for a literal decade. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Season 1, Episode 1 of the series is titled The Danger Force Awakens, and aired on March the 28th, 2020. The basic plot of this episode is that all of these kids are terrible because they have no experience using or controlling their powers. So Ray decides to tell them that there's no need for them to fight crime because there's a crime drought. He claims he and Henry put all the bad guys in jail, so there's no crime left to fight. Secretly, he's actually fighting crime constantly while keeping this lie up, all to stop the kids from blundering his missions. At the end of the episode, a kid is trying to do a prison break at Swellview Prison. The Danger Force teleport there, only for the kids to accidentally use their powers to widen the reach of the prison break, as they also restrain themselves. We then see a large collection of Henry Danger lore villains escaping from the prison, including
Wait for me!
As the fleeing criminals get more and more obscure, the kids say that they've ended the crime drought. Captain Man says that, at this rate, it'll take at least 100 exciting adventures to get everybody back in prison. The kids point out that Franchini seems to have escaped more than once, and he explains,
I smuggled 75 outfits into this prison, and you're gonna see every last one of them!
Despite what we see in this opening episode, in Franchini's following 5 appearances in the Dangerverse, Goomer would not be seen or mentioned. This detail would be ultimately explained in the show's 5th episode, Mime Games, which premiered on April the 25th, 2020 to 740,000 viewers. We start off our episode with a shot of the Swellview Academy for the Gifted, a real building that actually exists. I didn't mention this before, but in the Henry Danger finale, the man cave and Junkenstuff are both destroyed. So this is the replacement for Junkenstuff. In the show, it is typically initialized as Swag. I'm just going to call it the Academy. Above the Academy is a gigantic superhero lair atop the mountain, known as the Man's Nest. The Man's Nest is known to exist in-universe by the general public, but its connection to the Academy is a well-kept secret. So all of the kids at the Academy are packing because the French Captain Man is on strike, and they have to go and fight crime overseas in his place. Schwaj attempts to join along, disguised as Bose. He explains that France is the city of love, and he wants to find true love. The real Bose appears and pitches a new weapon, a pinwheel with his face on it. This is just one of the numerous bad weapons that Bose has invented and packed. Someone name drops a teddy bear he has invented named Bew Bew Pew Pew, and he rushes up to the Man's Nest to get it. Ray is then informed that their Goober ride is outside, and as they rush off, Schwaj arms the Academy's defense system, shooting a laser through Bew Bew Pew Pew. 4 hours later, Bose asks the security system to turn the lasers off, as he needs to pee. The computer states that to do this, it will need the magic word. Bose says he wishes Schwaj was here, because Schwaj is smart and he'd know the magic word. The computer states that Schwaj is smart is the magic word, and the security system turns off. Bose complains that's 3 words, and the system turns back on. He accepts the solution, and the security system turns back off. Realizing he's a superhero with no supervision, Bose begins playing around the Man's Nest during a montage, doing such hilarious things as eating ice cream topped with hair gel. He then decides to watch a show that's only for adults.
Welcome to C-SPAN. Tonight's topic: healthcare policy in America, single-payer amortization, mortgage interest deduction penalty, Social Security funding, a bunch of boring stuff, the Pentagon.
Bose calls into C-SPAN, and the host asks where his parents/other adult co-workers are. Bose answers that he believes Italy. Meanwhile, in France, the Danger Force are put in charge of guarding France's greatest treasures: Napoleon's pants, the first French baguette, and Daft Punk's original helmets. However, when they take stock of their weapons, it seems that they have brought Bose's bag by mistake. It's then revealed that Schwaj is the one who made it to Paris, and as Schwaj rushes off to find his true love, the rest of the group fear that Bose isn't safe. We then see that he's very safe and is dancing to a Captain Man cowboy novelty song. However, we then see 2 villains secretly watching him. One is Goomer, and the other, the Toddler. The Toddler is the oldest recurring baddie in the Dangerverse, going all the way back to the pilot episode of Henry Danger. And he's also my personal least favorite. His gimmick is that he is a grown man who enjoys role-playing like a baby, and thus he ends up feeling like a walking, talking fetish most of the time. He's a little toned down by this point in the franchise, but I still just don't like seeing him.
Check Captain Man's Envygram feed. He's definitely in Paris.
Want to give up and go down to the pickle barn?
No!
But why is Goomer spending time with another bad guy? Well, we soon find out.
Hey, Franchini, look at me. I'm with another guy, and we're about to do a hot crime.
What the heck are you doing?
Making Franchini jealous so he'll take me back.
No, give me that phone. Give me the
So this episode really hammers home the explicit subtext of Franchini and Goomer that was always hinted at a little bit, but here is really, really implied. That being the ultimate controversial question. Are these two partners in crime, or are they partners in crime? Now, as you might expect, this episode isn't 100% clear if this is a joke subtext or the actual text of the story, but it's clearly written in such a way that if you had even the slightest chance of ever believing a theory like this, you will walk away from this episode with all the evidence you need. Bose finally notices the bad guys and uses his gum to morph into his disguise, although the cowboy hat remains. He then discovers that all of his stupid novelty weapons have been replaced with the real weapons, and he puts them back because he is the stupid one. Meanwhile, in France, the group can't call home because the French cell phone services are also on strike in solidarity with Monsieur Man. One of the kids can teleport and attempts to use this to go back home, but instead he teleports himself into the women's bathroom. The group then catch a mime attempting to steal the baguette, and stop him with the pinwheel. Back in Swellview, the toddler and Goomer are back up to their tricks.
Come on, Goomer, smash it already.
You gotta film me. I want to make a goomerang and send it to Franchini.
Bose attempts to use his telekinesis to throw a boulder at Goomer, but accidentally opens the doors instead, causing Goomer to fall into the room. As Goomer flails on the ground, Bose escapes into the lower levels of the academy in his gaming chair.
I got that on video.
Erase!
Oh, want me to send it to Franchini?
No!
In France, the group try to interrogate the mime, but he won't talk. Captain Man says they should just let him have the bread because he's just too damn entertaining. Eventually, they decide to give into his act under the hope that he will accidentally reveal more info through his mime acting. Captain Man also says that mimes live in hives, make invisible honey, and have a queen, something that the rest of the kids question. Meanwhile,
Franchini never lets me jump on the bed.
Hey, shut up, will you? I'm trying to call the news.
Franchini always said I'd break the bed, but he's wrong.
At the academy, Bose watches the men take control of the nest. Bew Bew Pew Pew begins speaking, explaining that Bose is hallucinating due to his heightened sense of survival, and all that hair gel he ate. Bew Bew Pew Pew suggests he turn the security system back on to stop the bad guys. Bose realizes he can use his telekinesis to levitate a pencil to do this.
No, buddy. Just stroll over and use your fingers.
Shut up, Boo Boo Pew Pew. I'm using my powers.
In France, Volt, the moody one, refuses to give in to the whimsy, but eventually allows herself to be caught in the mime's imaginary trap. However, the group soon realize that the trap is very real and that they've been tangled up in Bose's actually functioning weaponry, as the Mime Queen arrives with other members of her hive. But the tide turns the other way when the team briefly use their powers correctly, with Shout Out closing the door and AWOL teleporting away, loosening their restraints. AWOL briefly teleports next to Bose, who is still pressing the buttons via telepathy, and then he teleports back. The toddler and Goomer attempt to do a call with the news to announce their victory, but suffer technical difficulties. They then accidentally turn on Captain Man's country album and begin a romantic slow dance to the tunes.
Hey. One more song, and then we gotta call the news back.
Yeehaw.
Back in France, the Daft Punk helmets are shattered during the fight, and the French baguette suffers the same fate when it is used to knock out the Mime Queen. Monsieur Man announces that the strike is over as the French government have agreed to give him what he asked for, a little pink motorcycle for him to drive around in so he doesn't have to use public transportation. Back in Swellview, the toddler and Goomer finally get the news to report that they have taken control of the man's nest.
That's right. And you tell Franchini I said that. I love him. And I miss him.
How are you a bigger baby than me?
So there we go, he said it out loud. Goomer, a recurring character from Sam and Cat, is in love with Franchini, a character who technically originates in the show Victorious as a runner gag who is constantly spoken of but never seen. Canon, established, in, text. We can all go home now. At this exact moment, Bose finally gets the code in, and the lasers begin zapping the pair in the butt. The reporters note that this is what happens when villains break into the man's nest. They dance for 20 minutes and then get zapped. Back in France, the Danger Force are caught by the French official, with all of the artifacts they were trusted with being destroyed.
You came here, made a lot of dust up, and destroyed all of our stuff.
Well, you know, America.
Chouage comes back, revealing that he did manage to find true love after all. But Captain Man says they're leaving, and the two are separated. So let's go ahead and pull back out that list of things that exist in this universe as we write down Evil Bee Mimes. So that was the final Nickelodeon TV show to feature Goomer, and I'm hoping now that you've seen an episode like this, you understand the complaints I've had about Sam and Cat. This was an episode that feels like it was well thought out. All of the elements ended up working together to create a story that did not feel like a lazy first draft. Shows like this, even if they're not your thing, are well made and do represent a considerable amount of effort. Now, since that was the last TV story to feature Goomer, you might think that we're done here, but you'd be wrong. You see, in recent years, Henry Danger and Danger Force have enjoyed doing a lot of weird, fringe, spin-off things that most people never think about, and it is in one of these that Goomer has made his most recent appearance. So let's briefly talk about the internet-exclusive series, Danger Goes Digital. So this whole thing starts out with this live-action intro where Bose, Micah, and Miles are playing a mobile game on their phones. Chappa has lost her phone, so she isn't playing. A bug of some kind bites all of those who do have their phones, and they all vanish into binary. Soon, we see a 3D world that all of the characters have been sucked into. There, they are forced through several levels of the mobile game. In episode 2, Chappa also gets sucked in. Based on the horrible Zoom-level audio quality in these animations, and the general dates that these came out on, I think that this was clearly some kind of pandemic passion project, with the segments on set probably being filmed at the very, very end. As the characters go on through the game, they encounter this green fly guy who has this Code Lyoko-ass backstory, where he wants to enter the real world and become corporeal to take over the world. So the team wants to defeat this guy and use his crystals to get back to the real world. Every episode is a parody of some specific video game, including a very dated parody of Flappy Bird. At some point, real bad guys from the Dangerverse start showing up in the game itself. This leads us to episode 5, where the bad guy the team face inside of the digital world is none other than Frankini, with the entire level being narrated by Goomer.
Frankini is the best dancer. His moves are wet.
Thank you, Goomer.
So to get out, they have to beat Frankini at a DDR dance battle. And the team do ultimately end up beating him.
There, Mr. Frankini. You're still the best dancer in my world.
In the end, there's a parody of Smash Brothers where they defeat the Green Fly and they make it back to the real world, where everyone but Chappa calls off mobile games. Har har. So obviously there's a great debate to be had here, not only about the canonicity of these webisodes, but additionally what the plot is supposed to be. Like, when we see the bad guys from the TV show digitized here, have those bad guys also traveled to the digital world? Or are they merely digital imitations of the real world characters? So like, is it Digimon or Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase? At the end of the day, I don't think it matters. The only reason this is of any interest is that this is the only piece of media to depict Frankini and Goomer being back together after the events of that last episode. But if you put that detail aside, I guess the plot isn't really what matters here. What actually matters, despite the dubious quality of these shorts, is that the Frankini Goomer episode premiered on April the 30th, 2021. This means that despite Sam and Cat ending production 9 years ago, the most memorable character from the show appeared in the NSU within 46 days of the start to this miniseries. And this ultimately cements that Goomer is an especially important and iconic character, being one of the sole pieces of ongoing legacy at Nickelodeon that connects the programming currently on TV all the way back to the days of all that.
Watch where you're going.
Okay, Boomer.
It's Goomer.
I'm shook.
So today, we are going to be doing something that, to the best of my knowledge, no one has ever tried to do before. We are going to be doing a complete and total analysis of the entire Goomer canon, as told by 4 different Nickelodeon sitcoms in the Nickelodeon sitcom universe. Now, what do I mean when I say no one's ever done this before? Well, earlier in this part of the video, I very briefly praised the Henry Danger Wiki for helping me compile some information. And while I still want to thank them for that, I also have to stop and criticize them because they've done something that I think is really stupid. You see, usually this wiki has 2 pages for every significant character in the universe. 1 page detailing their character as presented in Henry Danger, and another as their character presented in Danger Force. This is extremely convenient if you're researching one of these shows but not the other. If I want to read about Captain Man as he exists in Henry Danger, then I have a full page for that. But if I want to read about Captain Man today in Danger Force, then I just switch to the other tab. It's really a brilliant system. However, the website actually gives Goomer here very special treatment in a very interesting way. Because instead of Goomer having 2 pages, Goomer has 0 pages. Because whenever Goomer needs to be linked in an article, they instead link to Goomer's article on the Sam Cat Wiki, which doesn't cover his Henry Danger appearances as canon. Interwiki linking is like always bad. It never fucking works. And every time someone comes up with the idea, they think they're the first person to do it, and they're all wide-eyed like, why is no one doing this? Why is no one interwiki linking? We gotta start interwiki linking. And then they do it, and shit just fucking sucks. You ever gone to a wiki and it says like, hey, you know, we've decided not to cover this thing, so we let this other wiki have it. And you go to the other wiki and it's deleted? Doesn't fucking exist. The wiki's gone. Yeah, so the point is that there's actually a lot of information about Goomer that could be out there, could be featured in any of these shows. And how would I know? Because there's nowhere to write the information down. The biggest example is that if you go to most pages on the Henry Danger wiki, they'll have a list of mentions alongside the list of appearances. So if I was doing this segment about Frankini and not Goomer, then I could very easily go to that list and watch every episode where Frankini is mentioned, so I can kind of understand where that character is currently at in the canon. But because Goomer doesn't have a page, if there's an episode where they mention Goomer, but he doesn't show up, I don't fucking know. I haven't seen that episode because they didn't write that information down. But even if the Henry Danger wiki did cover this character in a coherent way, it still stands true that I have never seen someone try to analyze all of the episodes featuring this character as if they are set in the same universe, as if they impact the same version of Goomer. And that is exactly what we are going to be doing today. Okay, I think I'm just about ready to go now. So many of the details about Goomer's origin story are vague and confusing, most likely because those are also words I would use to describe the scripts of Sam and Cat episodes. So there's some fuzzy details, which is a good thing because it allows us to kind of make things work. We do know that Goomer was born in January 1986, meaning he was 27 years old by the events of the Sam and Cat pilot. And I'll be honest, that's a lot older than I thought Goomer was going to be, but this is a very convenient detail later on. One thing we know for sure is that almost directly after being born, Goomer was placed into foster care in Louisiana. Now, what this implies is that Goomer is not actually his birth name, but we'll get into that mess of worms in just a minute. It is at this point that Mrs. Murr enters the picture.
Mama? Mama! Mama, over here! Oh, Mama!
That is not how I pictured her.
Yeah, I thought she'd be taller.
Mrs. Murr had always wanted to adopt a big baby, so she decided to go to Louisiana's Big and Tall Adoption Agency. It was there that she fell in love with the most beautiful child she had ever seen, one that she instantly knew she was ready to nurture and love as her own. But somebody got that one, so she got a dog. But then that dog ran away, so Mrs. Murr went back to the Louisiana Adoption Agency and adopted the big baby whom we know as Goomer. Now here's a big point of contention in the Goomer fandom. Earlier in this same episode, Goomer speaks about his father in the past tense, but with some confidence.
My daddy was French, so my first name is Guy. And my last name is Murr.
Now, the big discrepancy is that that bit of dialogue happens earlier in the episode than the ultimate reveal that Goomer was adopted. So it is never revealed or clarified if the father Goomer is speaking about there is his biological father or the partner of Mrs. Murr. I've always leaned towards this being his adopted father, with the idea being that Mr. and Mrs. Murr kind of changed the baby's name after they adopted it. But regardless, Goomer's legal name is in fact Goomer. That's Gieux Murr. I spelled Murr wrong here. Murr has 2 R's. But yeah, his name is Goomer. And the excuse given is that his father was French. Now, the interesting side note about this is that Guy is not a real French name, and not even a real French word. So when Sam and Cat was translated into French, they actually changed the joke of Goomer's name. Here his name became Goomer. Gueux means to eat, I think, and the joke that they say in the episode is that Goomer's father was a chef. So if we briefly decide that localizations are canon, then we know that Goomer's father was a French chef. Also, if we're accepting unfilmed material as theoretical canon, Goomer also has a sister. Now, I'm willing to go out on a limb and say that if they had filmed this episode, they would not have clarified if this sister was biological or adopted. Call me Walt Disney, because I'm choosing the latter. Okay, so here's the part of the story where, assuming that Goomer's father was his adoptive father and was thus present in his life, actually makes telling the story of his life easier. In Sam and Cat, Goomer's father is spoken about in the past tense, so we can presume that he's no longer with us, but I actually have a fan theory about Goomer's father that I would now like to posit. And here it is. My fan theory is that in between when they adopted Goomer and when Mr. Murr died, Mr. and Mrs. Murr had an amicable split. Mr. and Mrs. Murr decide to see other people, they go their opposite ways, they eventually move apart, and maybe, just maybe, Goomer ends up spending part of his childhood in split households and potentially split atmospheres entirely. So the theory is that while Goomer's mother stayed in Louisiana and effectively raised Goomer herself for most of the year, Goomer's father moved to Swellview and only saw his son occasionally. Let's say during the summer. And it's during one of these summers in Swellview that Goomer decides to try out for a musical. A musical about cats. And this is where his path first crosses with a teenaged Ray Manchester, aka the future Captain Man. Goomer's singing voice wins him the role, leaving the future Captain Man filled with a bitter hatred of musicals. But as we've established, Goomer would spend most of his time in Louisiana with his mother, and it would be here that she would pass on to him her strongest conviction, that Goomer was never to become involved with professional fighting. But despite this, after becoming an adult in his 20s, Goomer decides to move to California, where he becomes a professional MMA fighter. During this period, he chronically lies to his mother and tells her that he has become a history teacher at a high school. Also during this point, he has a trainer who eventually abandons him.
My last manager quit on account of he said I'm too stupid to manage.
Goomer's first chronological appearance is in Sam Cat Season 1, Episode 4, #NewGoat. Here we learn that Dice has taken over as Goomer's manager. He's extremely proficient at fighting, and Dice thinks he can win some real money if Goomer can win some battles. This storyline is continued in #GoomerSitting, where we see that Goomer already is extremely protective of Dice. When Dice leaves for a hair modeling gig, this exchange takes place.
I'll be back tomorrow to watch you win the biggest fight of your life.
Yay!
Be good. Love you, man.
I love you.
Oh, Goomer, are you feeling emotional?
Why?
I'm just so proud of his hair.
And at the end of the episode, when Goomer has lost his sight and is losing the battle, it is his protective attitude for Dice that brings him back to his A game.
You can punch me in my face, and you can kick me in my niblets, but you will not make fun of my little friend's beautiful, beautiful hair. During his third appearance, Goomer is reunited with his mother for the first time in years. However, Dice and Goomer fear that if Goomer's mother figures out that he's not a teacher at a high school and is instead an MMA boxer, she will force him to move back to Louisiana and work in a crawdad factory. I'm gonna zoom that in just so you can see that shit. It's really... Look, I found a relevant image. It's really a crawdad factory. Isn't that funny? Anyways, Sam and Cat choose to intervene at Goomer and Mrs. Murr's luncheon, where they pretend to be students of his. There, Cat absent-mindedly invites Mrs. Murr to come to their school and watch Goomer teach. So the girls act out a conspiracy to borrow Psychowitz's theater classroom. However, when the plan falls apart and Goomer admits his true life, in response, Mrs. Murr lashes out.
And you lied to me like a cheap rug. That burns my beezy. When I adopted you, I should have kept the receipt.
Goomer is left in a tragic state over this, left crying, as he believes that he has lost the love of his mother. Eventually, Mrs. Murr does say that Goomer has to move back to Louisiana to work in a crawdad factory. However, when a group of thugs confront them in an alley, Goomer whoops a lot of them, and as the police arrive, Mrs. Murr is detained by a new man.
Does this mean I can stay in LA and still be a fighter?
Whatever!
So this episode establishes a lot of the Goomer lore that we've already discussed, but it also introduces my two least favorite character details, which you see constantly throughout these shows. And the first one is the direct, undeniable implication that Goomer is not only a goofy guy, he's not only stupid, but he is mentally disabled. Despite Goomer being 27 in this episode, throughout the entire thing, there is the constant looming implication that Goomer has no personal or even legal autonomy over his personal choices. Basically, the implication is that perhaps literally, in a legal sense, Goomer is not allowed to make his own choices, and everything about his life is actually up to his mother. The reason this bothers me a lot is that it makes the character feel a lot more mean-spirited than when you don't consider it. Because I usually don't think of Goomer like this. Usually, the way I think about Goomer is Goomer's a goofy guy, he's a funny guy, and the reason Goomer exists is he stands in the room and he says the funny stuff. He says the stuff that makes you smile, makes you chuckle, make you laugh. When you look at him as making fun of people with disabilities, I think that just kind of robs the character of the joy that he brings. It makes him feel kind of gross. And furthermore, my absolute favorite Goomer running joke is that every once in a while he just stops and he's the smartest person in the room for like 30 seconds. And that always makes me laugh.
Maybe it was those two British girls.
Nah, they're the ones who gave Cat the bibble.
Yeah, why would they give her a can of bibble and then steal it?
To make Cat get mad at Sam. And then maybe they painted your motorbike pink so you'd get mad at Cat. See? That way, they wreck your whole friendship as revenge for what you did to them when you got your $500 back at the bingo game.
And the second thing introduced by #MamaGoomer that I hate is the ongoing trope in Sam and Cat that someone will inevitably betray or hurt Goomer, and then the resolution is undercut somehow. When Goomer's mother practically says that she doesn't love him, it's shrugged off at the end like it's just a joke. When Dice abandons Goomer to train Sam, who you can tell by watching is a worse MMA fighter, it's never even brought up again in the rest of the episode. When Rita Rooney breaks Goomer's heart over something that wasn't even his fault, they don't even have dialogue for the rest of the episode. Goomer is one of the only characters in Sam and Cat who has any sense of empathy and kindness, and the universe punishes him for that over and over and over again. Early on in the series, Dice and Goomer are depicted as being very close. In #MamaGoomer, they're even described as best friends. But as the series goes on, and Goomer's MMA career fades into the background, you start to see this a little bit less and less. For a long string of episodes, Goomer is just the team's lackey. He's their wheels. He's how they get around. He helps them build a meth lab. And it just really stands out to you, it didn't have to be that way. The writers could have tried. #First Class Problems is arguably like the weirdest episode because Goomer's role in that story, if you think about it in a fourth dimensional sense, his job in the story is to make sure that Sam and Cat get karma. Sam and Cat are awful people in that episode. They're terrible. They do stuff that would get you arrested at an airport, and the only thing that stops them in their tracks is that the universe kind of points at Goomer and says, hey, you're going to make sure that these girls get some karma, and they don't get what they want. But for most other late-stage Goomer episodes, he's a prop. Like I said, he just stands around and he says all the funny stuff because no one else in the cast is able to carry the show. This is until #WeStealARockstar, which stands out by far as the episode of Sam and Cat where Sam, Cat, and Dice ruin Goomer's life. The main trio end up doing a long string of amoral and extremely illegal things, and this ends with Goomer feeling like he's lost Del DeVille. And eventually they do basically lie to him and convince him, no, Del DeVille's fine, dude. You're crazy. You're saying crazy stuff. You're crazy. But the most important thing about this episode is that this was the final appearance of Goomer before he transitioned into being a character on Henry Danger. So obviously this is the longest and most mysterious gap in this story. And to some people, it's actually still extremely controversial. Just the other week, I was browsing the Sam and Cat wiki, and I ended up in the comments section where I read this very long and verbose fan theory that Goomer in Henry Danger is actually an entirely different person. Basically, the theory posits that doppelganger theory, which we've discussed, indicates that there might be multiple people that look like Goomer, and in this case, two doppelgangers had the same name, and that explains the little character quirks between them. But I don't think there's actually any character quirks between them. I think they're presented as pretty much exactly the same. So obviously for these people, I think the big contentious disagreement is that in Sam and Cat, Goomer is a good guy, while in Henry Danger, Goomer is a bad guy. So how do we go about solving that discrepancy? Well, I think my biggest hot take here is that it's a little bit of a stretch to call what Sam, Cat, and Dice do not evil. Like, I understand that if you haven't seen this show in 10 years, you just remember the funny antics, you remember the haha and all that shit. But Sam and Cat, at the end of the day, they're not good people. And in this show, we constantly see them use Goomer to act out their personal vendettas. Vendettas, which are often self-centered, selfish, and hurtful to other people. They have Goomer build a meth lab. Look at it this way. How many people has Franchini killed? One guy. How many people has Cat killed? 3 people. Just by this metric alone, Cat is the more evil person to be around because she's killed 2 more people. Although I should go ahead and say, for the objective record, that there is an episode of Henry Danger where they imply that Franchini caused the 2020 international pandemic. Now, I know that sounds bad. The point is that Goomer spending time around evil people and being easily manipulated into doing evil things is not inherently a plot hole because I just described the plot to Sam and Cat. And besides from this, we do see hesitation from Goomer. He's a lackey, but he's an easily swayed lackey, but he's not evil. He just doesn't have willpower around people that are so controlling, like Franchini. And furthermore, it is obvious that Goomer holds a deep emotional allegiance to Franchini. Personally, my headcanon is that at some point, Sam and Cat crossed Goomer in some way that he just couldn't justify. And maybe that's what we saw in that next to last episode. Maybe it's not. But at some point, that happened. And around that exact same point, Franchini just happened to re-enter Cat's life, and Goomer kind of got caught in his orbit, you know what I mean? And the obvious implication of a considerable amount of their on-screen material is that Franchini and Goomer are not just allies, but lovers. And if you believe this, it's very easy to see why Goomer follows Franchini and does everything he asks without question. And also this character detail totally recontextualizes one of the last episodes we watched of Sam and Cat.
She likes you. You know, the way girls like boys.
Oh.
Yes, my standing theory with Goomer is the same standing theory I had with Fred. I think that Goomer is queer, but I think, at least in his first television series, he was not self-aware enough to understand his internal emotions. And so here we have it, the whole tsunami that brings him into Franchini's life. In fact, you know, if we believe that fan theory we pitched earlier, we can presume that the reason Franchini and Goomer end up in Swellview is because of Goomer's connections to the city, because they'd want to be somewhere, you know, with friends, with family, and Goomer doesn't want to go back to Louisiana, and Franchini doesn't want to go back to that mental facility in Idaho, and he's probably pissed off at his family, so yeah, let's go to Swellview. Sounds like a cool place to look at stuff. Inspired by his sister's posts on theslap.com, Franchini soon starts a life as an internet influencer. And this brings us to where we started with the characters in Henry Danger Season 3. In the episode where the two kidnap Captain Man and Kid Danger and plan to reveal their secret identities to the world. And then later the two are brought out of prison to help save an elderly grandma. And incidentally, when I watched that episode for this segment, I was absolutely shocked that Goomer and Franchini seemingly got cheated out of a go bro quid pro quo. Because Captain Man and Kid Danger are literally helping these two for their help, and they get that help, and at no point are they ever promised, I don't know, like a pardon or something. And then literally right after this, we of course have the Willy Wonka episode, which is a dream. But I think it's canon to their personalities. Like it's an illusion Goomer. It's not really... It's a fake Goomer. But if Goomer really did do a Willy Wonka kind of like shenanigans bullshit, like I think this would... Do you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, the next time we see these two characters fleshed out is in the fantastic Henry Danger the Musical. Here, we see that Franchini has taken to treating Goomer exactly how Sam and Cat did. Like a stooge who barely has a name and only exists to help them through schemes. The primary way we see this is Franchini constantly telling Goomer to shut up right before he's about to start singing. But unlike Sam and Cat, Henry Danger has a point to make here, because it's through Franchini's underestimation of Goomer that the supervillain faces his ultimate defeat. To be Franchini as you are upstaged is to be Achilles as you are sliced at the heel. Goomer proves himself more than Franchini. He proves himself to be a better man. And perhaps this is the reason that their relationship falls apart. Is losing to Goomer such a source of ignominy that Franchini can no longer bear to be reminded of him? And does Goomer still not understand that it was only when Franchini thought he was nothing that he wanted to be with him? I hope that someday we get to find out. Goomer, last name Gu, last name Mur, has appeared in 26 episodes of television history, spanning from 2013 to 2021. He started out as someone who desperately wanted to make something of himself, despite everyone believing that he couldn't do it, and now he ends his story desperately wanting the man he loves to take him back. And I hope that one day, we see his story continued on our screens. Now, there's only one general Goomer topic that I haven't gotten into at this point in the video, which is what he sounds like in real life.
How excited are you to be here watching Rio 2?
Oh, it's great.
Did you see the first one?
I did not, so I have to go and catch up.
If you could play any animated animal, what would it be?
Probably an elephant.
Why an elephant?
I don't know, they seem fun.
Any new projects coming up for you? What's next?
A boxing movie's in the works, but we'll see. We'll see with that.
Are you a big boxing fan?
Yeah, I like it. I'm not an avid fan, but I enjoy doing things more than watching them.
So the guy that plays Goomer is named Zoran Korak. And that's not a real name. If somebody walks up to you at a public event and they say, "Hi, my name is Zoran Korak," that's a cop. Don't talk to that guy. Goomer is this beautiful mythological creature. He's like a unicorn out grazing in the forest. Zoran Korak is a fucking cryptid. I'm not convinced he exists. With that out of the way, we have now completed all of the NSU analysis that I really had prepared up to this point in the video, which means that we have also finished the final intermission of this mini-series. And that also means that it's time for us to get kind of serious. Well, here we are. We are officially caught back up to present day. With a handful of exceptions, essentially everything that you have seen in this video up to this point, I finished 8 months ago. And ever since then, I have pretty much just full-time been struggling internally with how the hell I am going to pull off the following segment. Because there are a handful of ways to do this right, and what feels like an infinite amount of ways to do this wrong. And finding a way to transition into this more heavy-handed content, that has been one of my main priorities throughout this entire series so far. This is where we're going to be talking about the true legacy of iCarly and Sam and Cat. But it's also the segment where I'm going to be presenting a significant amount of the thoughts and analysis that I have held back up to this point. And everything else that I will still be holding back will be featured in my next video. So to start things off, I just want to go ahead and give a big content warning. This segment is going to feature pretty extensive discussions of cancer, child abuse, physical abuse, emotional manipulation, sexual assault, underage drinking, eating disorders, and a whole lot of other stuff that's just really, really rough material. So if any of you out there think that you won't be able to personally stomach, these topics, I encourage you to close the video right now. And I'm saying this because I know a lot of people make a habit out of watching these videos and making sure they get to the very, very end so they can have that screen grab of the thumbnail with the red cursor all the way through, and then they can send that to their friends to get a little jokey reaction. And so a lot of people pride themselves in being able to finish every single second of every video I put out. But what I just want to say is, I will not judge you if you stop here. And no one else in the world will either. And even if you are going to finish the video, I encourage everyone to think carefully about how they're watching this and when they're watching this, Don't watch this right before you have to go into work. Don't watch this right before you're going to try to go to sleep. Because everything we're about to talk about is very rough, and I just want to be sensitive about this, and I want to make sure everyone's in the right headspace if they're going to watch the rest of this video. Another thing I want to talk about is that I've always been kind of anxious and unsure about if I should even make this part of the video. And the reason is that sometimes I worry that by taking this biography and treating it like another silly episode of some stupid sitcom, what I'm actually doing is stealing Jennette's story from her and making it my story, which obviously would be selfish and a really, really bad thing to do. And that's why I will not be, recapping every single thing that happens in this book. I will not be going through every detail on every single page because I want you to get this book. I've really been trying to hammer this in. I want you to get this book because it is one of the greatest biographies ever written, and it's really important to me that everyone supports Jennette. Okay, so if I feel so damn guilty about talking about this book, why don't I just, not do it? Why don't I just end the video here, tell you all to buy the book, and then call the video over at this point? Well, there's another perspective here, and this is frankly the one that I put a lot more weight into. And that is that by making videos about topics, I assign those topics value. So when I make a video about Victorious and I talk about the show for 13 hours straight, I am saying that that is a conversation worth having. It is worth talking about this hokey little show and all of its stupid lore. So I feel like if I sat down and I analyzed Nickelodeon sitcoms for 40 hours straight, and then I turned around and said, oh, I don't want to get into all that serious stuff, what I'd actually be saying is that I don't assign value to that conversation. I would be saying that Jennette's story doesn't have as much power and value as a bunch of old sitcom episodes. And obviously that is not true. Jennette's perspective is very important here, as is the perspective of everyone else who is in the show. And that's why I've always wanted not just to look at this book, but also to revisit iCarly and take a second look at it from a different perspective. So there's a lot of stuff I'm going to be discussing in this segment that is not in the book. And the reason is that I just think it's important for the context of the greater situation. So at the end of the day, I don't want any of you to look at this segment as if it were a replacement for Jennette's book. Instead, I want you to look at it as if this were a book club. We're here to discuss this great piece of literature. We're going to be analyzing a good portion of it, and I'm also going to be bringing in some other information that is contextually important for the conversation that I want us to have. But this should never take away from the fact that the best person to tell you this story is Jennette. And the best way to hear that story from her is to read this book. Or, even better yet, to listen to the audiobook, which is phenomenal. Now, one final note. Throughout this segment, there's going to be a tiny amount of tense shifting, where basically I'm going to be shifting back and forth between, past tense and present tense. And the reason is that when I'm speaking in past tense, I'm analyzing historical events. But when I am speaking in present tense, I'm analyzing the plot to this book. That might be disorienting to people who aren't used to thinking about books in that way, but this book exists and it will always exist, and thus it will always be present tense. So when I'm speaking about the plot to the book, weirdly enough, I'm going to speak in present tense, on rare occasions. I know that's confusing, but you'll get used to it. Jennette McCurdy was born on June the 26th, 1992 in Long Beach, California, although she later moved to Garden Grove, California, a small city near Anaheim. Small for California, not small for anywhere else in America. Jennette had 3 older brothers, and the family belonged to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, although their attendance was passive at times depending on circumstance. In 1994, when Jennette was 2 years old, her mother, Deborah McCurdy, was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. She would spend the next several years in and out of hospital constantly, fighting off the disease. Jennette's grandparents on her mother's side moved into the house to help out, but ended up staying in the house through the rest of Jennette's childhood. Eventually, Deborah's cancer went into remission. Jennette grew up barely having any memories of her mother's stay in the hospital or her battle with cancer. However, she didn't really need memories, because Deborah took great joy in retelling the story of her battle with cancer to pretty much anyone who would listen.
Mom loves recounting her cancer story. The chemotherapy, the radiation, the bone marrow transplant, the mastectomy, the breast implant, the stage 4-ness of it, how she was only 35 when she got it, to any church-goer, neighbor, or fellow Albertsons customer who lends her a listening ear. Even though the facts of it are so sad, I can tell that the story itself gives Mom a deep sense of pride, of purpose. Mom reminisces about cancer the way most people reminisce about vacations.
This was even and especially true for Deborah's children. Every single Sunday after church, Deborah would force them to watch a VHS tape containing footage of her battle with cancer. Every week she'd have the same commentary, the same notes, and the same weight applied to the situation, and she would always emphasize how important it was that the family rewatch this tape to remember how bad it was when their mother was sick, and how lucky they were that she was now healthy. But despite this, over the years, all of the children grew increasingly uncomfortable with the fact that their mother insisted that they always constantly relive the traumatizing battle that their mother went through with cancer. After her cancer went into remission, Deborah McCurdy began hoarding objects, toys, trinkets, junk mail, garbage, documents, anything that she could basically get her hands on. And her reasoning was that she was trying to preserve memory. She had developed an extreme fear on missing out on the moment and losing track of memories as they swept on by. And because of this, she very quickly became a hoarder, and their house became filled with various oddities and bits of garbage stacked all the way to the ceiling. The inevitable outcome of this was that the 4 children and Jennette's grandparents all had to let go of their bedrooms because there was too much garbage in their bedrooms for them to sleep there. And so instead they began sleeping in the living room, on the couch, and on gym mats. It's also important to point out that Jennette and her brothers were all homeschooled by Deborah. Sure, at church, their mother's cancer was bound to come up quite often, so they didn't have an escape in that regard. But at the very least, going to church meant being in an atmosphere 1 time per week that was a lot less chaotic and claustrophobic than the home that all of these children grew up in. In short, Jennette's earliest memories are of extreme anxiety and tension in the McCurdy household, inspired by the fact that it was almost certain that Deborah's cancer would return, and no one was certain if bad news would come in 10 years or 10 days. Because of this, Jennette naturally became very protective and attached to her mother, alongside becoming convinced that making her mother happy was her only purpose in life, and that she had to sacrifice everything else to do whatever her mother requested. For the first 5 years of her life, Deborah told her daughter many, many times that when she was a child, when Deborah was a child, she had wanted to be an actress, but that her parents, Jennette's grandparents, had forbade this and had stopped her from entering the entertainment industry. And so, after her 6th birthday, Jennette's mother asked her if she would like to start an acting career in order to fulfill her own childhood dreams. Jennette would later reflect that there was only one correct answer. Jennette soon found herself auditioning with a group of other children, all trying to find representation so they could get agents, and then the agents could help them find acting gigs in Hollywood. However, the casting directors felt that she lacked a natural charisma that felt authentic, and so because of this, she initially exclusively performed in background roles, much to the obvious disappointment of her mother. One of the most subtly damaging things that you can do to a child is deny them any control or agency over any decision in their life. And that is exactly what Deborah McCurdy did to Jennette from the very beginning. At one point in the book, a young Jennette, maybe 7 or 8, decides that she wants to try a new flavor of ice cream. And when her mother hears about this, she bursts out into tears.
Nutty Coconut's been your favorite for 8 months. You're changing. Growing up. I take her hand in mine. Never mind. I want Nutty Coconut.
Deborah McCurdy decides when Jennette wakes up, what she eats, where she goes, what she does with her days, what her hobbies are, what her interests are, and what her personality should be like. But her mother's invasion of her boundaries is also physical in nature, as she also insists on wiping Jennette after she uses the bathroom, even though Jennette is 8 years old. She claims that she does this because Jennette isn't capable of doing it well enough herself, but we will see later that her inappropriate touching of Jennette materializes in other ways as well. In the year 2000, Jennette stumbled upon one of her first minor breaks in the industry while performing as a background extra in the film Golden Dreams. Golden Dreams was a short film about the history of California and Hollywood. The film was created for the then upcoming Disney's California Adventure, with the film to be shown at a miniature version of the historic Palace of the Fine Arts. In the following decade, as California Adventures started to swiftly lose most of its California theming, this film would eventually go away and would be replaced by The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure. But that's a conversation for probably never. So the story of Jennette's role in this film is extremely important to start out on, because it is almost prophetic of what her experience will be like in the industry moving forward. As I said, originally, Jennette was only supposed to be a background extra in this film. But while she was on set, hanging out with her mother, the cinematographer happened to pass by and saw her and took personal note of the fact that Jennette looked extremely sad. Extremely organically sad, that this was the saddest looking child on set. Later on in the film, there's a whole scene about the photography of Dorothea Lange. And there's a scene where there is supposed to be a really sad kid looking out of the window of a car. And they had hired a child actor to come in and do this scene. But she wouldn't take direction. She wouldn't stop smiling. She was just so happy to be on set and was so used to being told to look happy that when they told her to look sad, she wouldn't do it. So eventually, the cinematographer threw his hands up in the air and he said, "Where's that sad kid I saw earlier?" And he walked around set until he found Jennette again. And he said, "Let's just have her do it because she already looks sad."
The director tells me to sit in an old-timey car, look off slightly to my right, and do nothing. I nod. After a few takes, he says he got the shot.
Now, because Jennette had done this shot, she was now technically part of the film's principal cast, meaning she had to sign a new contract and go home for the day, because it would be kind of weird if this same kid started showing up in the background of other scenes in other eras. This gave Jennette her very first boost in the industry, as Deborah was now able to request more significant background roles and eventually more principal roles. Shortly after this, Jennette and her brother Marcus both auditioned for Barbara Cameron, a significant manager in the world of Hollywood who was also the mother of several child performers, including Kirk Cameron, who would later save Christmas. Marcus ended up gaining representation, but Jennette apparently did not. Apparently, Barbara felt that she lacked charisma. But Barbara did eventually sign Jennette on one condition: that she begin taking regular acting lessons. Later in the year 2000, Jennette gained her first major credited principal role when she appeared in a sketch of the variety series Mad TV.
Hello, friends. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford.
This skit is a very strange cultural artifact built upon a lot of lost context of the era. At the time of the skit's broadcast, Kathy Lee Gifford had just left the show she had co-hosted with Regis Philbin since 1985. Several years before, Kathy Lee had married football sportscaster Frank Gifford, and the pair had 2 children, Cody and Cassidy.
There's my little Casa diva in training.
What'd you bring, Cody?
Well, I got a cookbook for Mom so she'll learn how to make cereal for us.
Uh-huh. So she'll learn how to make cereal.
Yeah, and so she can stay home every morning and make us breakfast.
That's right. Something new for these children. A mother making them breakfast. Poor kids. So what have they survived out there?
So the joke of the skit is that Gifford, desperate to make her 2 children into massive stars, has forced Regis to make them his new co-hosts, coaching them off-screen on how to act for an audience.
Say something. You're old.
Good one, Cass. All right, we got a great show for you today. Cass, Cody, smile. Smile. And Cassidy, put down that sugar daddy. Got a sugar daddy. Like mother, like daughter, huh?
This skit, by some strange coincidence, reflects the reality that Jennette was living with at this point in her life. At her acting classes, her mother had managed to weasel her way into being the only parent present during the exercises. Where Jennette was meant to learn to feel loose and comfortable with her performances, she instead felt extreme tension. Out of her peripheral, at all times, she could see and sense her mother judging and micromanaging every choice she made in every performance. During many auditions, it seemed that this problem was one of the main reasons that Jennette wasn't getting roles, because her overacting and abundance of hand gestures her mother had picked out led many casting directors to believe that Jennette just didn't understand the basics of how to give a good performance. And Jennette often had to choose between doing the exact performance her mother wanted, failing the audition, and then having her mother be disappointed with her, or doing a different audition that might please the casting directors, but risking her mother finding out that she didn't do exactly what her mother had requested, then leading to her mother being angry with her. But this great discomfort was often offset by her mother's intense love bombing of her in other situations, feeding into Jennette's emotional obsession with making her mother happy regardless of the cost.
You're Mommy's best friend. I beam. I'm so happy to be her best friend, to be the closest person in the world to her. This is my purpose. I feel whole.
The love that she feels in those moments makes the disappointment her mother pushes on her even more damaging to her emotionally. If Jennette fails an audition for any specific reason, Deborah makes sure that Jennette knows that she failed the audition, that she knows why she failed the audition, and she makes sure that Jennette develops a complex about that specific thing. If she fails an audition for not being pretty enough, then Deborah buys dollar store beauty products and smothers Jennette in the stuff before every audition. When she fails an audition because she doesn't know how to pogo, she forces Jennette to practice pogo jumping constantly on a pogo stick until she can pogo 1,000 times in a row. And when she misses out on a Paula Abdul dancing special because she can't dance, Deborah forces her to begin taking dance classes, although ultimately Jennette does end up finding dance extremely liberating, partially because Deborah does not show up to her dance classes, does not linger, does not loom, and does not judge. In the book, Jennette speculates that this is because Deborah McCurdy never wanted to be a dancer, never cared about dancing, and because Jennette isn't living out Deborah's childhood fantasies, Deborah's dreams and ambitions, she doesn't care, and Jennette has the total freedom to go in and do whatever she wants. Around this time, Jennette had a string of small but important breakout performances that furthered her career. She made her film debut in the low-budget movie Shadow Fury, which was filmed in California but was apparently primarily released in Japan.
Daddy? 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 Daddy. Why'd you kill him? Why'd you kill him? Please, Daddy, please wake up.
This movie was also the very first film appearance of another child actor named Taylor Lautner. This has no significance to this story at all. Jennette then appeared in a special episode of Malcolm in the Middle, Season 4, Episode 10's If the Boys Were Girls. The story features the mother of the series having a vivid dream of what it would be like if she had 3 girls instead of 3 boys. Jennette portrayed Daisy, the alternate universe Dewey, and had wax put behind her ears so they would poke out in an imitation of the original actor.
I thought Frankie Muniz was nice to look at, and I liked when he said hi to me in the hallways. I felt like I was being pretty discreet about my feelings until Mom snapped at me. Don't even think about it. He's way too old for you. And more important, not Mormon.
Alongside those 2 roles, Jennette also appeared in a commercial for Sprint PCS.
Cheryl acts like she doesn't even know that Alan likes her, but Veronica said Cheryl was flirting with him, and I completely understand and know where Veronica's coming from.
Well, her night minutes don't start until 9, so she talks to us for another...
Kissing and hugging and stuff? Guess what? A few weeks ago, rumor was going around that Tim and...
This was one of the first major acting gigs where Jennette received residuals after the fact. With the money she made from the commercial, she bought herself a bunk bed, but was dismayed when the top bunk soon became covered in more of her mother's collection of paperwork, toys, and garbage. One thing Jennette began to struggle with around this time was her connection with her faith. As a member of the Mormon Church, Jennette was told that after she was baptized, she would begin hearing messages from the Holy Ghost. Because she was a child, she took this very literally and was extremely dismayed when no voice began appearing in her head. This was until one very specific audition, when Jennette did hear the voice of the Holy Ghost, who instructed her to do a series of completely random, strange tasks, and in return, she would get the role. These tasks included going to the bathroom and touching the strap of her underwear 5 times, locking the door to the bathroom and unlocking it 6 times, and a bunch of stuff like that in repetition. While Jennette fully believed that she was acting out the will of God, her grandfather had a different theory. He believed that Jennette had OCD, something she overheard one night while pretending to be asleep. Throughout the book, Jennette's grandfather becomes increasingly worried about her upbringing. The McCurdy household is constantly behind on their mortgage and all their bills, and Deborah is constantly calling around trying to beg for more time on everything, and the only months where they are able to pay all of their bills and their mortgage are essentially the months where Jennette lands a big role. And this bears down the stress of the family on Jennette because they are relying on her to survive.
A little girl shouldn't have to worry about her entire family, Grandpa says to me one afternoon. He steps closer to me. I just think you deserve to be a kid.
Something that's more complex is Jennette's relationship with her father. From the time Jennette was a toddler, Deborah was always venting about her husband to Jennette, calling him a washed-up loser and a joke and the biggest mistake of her life. They didn't sleep in the same room, they rarely spoke to each other, and Jennette's father was constantly away working to try and help pay the bills. Deborah would also have violent episodes, usually in response to anyone criticizing her or suggesting that she needed psychiatric help. At one point in the book, Deborah pulls out a kitchen knife on her husband over an extremely minor disagreement, something that she's apparently done before. Jennette attempts to intervene to stop the family from having a big meltdown and stop Deborah from killing her husband, which is obviously not something that a child should be tasked with. At one point, Deborah tasked her husband with taking Jennette to her acting classes, but instead, he took her bike riding in a park and took her to get smoothies. In the narrative, Jennette is unsure of what to make of this day, as it's unclear to her if her father is as absent-minded as her mother would lead her to believe, or if this is some kind of rebellious act of love, where her father knows that her doing these acting classes isn't natural, and so instead, he's asking her to have a day of freedom, to actually get to act like a kid and do things that a kid would want to do. The pair returning to the house after skipping Jennette's acting classes causes her mother to have another episode. Now, an important thing to note at this point is that it seems obvious to me that this atmosphere was definitely impacting Jennette's performances. Because at this point, a very obvious trend begins to emerge. Whenever Jennette is up for a project where she needs to be happy, she needs to be euphoric, she needs to seem like the perfect American child, she misses out on it. She doesn't get the part because they say she's not charismatic, she doesn't seem happy, and she doesn't seem good at acting happy. You know, she auditions for Because of Winn-Dixie, she doesn't get the part. She auditions for a princess franchise, she doesn't get the part. But when Jennette auditions for a character who needs to naturally come across as unhappy and traumatized, there is no competition. The phone is ringing off the hook. Jennette is perfect for these roles. For instance, Jennette begins a long string of appearances on various forensic crime shows, like CSI, where she plays children who are homeless, children who are having psychotic episodes, children who have witnessed murder, children who are being abused by their parents, children who have been raped, and children who have murdered other children, and many, many, many others. When Jennette needs to play a character who is happy, euphoric, and childlike, everyone says that she can't act and she needs to quit. But when Jennette needs to play a character who is sad and traumatized in a way that comes across in every frame of the presentation, the industry says she is the greatest child actress of her generation.
Hey, Lisa, she's in her room playing. Come on. Do you want some tea, Mr. Winkles? You sure you don't want some before I kill you? Not even one sip? Haley, what in the world? It's okay, Mommy. I got to them all before they could get to me because I knew they were coming to get me.
Haley, they're just stuffed animals. I mean, they can't hurt you, honey.
Yes, they can! Mr. Winkles told me they were gonna come get me while I was sleeping, and they were gonna put a plastic bag over my head and suffocate me. So I stayed up all night and I pretended like I didn't know what they were planning, and then I had this tea party so I could tie them all up and cut their heads off.
Hey, honey, you need to calm down.
No, Mommy, I can't! Because I saw Mr. Winkles' wiggy have his poly pants, so I know he's on it too, and he was just trying to trick me, so now I have to kill him!
Haley, hey, I want you to put that down before you hurt yourself.
No! Get away from me, Lou!
Haley, stop it!
I have to do this! Mr. Winkles has to die! He has to die! Stop looking at me! Stop looking at me! Stop it!
And one way this materializes is through Jennette's special skill. The special skill that her mother emboldens on her resume. Jennette McCurdy can cry on cue.
Just a little longer.
No!
Holly, please tell me what's wrong.
Don't make me say it. I'm scared.
I know, but you gotta trust me.
No, please.
Tell me your secret, Holly, tell me.
This was something Jennette learned she could do during her acting classes. The secret was to think of something sad happening, usually to her family, and to then simply allow the tears to flow.
No.
Oh, sweetie, it's okay. You go ahead.
No. No.
Sweetie, it's okay, okay?
No. No. No.
I know that you're scared. It's okay, baby. But Mommy promises
No,
it's gonna
Mommy. No,
I need you to go with them.
No, I don't want to go.
Haley, these people are not gonna hurt you. They're here to help.
No, they're not.
Come on, sweetie, it's time to go.
No. Stop it. No, let me go. Stop it. Let me go. Mommy. Let me go. Mommy.
However, this trick would only work a handful of times for every theoretical that Jennette came up with. If she imagined one of her brothers dying, that might allow her to cry 3 or 4 times before, to quote her mother, the tears would run out. And so, Deborah would help Jennette brainstorm new faux trauma so she could cry for the next audition, or the next taping, or the next tape, and so on and so forth.
Dustin dying of meningitis became Marcus dying of appendicitis, and then Scott dying of pneumonia, and then Grandpa dying of old age. Imagine he's in the hospital bed clutching the sock doll you made him when you were 6. The time I brought the most tears was for an audition for a bit part in Hollywood Homicide, a feature film starring Harrison Ford and Josh Hartnett. The part was for a little girl sitting in the back of a van with her tourist family, driving down Hollywood Boulevard when Josh Hartnett hijacks the car and starts driving it, causing the family to fly into hysterics.
We're gonna die. I know we're going to die.
Yes. Actually, we will die.
No, we're not going to die.
I don't mean right now.
This is Mrs. Fratsky, and you're going to go with her.
No.
Granted, crying on cue was not fun for me. It was one of the more miserable experiences of my life, sitting in a cold casting office imagining tragic events that harm my beloved family.
But I want to stay with you!
Soon enough, Jennette was booking endless roles, with her agent often being called constantly with endless requests for the crying kid. After one audition, Jennette had the following exchange with those watching her performance.
Wow, the casting director said as soon as I was finished. I mean, you have the part, but I kind of want to see you do it again just to see it again. And so I did it again. I had become the Cirque du Soleil performer of crying on cue.
All this continued until one fateful day when Jennette was set to audition for the series Without a Trace. While waiting in the hallway to be called in, Jennette came to a swift realization. She would not be able to cry that day. Jennette attempted to pass this information on to her mother, who swiftly entered pep talk mode, trying to prompt her with more theoretical descriptions of the death and trauma of her family. Jennette went forward with the audition, but did very badly. During the cold car ride home, she unconsciously blurted out the truth.
I don't want to act anymore. I say before I even realize I've said it.
In response to this, Jennette's mother began crying. Jennette, still believing that making her mother happy was her one and only priority in life, backed down, saying that she didn't mean it and she would keep acting.
Her crying stops immediately, except for one leftover sniffle, but as soon as that sniffle is over, it's complete silence. I'm not the only one who can cry on cue.
It's important to note two side things real quick. First of all, even when Jennette did well at an audition, her mother still found a way to make her feel bad.
I booked the role. Mom said I didn't do as good on set as I did in the callback. Yes, baby, yes! Mom screamed, so excited. Even with an underperformance, you still impressed. Imagine how impressed she'd have been if she'd seen your callback.
So through her mother's viewpoint, even Jennette's victories cause her to develop anxieties and self-doubt. The second thing worth mentioning is that around this point, Jennette developed a very strong interest in creative writing. When she was around 10, I believe, she wrote her very first screenplay and presented it to her mother with pride. She expected her mother to celebrate her finding a brand new way to be creative and a new thing that they could put on her resume. But instead, Deborah found a way to make Jennette feel guilty about this as well.
I hope you don't like writing more than you like acting. You're so good at acting. So good at it. Suddenly I'm embarrassed I gave Mom my screenplay. I'm ashamed. How could I be so stupid? She would never support this.
Soon enough, it was like Jennette had two versions of herself. The version that existed on the inside and the external Jennette, the Jennette that she would project out to make her mother happy. This would inevitably lead to a paradoxical case of dual resentment, where Jennette secretly resented her mother for forcing her to live a lie, and also resented herself for having these intrusive thoughts about her own mother. Now, if you hold even the slightest amount of pity for Deborah McCurdy, even as bad as things are right now, hopefully a lot of that is about to evaporate as we talk about these next two topics. As Deborah raised her children, she constantly reminded them of her greatest fear. Deborah was terrified of her children growing up. Her cancer had given her an extreme anxiety of missing the moment, and she had this underlying fear that one day she'd wake up and her kids wouldn't be kids anymore. So everyone in the family was used to hearing phrases like, "I don't want you to grow up." But for Jennette, it was especially severe. She had always appeared somewhat smaller and younger than other kids her age. Deborah taught her daughter to interpret this as a secret weapon. If Jennette was 10, but looked like she was 6, she could book a wider range of roles while having more acting experience and fewer labor restrictions than actual 6-year-olds. But also, Deborah was also heavily hung up on the fact that one day Jennette would not be small anymore and she would grow up.
I feel guilty whenever we see one of my aunts or uncles and they comment on how much I'm growing up. I can see Mom's eyebrow twitch whenever they say that. I can see how much it pains her. I'm determined to not grow up. I'll do anything to stop it from happening.
However, as Jennette entered her early tweens, she was one day horrified to discover a lump in her chest that was on the right side, but not the left. Jennette initially believed that she had breast cancer, but when her mother felt the lump, she had a different conclusion.
That's not cancer. Then what is it? You're just getting boobies. Oh, no.
In the moment, Jennette asked her mother if there was anything they could do to stop her from developing breasts. Her mother perked up and acted as if she was about to tell her daughter a secret, the kind that would validate and cement their special friendship forever.
Well, sweetheart, if you really want to know how to stay small, there's this secret thing you can do. It's called calorie restriction.
Jennette was soon being trained full-time by her mother on how to restrict the amount of calories that she was intaking on a day-to-day basis. It was at this point that Jennette realized that over the last decade of her life, she couldn't really remember a time where her mother was ever eating a lot of food. She would drink tea for breakfast, would rarely eat more than half a salad for lunch, and would eat steamed vegetables for dinner. Jennette soon learned to copy and adapt this strategy for herself, and soon she and her mother were bonding over this activity as if it were a game. One day, Jennette was taken to the doctor by her mother, and when she was weighed, she was horrified to see that the scale read 61 pounds. At home, their scale had read 51 pounds. Deborah was instantly disappointed, but warned her daughter not to broach the topic.
I opened my mouth to say something, but Mom speaks before I can. We'll talk about it later.
After this, Jennette's mother was approached by the doctor, who asked to speak to her in the next room. Despite this, Jennette could still very clearly hear the conversation through the thin walls. The doctor told Deborah that Jennette's weight was worrying him, and that he feared that she might have anorexia. He asked Deborah to watch Jennette carefully to make sure that she was actually eating food on a daily basis. Deborah said she knew absolutely nothing about this, but promised to watch Jennette and make sure that she was eating on a daily basis. Jennette heard the phrase anorexia again just a short while later, because one day, when Deborah arrived to pick up Jennette from dance classes, one of the other mothers confronted her.
I noticed she's losing a lot of weight. It seems like she might have anorexia. I wanted to see if you're working on getting her help. Another girl in class struggled with it, and her mom gave me the name of a specialist. Let's talk about this some other time. Mom interrupts Mrs. Gutierrez in the way that tells me some other time is never going to come.
So by the time she was 12, Jennette was anorexic, and many adults in her life took note of this because it was very clearly obvious, but very few considered that her own mother might be the person coaching her along with this disorder. The final terrifying detail here has to do with Jennette's showers and Deborah's body checks. You see, Deborah refused to let Jennette shower alone, even into her early tweens, and she regularly showered Jennette alongside with one of her older brothers. The exception was that if an audition was coming up, Deborah would usually shower Jennette without any of her brothers. Regardless, Deborah would always insist on checking Jennette's body for cancer lumps, which would invariably always involve her feeling Jennette's breasts and private parts. So basically, Deborah molested Jennette every single time they took a shower together, and she found a clever way to keep getting away with it. Jennette quickly learned to disassociate during these moments and moved her mind to other things. An important thing to say about this book is that most of the details of Jennette's life are laid out piece by piece as we go through the chapters, and because of that, we end up analyzing all of these things separately. But it is extremely important for us all to be reminded that all of these things were all happening at once for most of Jennette's childhood. The weekly rewatching of the cancer tape, the constant reminder of Deborah's mortality and her insistence upon sympathy, the violent outbursts that result from any criticism of her whatsoever, the coaching of Jennette's eating disorder, the inappropriate touching, the coexistence of infantilizing Jennette while also expecting her to not think or act like a child, alongside Jennette's Jeanette's total isolation because this entire time, Deborah was homeschooling Jennette, meaning she barely had any other friends her own age. All of that was all happening at once alongside these negative experiences that she was having in the entertainment industry. And for Jennette, all of that was deeply traumatizing, and she had no healthy way to deal with the emotions that she was feeling. It was finally in 2006 that Jennette McCurdy would audition for a children's sitcom. She would soon do a screen test, and the rest is history.
Oh, let me go! Say you're sorry. I'm sorry. And what are you sorry for? For saying you're aggressive.
From that moment forwards, Jennette would officially become Sam Puckett. In the following years, Nickelodeon would begin its mission of transforming Jennette into a cultural phenomenon, a pined-after teen beauty. When she first heard the news, she was in her mother's car, in a booster seat, at her mother's insistence. She was 14 years old. As Jennette explored working on Hollywood Boulevard, her mother, of course, joined her. One of the first major things that happened on set was that she received a gift basket from her brand new co-star, Miranda Cosgrove. The gift basket was extremely expensive, including candy and tickets to an expensive movie theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Jennette was left in awe of the gift, as she was apparently quite used to there being a competitive air to other children in Hollywood. It turns out the other kids on CSI weren't exactly looking to make friends, as there was a common belief that this industry was only big enough for one child star that could convincingly stab a teddy bear to death. But Miranda was different. Maybe because she was already successful, maybe because she didn't have anything to lose, maybe because she had good parents. But also because Miranda was very friendly and honest and wanted to be friends with people and wanted to be friends with Jennette. Jennette spent most of the filming of the iCarly pilot trying to seem cool in front of Miranda, typically feeling like she was probably failing at that. This was until the final day of shooting, pretty much when everyone was preparing to leave.
Hey, Jennette, do you have aim? Not really, I said, thinking she was talking about throwing things. I've never had good aim. You don't have AOL Instant Messenger? She seemed shocked. Oh, aim, I said, hoping that I sounded convincing, like I knew what it was even though I still didn't.
Soon enough, Jennette had a phone and was regularly texting Miranda. However, this was explicitly against the advice of her mother. Miranda was an atheist and cursed heavily even at that age, so Deborah told Jennette that she would be a bad influence. Nathan Kress was fine, she figured, because at least he was a Southern Baptist. But Jennette did keep texting Miranda, often for hours every single day. Sometimes, if her mother asked her what she was doing, she would lie, change the tab, and pretend that she was studying. I want to emphasize how important this part of the book is, because this is basically the first good thing that has happened to Jennette so far in the story.
I loved her, and I was so excited we were becoming friends.
But that is not to say that Jennette loved iCarly, because she certainly did not. At one point in the book, Jennette describes filming the sitcom as like being stuck in the Groundhog Day movie. The most obvious issue at play is that iCarly is partially a coming-of-age story, and it's also partially a venture used to promote the main cast members as desirable objects to the teenage audience watching. This was not an iCarly thing or a Nickelodeon thing, but that doesn't make it any less weird in hindsight. And Jennette often found herself feeling uncomfortable with the expectations given to her on set. And many of the most obvious examples relate to her numerous encounters with the creator. The creator of iCarly was an outwardly jolly man who Jennette soon learned to be very careful around. He would often hang around set and was known to swing between two different moods. He could be so generous and kind towards you that it would make you cry, or he could be so vicious and hateful and instantly angry that it would make you cry. The creator was bossy, shrewd, and controlling, and seemed to become almost a different person for every important conversation that he needed to have. When he spoke to Jennette one-on-one, she often found that he would insult the other cast members, telling her that they were incompetent and she was truly the talented one. And it made her uncomfortable to think that when he was talking to the other cast members, he was probably speaking poorly of her to fit the mood of that moment instead. And his direction for iCarly made Jennette instantly uncomfortable, even when it came to very minor moments that are otherwise extremely forgettable. For instance, in Season 1, Episode 16, during the iCarly webcast, this happens.
Look at us on the beach. Woo! Carly, we're in outer space!
But it's dangerous to be in outer space wearing only swimsuits!
Originally, when that skit was written, the intention was that both Carly and Sam would be wearing two-piece bikinis. Jennette had insisted that she did not want to wear a two-piece bikini, but because of the way the show worked, the costume department had to take several photos of her wearing different options for the scene. And this photo shoot left Jennette feeling objectified and embarrassed, and of course her mother was watching the entire time.
You look great, the wardrobe assistant who's always sewing says from across the room without looking up from her sewing machine. I worry that great means sexual. I fold my arms across my body to try and cover it up more.
Now, eventually, Jennette was allowed to wear the exact thing that she wanted to wear, a single-piece bikini and a pair of shorts to hide her body. But her internal monologue during this section highlights two important things. First of all, a natural instinct as a child to not want to be sexualized, and second of all, extreme body dysmorphia, which jumps out of the page.
I'm small. I know I'm small. But I worry that my body is fighting the smallness, that it's trying to develop. I'm terrified of being looked at like a sexual being. It's disgusting. I'm not that. I'm this. I'm a child.
Then there comes the uncomfortable discussion of the intersection between Jennette's life and Sam's life. Now, we're going to get into this a lot in just a moment, but for now, let's talk about one of the most important examples. Season 1, Episode 8, I Kiss, where we learn that Sam has never kissed anyone before.
Wait, you've seriously never kissed anyone?
You shocked?
Well, yeah, but just 'cause you always seemed so willing.
In reality, due to Jennette's sheltered life and her mother's insistence that she only view herself as a baby, Jennette had actually never kissed anyone before. So as Sam shared her first kiss with Freddie, Jennette shared her first kiss with Nathan. And it was terrible. This is mostly due to the enraged reaction of the creator, who watched over the entire filming of this part of the episode and was extremely insistent that Jennette was not moving her head enough. Eventually, after they had filmed 5 or 6 takes, he marched on stage to confront Jennette directly.
I hear his footsteps as he pads over to us, carrying a paper plate piled with cheese slices and unwrapped mini candy bars. The creator looks me right in the eye but doesn't say anything for 4 or 5 seconds. I almost start to laugh, thinking he might be messing with me for fun like he does sometimes. But then I recognize that there is a deep anger in him. This is no time for laughter. Finally, he speaks. Jennette. More head movement. He turns and walks away. Why aren't we rolling? He shouts.
Eventually, they stopped filming for that specific sequence only because they had run out of time and had to move on to the next filming block. After iCarly began airing, many things changed in Jennette's life. Although her mother often complained about her salary and the fact that as a lead she did not get residuals, the McCurdy household was no longer in financial strife, and the house and bills were paid off month to month. With this, Deborah became slightly less tense, and even began allowing Jennette to eat snacks on set and breakfast in the morning. But one sad reality for Jennette was that the family quickly stopped going to church. At this point in the book, Jennette realizes that for some families, faith is something you only have when things are bad. And because all of their lives are going well, she can't get anyone else in the house to want to go to church. so they eventually just stopped going. Now, with iCarly becoming a smash hit, Jennette was very quickly starting to get recognized in public. Shortly into the show's run, Jennette attempted to visit what was previously one of her only escapes from home life, Disneyland. However, while hanging out on Main Street, a mob quickly formed, disrupting the parade and embarrassing Jennette.
The kind of fame I have now is causing me a level of stress that I did not know was possible. I know everybody wants it, and everybody tells me how lucky I am to have it, but I hate it.
When going out in public for any reason, it was extremely common for complete strangers to yell out iCarly references at Jennette. In the book, she recalls at this point a lot of people yelling out references to the butter sock joke, but this is a mild anachronism, which is historically inaccurate, but builds to the general theme of filming iCarly being like in a constant loop for 5 years, with no sense of time or chronology.
Whenever someone shouts at me about chicken or socks, I'll laugh like it's a good one even though it's not a good one. I've heard this good one thousands of times, and it was a bad one from the get-go, but it only morphs into a worse one with each time I hear it.
As Jennette lingers on all of the things about fame she despises, her mother celebrates it, as finally they both have exactly what they've always wanted. She forces Jennette to take a photo with anyone who recognizes her, to fake a smile every single time, to sign anything that is put out in front of her, and to always say, thank you.
I'm tired of people approaching me like they own me, like I owe them something. Fame has put a wedge between Mom and me that I didn't think was possible. She wanted this, and I wanted her to have it. I wanted her to be happy. But now that I have it, I realize that she's happy and I'm not. Her happiness came at the cost of mine. I feel robbed and exploited. Sometimes I look at her and I just hate her. And then I hate myself for feeling that.
Shortly into the production of Season 2, the creator suddenly scheduled a dinner with Jennette and her mother. On the drive there, Deborah speculated that the creator might be interested in giving Jennette her own show. And when they arrived, it turned out that she was correct.
I want to give Jennette her own show. I even have the name picked out. Just Bucket. Isn't that a fun name for your own show?
So this is not the most important part of that anecdote. I know, we're not going to linger on this too long. But I cannot believe he thought he was going to get away with calling a children's show Just Puckett. As the creator described his vision, he explained that it would be a good long while before any of this would become a reality, as iCarly was still a very popular show, and it essentially had to end before they were going to do any of this. But there was officially no turning back, as the promise of this series was now officially on the table.
Mom looks over at me and nods, urging me to smile with teeth. So I do, even though I'm concerned. The creator was very clear that his offer had a contingent. Me listening to him, taking his advice, and letting him guide me. And even though a part of me appreciates the creator, a part of me is scared of him, and the idea that I'll have to do everything he wants is intimidating to me. I feel similarly around the creator as I feel around Mom. On edge, desperate to please, terrified of stepping out of line. Put both of them together in the same room and I'm overwhelmed.
So Jennette returned to iCarly, with the promise of a potential spin-off looming past the horizon. One day, something happened on set that in any other biography would just be a really embarrassing story about growing up. But for Jennette, this was extremely devastating. Because one day, while arriving on set and waiting to film a new episode of the show, Jennette had her first period. Deborah immediately reacted to the news with immense pain and grief, as if she and Jennette were mourning something together.
Oh, sweetie, she says with the gravity of someone consoling a friend who's just lost their beloved pet. Oh, sweetie, I am so sorry.
Deborah then left and 10 minutes later returned with the on-set teacher, who gave Jennette a pad and, in contrast to Jennette's mother, reacted to the news with extreme positivity.
Congratulations, Jennette, Patty says softly into my ear. Congratulations on becoming a woman.
As everyone around her celebrated her suddenly becoming a woman, Jennette was, of course, mortified. Because becoming a woman was the one thing that she had been trying to avoid desperately since she turned 6 years old. As the chapter ends, Jennette grows extremely furious at herself and decides that there is only one way to set things right.
I've been slacking, and the slacking needs to stop. I need to get back to anorexia. I need to be a kid again.
Jennette doesn't actually reflect much on the content of iCarly in this book, merely reflecting that it was kinda lowbrow and a stain on her life that she tries not to meditate on. But naturally, I have a lot of thoughts that I actually feel like I very much need to get off my chest. In my very first iCarly video, I told you guys that I was having trouble getting through the series, but I never really specified why. Sure, it's a show that can be bad and kind of mean-spirited, but there was a lot of stuff I noticed at the time that I decided to hold back on discussing because I realized it would make a lot more sense to talk about it here. Back then, Jennette didn't have a book, obviously, but she had a podcast, and she had written some very interesting articles about her eating disorder and the relationship she had with her mother. And going into the series knowing a lot of these details, I found it very hard not to think about this stuff, because the comparisons between Sam and Jennette are kind of on the nose.
Carly, Freddie, this is Sonia, my personal chef. Yahoo! What? You hired a personal chef? Well, my mom doesn't feed me.
Putting the internet aside, the main recurring theme throughout all of iCarly is child abuse. So many episodes of the show are just child abuse, laugh track. Child abuse, laugh track. Child abuse, laugh track. And when you watch it all in order with no escape whatsoever, it gets kind of maddening after a while. When it comes to this topic, I think there's very naturally going to be two talking points that people have. Firstly, should the poorly aged nature of how iCarly is written reflect on the writers themselves? And secondly, how purposeful are the connections between Jennette's life and Sam's? How much can we really indict these writers for when a whole lot of this is likely coincidence? Well, it's complex. The writers did not literally follow Jennette home and write down everything her mother did to her and then put that into a sitcom. That's not what I'm saying at all. However, I certainly do think that there was some attempt on some level to write details of Jennette's life into the Sam character. For instance, when Jennette first started acting on iCarly, she secretly had a massive crush on Jerry Trainer, having previously seen him on Drake and Josh. And then Jennette's mom ended up finding out about this and told Jerry Trainer directly. Now, Jerry was very professional about this, but it's still a thing that happened. By the way, none of that's in the book. When I first started this miniseries, I bought a lot of old gossip magazines for thumbnail fodder, and that was in one of them. So this was public knowledge at the time. It's something that Jennette's mother did to her that was kind of inappropriate, and it was extremely embarrassing, so naturally the writers put it in the show.
I know you have a crush on me.
What?
Nothing.
Outside of all exterior context, the Sam has a crush on Spencer running joke is kinda weird and strange, but in context, it's borderline unsettling. And I do think it's possible that the later into the series you get, the more that certain details are actually inspired by Jennette's life, but I can't prove this, and more importantly, it doesn't matter. If Jennette had had a happy childhood, everything I'm about to criticize would still be bad television. And the point is that with that little extra context of the real story going on here, it retroactively makes the series borderline unwatchable. And that is the main thing that I want to get into. All of Sam Puckett's main traits in iCarly, in one way or another, relate back somehow to the dysfunctional relationship that she has with her own mother. Pam Puckett is heavily absent as a parent, being neglectful of her daughter partially because of constant outbursts that she is always having off screen.
And don't take this the wrong way, but why are you here?
Because I need someplace quiet to get cracking on this book.
How come you can't read at your house?
Because my mom keeps screaming at the cat to get a job. Yeah, I don't know.
Sam spends most of her time hanging out with Carly, mostly to get away from the atmosphere that she experiences at home, and the heavy distrust that she has with her mother. And we find out a little bit more about this background in Season 3, Episode 10, I Was a Pageant Girl.
Come on, talk.
When I was little, I used to compete in beauty pageants.
You were really a beauty pageant girl?
I didn't want to be. My mom forced me.
The plot revolves around the realization that when Sam was much younger, her mother forced her into beauty pageant culture. This was until her main rival fell down a flight of stairs. Everyone blamed Sam, who was then banned for 7 years. In the episode, Sam's rival is about to become the first person to win 100 pageants in a row. Sam, enraged, convinces Carly to do the pageant in her place, and Sam begins introducing Carly to the various elements of the culture.
Here.
What are these?
You stuff them in your bra.
However, when they get to the competition, Sam learns that it's been 7.5 years since she competed. She is thus eligible for the competition and forces Carly to swap places. While backstage, mid-pageant, she happens to run into a very boring-looking person who turns out to be her old dance instructor from her pageant days.
Samantha Puckett, I never thought I'd see you at another pageant.
I'm back.
I see that. How's your mom?
Still the worst.
Together, the two end up doing one of their old dance routines together, wowing the judges and ultimately winning the competition. Obviously, one of the most important things about this episode is the contextual canonization that Sam has a bad relationship with her mother, partially because she was forced into the child pageant world when she was a little baby, which included a culture of overemphasizing perfect youthful beauty and, of course, her eventually taking dancing lessons. All of this sounds very familiar, not identical, but familiar, and this stands out very, very strongly when we study this episode of isolation instead of letting it just fade into the rest of the episodes of iCarly. And as this is a Sam episode, it also features what is overwhelmingly her most poorly aged running joke: her relationship with food.
You did great.
No, I was off balance when I turned to walk off.
Oh, no one will notice that.
I'm feeling all anxious now. Where's my purse?
Here.
My name is Quinton.
You keep fried chicken in your purse?
It's my emergency thigh.
The bus ran over my lunch.
Well, flat doesn't mean inedible.
Come on, we gotta study.
Let me just eat one more meatball.
You said that 3 meatballs ago.
I have a problem.
Are these ribs?
I can't eat chicken all the time.
So why do I think this is a detail that hasn't aged well? To put it simply, it's not just that Sam loves food. It's that she very clearly binge eats. Sam has an eating disorder. I think it's very easy to read this from the source material. And in my opinion, the intended joke is supposed to be that it is funny when a little girl binge eats, but she's still skinny. I think that's the joke of this part of her character, that it's funny when you have a character that binge eats, but they still stay skinny.
These are the biggest salads in the history of mankind.
I know. I'm already full and I haven't even made a dent.
I'm out of salad.
And what was interesting, Willow reminded me, she said that your character on that show was obsessed with food.
Loved food. It was so confusing at the time.
Right.
Being caught up in anorexia or binge eating disorder or bulimia, and then while playing this character who's like slinging a fried chicken leg, like beating people with a ham sandwich, it felt like my life was mocking me in a lot of ways, and it was really difficult. I'm gonna need another fat bag.
And the thing about this is that I think it kind of makes the creators implicit in Jennette's eating disorder, because it makes her mother not wrong that it's important to her career that she stays skinny. Because it's part of the canon of iCarly that Sam has to be skinny. And alongside just being a very poorly thought out depiction of an eating disorder, it's also clearly yet another part of the show where you can very clearly see that performing this material was harming Jennette in a very clear way.
Sam! Sam!
Hey, Carls.
Can you tell me why I found this half-eaten tamale in my bed?
Because I left it there. Give me it.
But of course, Sam is not the only character who has an issue with her mother. While Sam's mom is absent in a way that is neglect, Freddy's mom is present in a way that is overbearing. The more we see of Freddy's life with his mother, the less good it seems, the less legal it seems, and not just in a goofy sitcom way. Like the fact that Freddy's mother is obsessed with his weight and his body, and with him constantly weighing himself and weighing the food he eats and doing other things which are kind of disgusting.
What are these scales for?
Well, what's the point of eating nutritious food if we don't know exactly how much nutrition our bodies absorb?
I don't understand.
We weigh the food before it goes in.
Yeah.
Then later, we weigh what comes out.
And Freddy spends most of the series just desperately seeking for any sense of independence and autonomy, because at home, all of those things are robbed from him. But to be fair, at least Freddy's mom isn't touching him inappropriately or showering with him, except for the fact that she's absolutely doing both of those things.
So awful.
How are you hiding that from your mom?
It's not easy.
Yeah, doesn't she still give you those bi-weekly body inspections?
No. I told her I was too old for those a long time ago.
Yesterday?
Maybe.
You're coming home with me right now and having a tick bath.
I don't have ticks.
The tick baths are working, aren't they?
Freddy's mom is one of the most uncomfortable characters in sitcom history, and I say that with no hyperbole. But what annoys me most about Freddy's mom and Sam's mom is that they're both portrayed in a positive light, at least eventually. The thing that's always annoyed me about the episode with Sam's mom is that by virtue of her being a celebrity guest cameo, she's portrayed with this element of like cool, like she's a really cool person in spite of everything else. And by the end of the episode, there's this bullshit theme of like love conquering all, and because these two characters can hug each other, everything's gonna be okay. Which of course becomes a moot point when Sam becomes a runaway and her mom never cares. And the thing I always hate about Freddy's mom is that she's always constantly portrayed as saving the day eventually, you know what I mean? And I think this is a difficult trope because it's something that you very commonly see in the mentality of narcissistic and controlling people, where they're always like, well, you can say this and this and this about me right now, but when you need something done, you need somebody to save the day, it's gonna be me. You know, people who are narcissistic actually look at themselves like that, and so I think it's weird to actually write that into her character. Because for God's sakes, constantly throughout this book, Deborah is saying shit like this. She's always touting her own self-importance and how she's gonna save the day because she needs to feel important. It's part of her personality, and it's just weird to see that reflected in the damn show. But the important thing to note here is, of course, Sam and Freddy are not real people. You don't need to mourn for them. You don't need to feel sad for them. They're fiction. They don't breathe. They don't bleed. And that's why Jennette's story is so important. Because it's not a story, it's just her life. So let's get back to Jennette's life. From November the 5th, 2007 to February the 12th, 2008, the Writers Guild of America East and West went on strike. The group were protesting many things, but partially the fact that studios of the time did not allow for residuals for new media. In the past few years, I have often spoken of how this strike affected TV shows, corporations, and networks. But one thing we have rarely discussed is the actors who were put out of work temporarily by the strike. At the time, iCarly was filming its first season, and the actors soon found themselves with some free time as the show ran out of material. Jennette's agent suggested that she begin a music career, as it would be a great way to fill the time before the strike came to an end. Shortly after this, Deborah forced Jennette to begin posting covers onto YouTube. When iCarly fans inevitably found these covers and they went viral, they could use this to attract a record company, which of course ended up working. She was soon signed to Capitol Records and was given the task of making country music in Nashville. She would perform with a fake Southern accent to fit the bill. Kind of awkward, as it was widely known that she was from California. But at least she wasn't from Pennsylvania or something. When iCarly continued filming after the strike, this delayed her music career, as she spent most of her time recording what we would call seasons 2 and 3, but she would naturally just call season 2. But after this, iCarly took a break from production, and Deborah rented a hotel in Nashville for several months so that she and Jennette could work on her country music debut full time. Her premiere single, Not That Far Away, was written from Jennette's perspective to her mother by a bunch of Nashville songwriters Jennette didn't really know.
I wish you were here, 'cause sometimes I get lonely. Yes, I'm not the only new girl in town.
The song is about Jennette, a down-to-earth country girl, moving to California to pursue her dreams, and being so sad that she's so far away from her mother, all the way out here in California.
Mama, I promise I'll be alright. I'll call and say I love you every night. I'm just trying to write the story of my life.
At the start of chapter 37, Jennette and Deborah sit in their hotel room listening to the final mix of Not That Far Away. As Deborah listens, tears run down her cheeks. Now, Not That Far Away is a shit sandwich song, and Jennette knows it. So why is her mother earnestly, unironically, crying listening to this shit sandwich song? Why is Deborah crying while listening to Jennette sing a song about missing her mother while knowing that everything is going to be okay? Secretly, Jennette knows exactly what is happening. Her mother and her share an email for business, and sometime before she had seen an outgoing email that confirmed her worst nightmare for the past 14 years. Her mother's cancer had returned. Jennette is finally able to get her mother to admit the truth of what is happening, and Deborah weeps over the fact that because of her cancer treatments, she is going to have to miss Jennette's country music tour. Jennette responds that she doesn't want to go on a country music tour, and her mother snaps back,
Net, you have to go on this tour. Don't talk crazy like that, okay? You scare me when you talk like that. You have to go on this tour no matter what, alright? You're gonna be a country music star. Okay.
Brief pause here. Jennette McCurdy is such a talented writer. And I don't want to, imply that this scene never happened, but it's incredible how her voice can still be felt in the dialogue of other characters, and how throughout this scene you really start to get a feeling of how ridiculous this life is that she is being forced to live. Jennette McCurdy's country music career is not brought up before chapter 37, and by the end of the chapter, her mother is insisting that Jennette, a woman from Orange County, California, has to become a country music star because nothing else is important. And there's no reason why implied in the text. It's as if Deborah just woke up one day and suddenly remembered, oh, when I was 6, I wanted to be an actress and a country music star. And so now Jennette has to do both. It feels like such an arbitrary thing to randomly do to an 18-year-old. And it's important to remember that it was an arbitrary thing to do to a 6-year-old. Just because she had a backstory doesn't mean any of this is justified in any way. So as Deborah goes back home to start her cancer treatment, Jennette hits the road. Now, the way that Jennette is touring is very much not typical. Usually at this stage, the goal is to get the artist's music on the radio. And because of this, the artist will shop around to various regional radio reps to perform in front of a handful of people. So basically like, this is Greg. He controls what is on the radio in Urbana, Illinois. You're going to perform for him. But instead, Jennette's record label wants her to go around and do live performances at malls. This way, the radio representatives will be able to experience her star power in real time. So she'll be doing live performances in various malls across America, a bunch of kids will show up to see Sam from iCarly, and then her reps will say, hey, look at this! Look at all these kids who came to see this girl's music, when in actuality, no one came to hear this girl's music. Jennette has mixed experiences on the road. The days are long, filled with noise, and also the typical novelty catcalls that she's quite used to on the street.
Hey, Samantha Puckett, how'd you get out of juvie? Haha, good one. Where's your fried chicken? Haha, good one. Do you really beat up people in real life? Haha, good one. My dead soul smile spreads across my face, and I look in their cameras while their mom apologizes 15 times for not knowing how to operate it.
But one thing she quietly takes note of is that she's actually having a good amount of fun. After all, this is the first period in her life where she is constantly away from her mother. It's her first taste of independence as an adult. And she soon finds herself relaxing in a way that she never does back in LA.
I'm realizing for the first time how exhausting it is to constantly curate my natural tendencies, responses, thoughts, and actions into whatever version Mom would like most. I miss her deeply, and my heart aches over what she's going through, and I certainly feel a lot of guilt about the ease I feel these days, but that ease is undeniable. Without her monitoring and weighing in on my every move, my life feels much easier.
But the endorphin rush of having personal control for the first time in her life soon combines with her eating disorders. Jennette soon finds herself binge eating, consuming as much food as she can get her hands on, and all as compensation for how guilty she feels over not following her mother's strict diet. She eats to compensate for how much she is eating.
Without being monitored by Mom, each bite I take feels rebellious. I'm horrified by this reality, but simultaneously drawn to what's on my plate with an attraction that can only be described as lust. The fullness I feel after my meals is nice, and new to me, but it's immediately usurped by a deep sense of guilt. The guilt drives me to eat more. Boxes of Cheez-Its and store-bought cookies and pieces of candy or fruit roll-ups or whatever goodies are on the bus, sometimes until my stomach aches and feels like it's about to burst. I'm horrified with every pound gained, but also feel unable to stop. I am terrified of what will happen when Mom sees me.
While working on her career, Jennette also has her first kiss. This is with a guitarist named Lucas, who is assigned to work on some of her performances. Lucas takes great interest in her, and they kiss in her hotel room at his request. He is 27, and she is 18. Jennette has a mixed flurry of emotions during the friendship that she finds difficult to manage. This isn't explicit in the text, but I essentially believe that because she was homeschooled, Jennette was never taught anything about sex or hormones. And coupling that with the fact that she was brought up to be emotionally and physically repressed, when she gets out into the real world, she doesn't understand her body or the impulses that she is having. And older men in her life end up taking advantage of that innocence. After the tour ends, Jennette returns home and reunites with her mother. She hasn't seen her since she began her cancer treatment. Jennette is shocked at the transformation. Deborah has lost every hair on her body, including her eyebrows, and now wears a sock cap over her head. She has lost over 12 pounds, having already been skinny before. As they enter the family car, the topic quickly turns to Jennette's body.
Nat, what happened? She doesn't face me when she asks it. She stays looking out the window at the bumper-to-bumper traffic on the 5.
Soon after, Jennette's country music career comes to an end with a whimper instead of a bang. As iCarly films its 4th and then 5th seasons, the end of the show begins to feel imminent. With this, the creator's promise of giving Jennette a spin-off starts to come into conversation more and more. In 2011, Jennette once again has dinner with the creator, who attempts to give her alcohol for the first time.
No one's looking, Jennette, or you're fine. I don't know. The Victorious kids get drunk together all the time. The iCarly kids are so wholesome, we need to give you guys a little edge. The creator always compares us iCarly kids to the kids on his other hit show, Victorious. I think he thinks it'll make us try harder. I don't know if drinking is what gives a person edge.
Eventually, Jennette does try a sip and hates it. The creator then becomes physical, first touching Jennette's leg and then giving her a back massage, all while reminding her of the future that he is holding above her head.
He pats my shoulders and then the pat turns into a massage. Ooh, you're so tense. I want to say something, to tell him to stop, but I'm so scared of offending him. Every kid out there would kill for an opportunity like the one you've got. You're very lucky, Jennette. I know, I say while he keeps rubbing me. And I do. I do know. I'm so lucky.
Jennette's mother soon begins using a wheelchair, which they pretend is a good amount of fun, although Jennette secretly hates it, as she believes that this means that her mother is now officially beyond recovery. Jennette moves out of her mother's house for the first time and is excited about living alone. However, as she moves out, Deborah asks if she can stay the night as sort of a fun sleepover. Jennette does not want this, but agrees, despite knowing that her mother will do the same thing the next night, and the next night, and the next night, and every night after that. The pair are now roommates, and every night Jennette struggles to fall asleep while her mother clings to her body. At this point, one of the writers on iCarly, who Jennette calls Joe in the book, starts flirting with her pretty regularly, and at one point they end up actually kissing. Jennette doesn't want this relationship to be a fling, and so she pressures him into breaking up with his girlfriend. When they officially start dating, she is 20, and he is 32, 12 years her senior. Jennette does not tell her mother that she now has a boyfriend. The first night they are to be together, Jennette lies to her mother and tells her that she is having a sleepover with Miranda. Suddenly, in an instant, Deborah's mood snaps.
Just as I'm about to ask her what's going on, she snaps her head toward me, picks the TV remote up off the coffee table, and chucks it at my head. I duck aside to avoid it. "You're lying to me, you liar!" Mom says, spitting as her face contorts. "I'm gonna find out what's going on. Mark my words, you filthy little lying whore." Mom's been harsh with me before, but she's never spoken to me like this.
When Jennette finally saw Joe, he was completely drunk. He had just broken up with his girlfriend of 5 years and was terrified that he made the wrong decision. She spends the bulk of their first night together with him crying a drunken mess while she attempts to console him.
I thought you wanted this, I say, looking for reassurance. You won't even have sex with me. He wails. It's true. I won't have sex with him. Even though my family stopped going to church, there are still a few rules of the religion that for whatever reason I can't bring myself to break.
Joe pressures Jennette into giving him oral sex as a compromise, something that begins to happen regularly, although initially she is still very repressed on the topic. Shortly after this, Deborah finally moved out of Jennette's apartment to be closer to her doctor in Orange County, since her appointments were nearly daily at this point. In 2012, Nickelodeon gives each cast member on iCarly a gift. A voucher for an expensive hotel in Hawaii for several nights. Jennette and Joe fly into Hawaii and start checking out the island. But while at the beach, they are caught by paparazzi, who take a barrage of photographs. Jennette wakes up to 34 missed calls, 16 voicemails, and 4 emails. She opens one to find a hateful, spiteful, and vindictive letter from her own mother.
Dear Nett, I am so disappointed in you. You used to be my perfect little angel, but now you are nothing more than a little slut, a floozy, all used up. And to think, you wasted it on that hideous ogre of a man. I saw the pictures on a website called TMZ. You look pudgier, too. It's clear you're eating your guilt. Thinking of you with his ding-dong inside of you makes me sick. Sick. I raised you better than this. What happened to my good little girl? Where did she go? And who is this monster that has replaced her? You're an ugly monster now. I told your brothers about you, and they all said they disown you just like I do. We want nothing to do with you. Love, Mom. Or should I say Deb, since I am no longer your mother. P.S. Send money for a new fridge. Ours broke.
After this, Jennette looks up the TMZ images and is horrified. Websites like the Daily Mail display the images proudly with headlines like, iCarly star Jennette McCurdy displays her curves in a gray bikini. Jennette, who does not want to be perceived as curvy, falls into a deep existential pit. In response, Joe takes Jennette's phone, puts it in the hotel safe, and forces her to go through the rest of the trip, putting everything in her life but this vacation to the side. And it almost gets to the point that she forgets about everything that's going on. Until the final day, when she gets her phone back, and she sees that she has 22 missed emails. Against the advice of Joe, she begins flipping through them. And as she curates all of the hateful messages before her, a new one filters in.
You caused my cancer to come back. I hope you're happy knowing this. You have to live with this fact. You gave me cancer.
Jennette reflects on everything that has happened over the past few years, on how fame, distrust, and now her having a boyfriend has caused her and her mother to grow apart in a way that she never before thought was possible. But maybe this is all actually just about Deborah's cancer, and the fact that Deborah is dying, even if no one else in the world is willing to admit it.
Maybe we're just letting this wedge between us grow because deep down we both know that soon enough this wedge will be out of our control.
A few days later, Jennette and Deborah meet up. Deborah never mentions Joe. Jennette never mentions the email. They simply sit down together and act out a facsimile of the relationship that they both think they are supposed to have. And this continues through the rest of Deborah's life. One day, Jennette's grandfather brings Deborah to see Jennette for another day of having lunch together. As they pass Nickelodeon on Sunset, Deborah stops to take a photograph of the giant image of the iCarly cast, which she does every single time they pass it. Jennette grows embarrassed and then horrified as Deborah drops the camera and begins convulsing. They pull into the studio lot and call an ambulance. One of the MTs recognizes Jennette and allows her to ride to the hospital with her mother.
As I'm squeezing my dying mother's hand and watching froth spill out of her mouth, we pass the poster again. I see my dead-eyed grin and my stupid fucking outdated hairstyle. My life is mocking me.
In the hospital, Jennette sits with her brothers and her comatose mother. She offers to go and get everyone food, but everyone says that they aren't hungry. So she goes and gets Burger King by herself. She eats a Whopper and some fries, and afterwards, she sits in the guilt that she feels after eating. And she considers making herself throw up. However, as she lingers over the restaurant's toilet and shoves her fingers down her throat, she finds that she can't get this to work.
I give up. I wash my hands. I'm a failure at not eating, and I'm a failure at getting rid of the food I do eat.
Shortly after this, she returns to the hotel room to find that her mother has just woken up. As some of her first conscious words, her mother chastises her for eating Burger King. Shortly after this, Jennette breaks up with Joe. She tells him that she is breaking up with him because she knows her mother is about to die, and she doesn't want him to have to bear the brunt of her displaced love. But the truth is that the honeymoon phase is over. Jennette has grown disgusted with Joe, is not infatuated with him anymore, and finds their age gap more embarrassing than it's ever been before. She does not shed tears for the end of this relationship. But while filming the iCarly finale, she finds herself crying with Miranda. Jennette does not weep for the end of iCarly. She weeps for the uncertainty of what will happen to her relationship with Miranda. As she's gotten older, she's grown frustrated with the commonality of friendships existing through context, of saying, this is my friend from work, or this is my friend from the gym. because then you get fired from work, you go to a different gym, suddenly they're not your friend anymore. And Jennette worries that outside of the context of filming a television show, her relationship with Miranda won't exist. And that scares her. But she ends up being totally wrong. In the coming months, they spend as much time together as they can, constantly having sleepovers and road trips and the like, and Jennette becomes convinced that this relationship will outlive its context. One day, while hanging out with Miranda, Jennette receives a dire call from her father. Her mother had gone in for a standard corrective operation, but had fallen into another coma, as her body couldn't handle the stress of surgery. The doctors estimate that she only has 48 hours to live. Eventually left alone with her comatose mother, Jennette attempts to wake her by telling her some exciting news which she thinks will be just enough to bring her mother to.
Mommy, I am so skinny right now. I'm finally down to 89 pounds. That in the days since Mom's been hospitalized, my fear and sadness have morphed into the perfect anorexia motivation cocktail, and finally, I have achieved Mom's current goal weight for me.
This news does not cause Deborah to wake up, but she eventually does come to and survives past the 48-hour mark, but she spends the rest of her life in hospital or hospice care. Around the same time, Jennette begins filming the fabled spin-off which she was promised ages ago. However, near the last minute, the showrunners hastily change the premise when it is decided that Ariana Grande, a cast member from the show Victorious, is too popular with younger viewers to be let go from the network. Thus, Ariana Grande's character will now share the position as co-lead in the series that has been held over Jennette's head for the past few years.
This was supposed to be just Puckett, the harrowing tale of a brassy juvenile delinquent turned school counselor. Now it's some half-baked two-hander, Sam Cat, about a brassy juvenile delinquent who, with her ditzy best friend, starts a babysitting company called Sam Cat Super Rockin' Fun Time Babysitting Service. This is not harrowing.
Every day as she gets off work, Jennette will rush to the hospital to be with her mother, who is usually accompanied by a rotating selection of her other family members.
I'd go from slinging a butter sock and shouting my cheesy lines on the brightly colored, overlit Sam Cat soundstage to sitting in a hospital bedside chair with outdated upholstery, surrounded by the smell of sanitation and the feel of death.
Jennette becomes increasingly frustrated that as the hospital staff recognize her, they don't have the sensibility to not bring it up. One day, a nurse even asks Jennette for a photo while she sits across from Deborah. At this point, Deborah's brain tumors are so bad that she is capable of very little speech, only repeating back,
"I love you."
Jennette becomes increasingly incapable of spending time in the hospital, watching her mother become a little less conscious with every passing day. One day, her best friend Colton suggests that they should take a road trip to San Francisco to get her mind off of things. While preparing to check into the hotel, Colton suggests they go and buy alcohol so they can do shots in the hotel bedroom. It's Jennette's first proper time drinking, and the pair get pretty buzzed and run around the hotel all night having fun. The next morning, Jennette decides that that was the greatest night of her life, and she can't wait to do it again the next night. Jennette thinks that getting drunk is the greatest sensation in the world. She can be loose, she can have fun, and best of all, the judgmental voice in her head that happens to sound just like her mother seems to fade away when she starts drinking. At this part of the book, Jennette begins to find herself getting very short-tempered and tired of dealing with people, which she registers as her attempt to bury her emotions as much as she can.
I'm becoming an angry person with no tolerance for anyone. I'm aware of the shift and yet have no desire to change it. If anything, I want it. It's armor. It's easier to be angry than to feel the pain underneath it.
As Jennette keeps filming the show, she becomes more and more addicted to the way that alcohol makes her feel, until she one day wakes up with a considerable hangover. It's then that she realizes that she is late for a flight. That flight was supposed to take her to the Worldwide Day of Play, an annual tradition where Nickelodeon would essentially shut itself off and have a Kiddie Bop festival in real life. Most kids just turned on Cartoon Network or Disney Channel or the other Nickelodeon channel that you'd sometimes get that was for the other coast. I mean, hell, to be honest with you, when Worldwide Day of Play would happen, I'd rather watch the NASA channel. I'd rather turn on Treehouse Detectives than go outside, just because they had pissed me off with that crap. Jennette was supposed to be hosting that year, while her co-star, Ariana, was the main musical guest. However, as she attempted to rush packing her bags for the trip, she got a call from her father. It was time. Jennette rushed to the old hoarder house, where she found her mother in the living room, surrounded by hospice care. The family sat around the bed and waited for the inevitable. Jennette wished that they could cry, but they'd been through this routine so many times before that they were all cried out. All they could do was sit there and wait.
Mom takes a sharp breath in, then out. The hospice nurse locks eyes with Dad, gives a slight nod. Dad looks at us. Mom's gone. We're all numb. We don't cry. We just sit. In silence. Finally, I pick up my phone. 100 messages have poured in. Everyone's heard. E-News broke the story. How the fuck they already know, I have no idea.
After Deborah dies, Jennette asks her friends to spend the night with her so she won't be alone. They all go out to a restaurant where Jennette ends up binge drinking and binge eating. When she gets back to the house that she had recently purchased with her Nickelodeon money, she politely forces all of her friends to leave. She rushes to the bathroom, shoves her fingers down her throat, and vomits into the toilet. She feels a sense of victory.
So what if I fucked up and ate? So what if I failed? So fucking what? All I have to do is shove my fingers down my throat and watch my mistake be undone. This is the start of something good.
Jennette returned to filming episodes of Sam Cat shortly after her mother's death, beginning with the episode #Lumpacious. But tensions on set continued to grow as an obvious dichotomy increased between the two leads. Before Sam Cat, Jennette and Ariana barely knew each other, until one day they were placed in the same room and told, for the sake of branding, you two are best friends. Initially, things were fine, until Ari started to miss work. When she was on iCarly, Jennette had had several chances to star in feature films, but the writers refused to write her out of the show, meaning that contractually she could only do projects in between seasons of the show. You'll actually remember that the only Sam Light episodes happened because Jennette ended up in the hospital. And now that they were doing Sam Cat, Ariana was allowed to skip script readings, rehearsals, and even filming days to work on her music career. The unspoken narrative was that because Jennette was the less venerated asset, she had to carry the show. When Jennette wanted to do something else, too bad. There was no such thing as a Jennette Light episode of Sam Cat. But when Ari wanted to go and do other things, accommodations were made. Jennette was treated as more essential because she was being treated as less essential.
Then this week happened. The week where I was told Ariana would not be here at all, and that they would write around her absence this episode by having her character be locked in a box. Fuck this.
On the set of Sam Cat, there was soon a common catchphrase repeated by all the producers and especially to Jennette. Thanks for being a good sport, which was their way of saying, we know that production is hell, we know it's bad, and that you'd rather be her. Jennette quickly found herself growing extremely jealous of Ariana. Ari had grown up in a wealthy community in Florida, had a family that was wealthy and supported her, a mother that did not have cancer, and of course, she got into performing because she wanted to do it. Ariana having a music career, Jennette didn't really care about because she'd had a chance to have that life and had thrown it away. But having to hear Ari come in every day with a new story of adventures and her numerous encounters with famous celebrities across the industry made Jennette like her a little bit less every time she saw her.
But what finally undid me was when Ariana came whistle-toning in with excitement because she had spent the previous evening playing charades at Tom Hanks' house. Pop star success I could handle, but hanging out with Sheriff Woody, with Forrest fucking Gump, this has gone too far.
Now, an important thing I want to establish here real quick is that it is not a crime to dislike someone, and it is not a crime to be disliked. This is a sentiment that I feel like isn't brought up enough when it comes to these celebrity disagreements. So just because Jennette wasn't very good friends with Ariana doesn't mean it's your job to hate her as well. In the same way that it was never your job to hate Victoria Justice when you thought she wasn't friends with Ariana either. Context is really what's important here. You put two women in a room together whose lives are going in the opposite direction and they might butt heads a little. Because I'm being honest with you, if I was going through a phase of my life where I was going through trauma and I was struggling and every year felt like the new worst year of my life, and you put me in a room with 20-year-old Ariana Grande telling me about hanging out with Tom Hanks every day, I'm not gonna like her either. Jennette did Sam Cat for her mom, who is dead now, so she didn't care anymore. But she did care about one thing. The creator had promised Jennette that if she played ball and she did this show, he would let her start directing episodes.
Sure, directing one of the creator's shows is not exactly the best way to flex your creative muscles, since the creator is ever present during the shoot, adamant about his own ideas, and not very receptive to anyone else's. But getting to direct an episode of television is a chance to make the industry finally see me as something more than just a kid's TV actor.
In the book, Jennette happily reports that Monday has become her favorite day of the week. Every Monday, the cast and crew get an updated schedule with filming dates, episode titles, and the name of each episode's director. And every Monday, Jennette celebrates being able to open the manila folder and see her name written across a straight week for the episode that she is going to direct. This is until one fateful Monday, when her name suddenly vanishes from the calendar.
Executives and producers start filing in. I lock eyes with one of them, the one I trust most out of these people I don't trust. We'll talk about it later, he mouths. No. Now that I've shown up to work every day, been a professional, swallowed my anger, and carried a show for almost 40 episodes, now that they've gotten what they wanted out of me, they're taking away the very reason why I was doing all those things in the first place.
Jennette gets through the script reading and immediately calls her ever-entangled and complex system of agents and managers who advise her to play ball and be nice. Jennette tells her makeup artist Patty about the situation, as Patty is one of the only people on set that Jennette really trusts. Throughout the week, Patty takes Jennette around to all of the producers who all refuse to speak to her. The producers shut Jennette out. There is no consideration for her emotional state after the death of her mother. There is no one on set making sure that she is okay and that everybody is getting along. And the producers essentially say to Jennette, shut up and keep dancing. Later, Jennette is shooting a scene which I believe is for the episode #Knockout. During the first 2 takes, she begins to emotionally falter, and during the 3rd take, she has a full-out panic attack. She falls to the floor and begins sobbing and screaming while the cast and crew stare at her.
Finally, one of my co-stars, the one who plays the boxer, picks me up and carries me off set. He takes me to my dressing room and sits with me. Patty joins. They comfort me and tell me they understand. They're here for me.
Eventually, a lone producer arrives at the dressing room and asks to speak to Jennette alone. After some insistence, Zoran and Patty leave. The producer tells Jennette the truth. Someone on the show had threatened to quit if Jennette was allowed to direct an episode. He won't say if this was another producer or an actor or a creator, but he makes it very clear that Jennette has done nothing wrong.
Somebody didn't want me to direct, so much so that they said they'd quit the show if I did. I don't even understand how something like this is possible. I make myself throw up again and again and again. I don't know how else to deal with everything happening around me. I don't know how else to cope with so much of my life being so out of my control. Prop master knocks on my door to deliver the butter sock for my next scene.
At this point, Jennette's binging and purging has gotten bad enough that it has started to take a serious negative effect on her health. Her skin worsens, she's developed cavities, and her throat bleeds every single night. But Jennette isn't able to control her impulses and grows increasingly embarrassed about the situation, pining for the days when she had anorexia instead of bulimia. She believes that anorexia is the respectable disorder because anorexia is a disorder of control, while bulimia is a disorder of chaos. As Sam Cat continues filming, Jennette patiently watches as the clock winds down on the series. At one point in the book, she proudly states that there are only 20 days left until they are finished filming all of the contractually obligated 39 episodes. She prays that the show will not be renewed. On set, things have become tense. The conditions are bad, the atmosphere is even worse. Jennette ponders if her bad mood is rubbing off on everybody else, but she happily knows that she is not the problem.
The creator has gotten in trouble from the network for accusations of his emotional abuse. I feel like it's been a long time coming and should have happened a lot sooner.
As punishment for the allegations reaching Nickelodeon, the creator is banned from being physically on set with the other actors. But he refuses to give up control over every single scene that is filmed for the show. Because of this, filming becomes a nightmare.
The creator sits in a small cave-like room off to the side of the soundstage, surrounded by piles of cold cuts, his favorite snack, and Kids' Choice Awards blimps, his most cherished life accomplishment. He watches our takes on 4 separate monitors, one for each camera, that are set up in his lair. Whenever he wants to give us a note, he tells it to an assistant director, who then has to run across the entire soundstage to give it to us. So our shoot days went from about 13 hours to about 17. Finally, just past 1 in the morning, we wrap.
The show's long and erratic hours are incidentally the reason that Dice is written the way that he is. You'll note that despite being the driving force behind a good amount of episodes, Dice usually finds some excuse to be absent for a solid chunk of the story. This includes the episode where Cameron is murdered halfway through the runtime. Child labor regulations are much more strict than those of adult performers, so if you only write Dice into a small sliver of the episode, then you can keep filming non-stop for 16 or 17 hours without having to shut down production. These conditions are likely the reason that the mandated blooper episode doesn't have a lot of actual Sam Cat bloopers in it, because if you're 15 hours into a shoot and somebody messes a scene up, you're probably not going to be laughing and making jokes. The end of the show came very suddenly and, as we know, ahead of schedule. Jennette's agents called her one day to tell her that Nickelodeon had canceled the series 36 episodes in. Jennette celebrated liberation before being told that there was other news. Nickelodeon was offering her a bonus $300,000. Jennette's agents were hesitant to explain why before they finally gave up the truth. The 6-figure payment was a thank you of sorts, but it would come with the contractual agreement that Jennette would never discuss her time at Nickelodeon or her experiences with the creator.
What the fuck? Nickelodeon is offering me $300,000 in hush money to not talk publicly about my experience on the show? My personal experience of the creator's abuse? This is a network with shows made for children. Shouldn't they have some sort of moral compass? Shouldn't they at least try to report to some sort of ethical standard?
Jennette turned down the payment and ended the call, but ultimately found herself reconsidering if she had made the right decision. In the following weeks, news reports would begin to spill out, reporting on the end of Sam Cat. Most articles included rumors that the series had ended because of Jennette McCurdy, either because she was constantly fighting with Ariana or because she had asked for a massive pay raise to match Ariana. Neither claims were true. In reality, one of the producers on the show, part of the same group that had banded together to stop McCurdy from directing, had been hit with a serious sexual harassment allegation. Now, this is not the creator. I just want to be absolutely clear, there's no point in speculating on that. Several of the producers who worked on Sam Cat, a handful of which had previously worked on iCarly or Victorious, did not follow through into Henry Danger and have never worked on a Nickelodeon project ever again. And basically, as far as I can tell, one of those people, although it's impossible to tell who, got hit with an allegation and everything went to hell. Nickelodeon was obviously very protective of their brand as a network for children, and they didn't want any of these allegations getting out there. So, when journalists started reporting that Jennette McCurdy was the reason the show had ended, they just stood back and allowed those claims to float out there unchallenged. Although I have to point out, as delicately as I can, these rumors had to come from somewhere. Someone was out there telling journalists all of this false information. And it's a very, very convenient narrative for Nickelodeon that all of Hollywood, when it came to the people reporting on what was happening, all of those people were being led down the incorrect path of the story behind what was happening with this show. So if you want to know why Sam Cat got canceled, somewhere in the Nickelodeon archives in the legal department, deep, deep, deep behind several closed doors, there is a piece of paper with a name on it. And that name is one of the producers from Sam Cat. And that person is the reason that the show got canceled. Although I have some thoughts about this. Let me spell out very blankly what my conspiracy theory about this topic is. 2 years after Sam Cat ended, Nickelodeon began broadcasting a new show called The Loud House. The show was created by a man named Chris Savino and was based on his actual real-life experiences growing up with 9 siblings. For a while, whenever I heard about this new show, this was the factoid that came attached to it. Lincoln Loud is Chris Savino, and that's a really cool, inspiring fact for young creative people. Maybe one day, you'll turn your life into a cartoon. But everything very quickly changed in late 2017, when Chris Savino was fired from Nickelodeon after over a decade's worth of sexual harassment allegations came out against him. Savino was kicked to the curb and his legacy was ruined, and Nickelodeon just kept making the damn show. In just 2 years, this guy's name went from an inspiring story of creativity to something you can't say in the building where they're making the show. The Loud House is still being made today, and when it comes to the average online conversation about the show, this man does not exist. Cognitive dissonance has taken over. The Loud House has no creator. And a big shift in public opinion doesn't just happen by itself. It takes a PR firm and a marketing division and someone with a background in SEO. And most of all, it takes a lot of time and a lot of money. And so when you tell me that Sam Cat was canceled because one no-name producer had an allegation made against him, I believe you. But I think the real story here is that Nickelodeon wasn't willing to put up a fight for Sam Cat, and they took the first possible chance to end the series. And if that was because production had turned into a total hellscape waiting to be turned into an op-ed, or because Ariana Grande was about to become too famous for Nickelodeon to afford, or because Nickelodeon was constantly trying to stop the allegations against the creator from hitting the mainstream, it doesn't really matter. Maybe it was all of those things. What does matter is that Sam Cat was not canceled before its time. Sam Cat was put out of its misery, like a dog with rabies. And then Nickelodeon offered to pay Jennette McCurdy hush money, and when she said no, they let the Hollywood press blame her for the show ending. And after that, they invited her to the Kids' Choice Awards 2014. And when she didn't show up to put on a big fake smile at the KCA and didn't watch the creator be given a Lifetime Achievement Award while being investigated for emotionally abusing children, and when she didn't step on stage with the rest of the cast of Sam and Cat so they could be given the Kids' Choice Award for Best TV Series while the show was shrouded in shame and secrecy, she tweeted out to her followers that she was boycotting the event because Nickelodeon was being unfair to her, which sadly caused people to really believe that if she was boycotting the Kids' Choice Awards, that she had quit the show, and thus she was the reason the show was canceled. So if none of this was true, why not come out and speak truth to the public record? Well, because she was afraid that if she was the person to come clean about everything, she would forever be associated with Nickelodeon. She would always be the former Nickelodeon child star. She would always be Sam Puckett.
I hate being known as Sam. I absolutely hate it. I've tried to find some peace with it, but I haven't. When people say, "You look like that girl from iCarly," I just say, "Nope, not me." I will, however, take a picture with anyone who knows my actual name because I genuinely appreciate the courtesy. But anyone else? Nope. I know I've grown bitter. I know I've grown resentful. But I don't fucking care. I feel like that show robbed me of my youth, of a normal adolescence where I could experience life without every little thing I did being critiqued, discussed, or ridiculed.
And so, in the immediate time after the series ended, Jennette reconsidered what she wanted to do with her life, all while still struggling with her alcohol intake and her daily binging and purging. Shortly after leaving the show, Jennette produced an amateur web series titled What's Next for Sarah, about an actress in a sitcom having an identity crisis after the show ends. The show only lasted 4 episodes, and depicts Jennette's resentment for numerous elements of Hollywood culture, including her apparent belief that therapy was a massive grift. Even then, it was very obvious that Jennette harbored a deep resentment for acting, but she didn't have many other options in her life. So, when she was offered the chance at being a lead in a Netflix original series, she took the chance. Now, this was back when Netflix was good, as in it was back when Netflix was thought as higher television, almost like prestige TV, except everybody watched it. So going from a Nickelodeon sitcom to a Netflix original series should have been a big step up, in theory. But when she arrived in Toronto, where the series was being filmed, she started noticing some issues. The script was bad, the show was low budget, and she eventually realized she had never seen a Netflix representative anywhere on set. She called her agents and learned the hard truth. The series she was on was a co-production, distributed by Netflix, but produced by City TV. But it was too late to turn back, and Jennette began filming Between. This is just a personal insight, but I remember back in the mid-2010s, you could always tell when a show was about to flop when they gave it just a completely ungoogleable name. Selfie, Class, Between. Terrible, terrible names for shows. You might as well named it like fucking Good Food Near Me, the show. If I look up the name of your show and it doesn't pop up, your show's about to flop. And I'm sorry, but you should have thought that one through. Anyways, I'm not going to pretend I watched this terrible, terrible show, so instead, here's a random clip out of context.
Fathers, our God, we come before you today, not in sadness or despair, but in joy and in confirmation. We come affirming.
Stop it.
We need to pray.
No, we don't, Melissa.
Please, Wiley. Pray with me before it's too late.
Too late for what?
For your salvation.
Shh.
Surely you must understand the danger you're in if you don't ask for forgiveness, and eternal damnation is a possibility.
I don't want forgiveness from you or God.
The most important detail about Between is that this is where Jennette meets Steven, a boy she has a crush on. The two begin seeing each other regularly and end up sleeping together. This isn't the first time Jennette has sex, but it's the first time that she understands why someone would want to have sex. It's the first time she feels mentally present and she feels that connection. When she leaves Canada after the season is over, they officially become a couple, and they keep calling and texting while she's back in California, and eventually he calls her and says that he can't keep away. She picks him up from LAX in her car, they go back to her house, and they hook up again. But when he goes to use the bathroom and he comes back, he seems really, really tense. Steven has noticed that Jennette has vomit stains on her toilet, the kind that you really can only get if you're constantly throwing up. Jennette defends herself, saying it's just something she does to help her get through the day and that she can quit at any time, just like him with cigarettes. But he says this isn't a joke. He can't sit by and watch her hurt herself all the time. If she can't quit bulimia, he wants to break up. And so Jennette begins the difficult task of trying to find help and course correct. Jennette begins meeting regularly with a therapist she calls Laura. She attempts to feed Laura a very simplified version of her life and the situation. She's an actress, she drinks too much, she binges and purges, her boyfriend says if she doesn't fix herself, he's going to break up with her. Laura tells Jennette that the only real way to start improving is if she wants to change her life. And she asks if this is the case.
It's almost like Laura is the casting director and I'm the child actor, trying to say exactly the thing that will earn me a callback.
Laura sees Jennette up to 5 times a week, and in many cases acts more like her sponsor than her therapist. Their initial goal together is to help Jennette gain the tools to understand and handle her impulses with food. After weeks of work, Jennette accomplishes an important milestone. She successfully goes 24 hours without purging. She's accomplishing this partially by constantly writing to put her emotions into words instead of purging as compensation. But Laura tells Jennette that they can't get any further in the healing process unless Jennette addresses why she would have an eating disorder. She asks about Jennette's childhood, which causes her to become very frustrated and defensive. To Jennette, it is weak and stereotypical to spend all of your time in therapy whining about your parents and how sad your childhood was. But Laura pushes ahead and specifically asks about Deborah. Soon, Jennette is making it her mission to describe the cleanest, nicest version of her childhood and to make her dead mother seem like a saint. But despite Jennette's own self-censoring and borderline lying about her emotions as a child, Laura immediately identifies that Deborah was abusive to Jennette. And this is one of the most impactful parts of the audiobook and one of the hardest parts to get through, because there's a moment where Jennette, in the present day, struggles to read what she's written, and they leave that in the audiobook.
Your mother essentially condoned your anorexia, encouraged it. She taught it to you. That's abuse. My mind flashes back to the first time I heard the word anorexia, when I was sitting on the paper-covered table in room 5 at Dr. Tran's office. Suddenly, I feel just like that little 11-year-old girl who was confused and scared and uncertain.
Growing emotional, Jennette flees the office and drives home with tears welling in her eyes. If her mother abused her and took advantage of her, that means her entire life is built on a foundation of lies. And really, truly confronting that would mean destroying what little identity she still has left and starting over. And she isn't willing to do that. She gets home, runs into the bathroom, and begins purging. And she continues vomiting until what is coming out is a mix of vomit and blood. Shivering and weak, she sends Laura an email saying that she no longer requires therapy. And she goes to bed. Sometime later, Steven arrives at Jennette's house. He has found a job working in Hollywood for the next 6 months, and the pair have a plan for him to live with her while he's working. At this point, she has not told him that she gave up on therapy, and she knows that she has to break the news to him at some point. But when he arrives, he has other things on his mind. Because Steven tells Jennette that he watched the movie God's Not Dead on Netflix, and now he's a born-again Christian and he thinks that they both need to find Christ. Jennette goes along with all this partially because she desperately needs him in her life, but also because it comes with the added bonus of the fact that Steven now believes that you don't need therapy when Christ is in your heart. At this point, Jennette is constantly drinking a unique mix of vodka and wine, and she goes to church with Steven 4 or 5 times a week. But one day, he breaks some news to her. He's been praying to God and has decided that they need to stop having sex because it's a sin. In just a few short years, the tables have turned. Jennette now realizes that her life is terrible and she can't live without sex, and specifically, not the amazing sex that she and Steven are known to have. In an attempt to convince him that he also needs sex, she gives him a blowjob in spite of him protesting. But when she's done, he says that didn't feel right and that he was definitely correct and sex is a sin and they need to stop. Now, if at any point in this video so far, I have even slightly convinced you that you need to read this book, stop the video here. Go out, get the book, read the book, listen to the audiobook, whatever you're going to do. And the reason I'm saying that is that I'm about to spoil the 2 wildest twists in the book. And I know it feels weird to call it a twist when it's an autobiography. But the fact, if this was in a fiction book, they'd say it was hackneyed. It reads like bad twists. And the fact that these things keep happening to this woman and her life keeps getting worse, it is absolutely wild. And it's just written so well that I feel like I'm robbing something from your experience if you get all that from me instead of just experiencing the book. So please, if you think you're gonna read the book, stop here and then come back, okay? All right, let's do this. So shortly after Steven starts living with her, Jennette gets a call from her father. So it turns out 1 week after Deborah died, her husband Mark immediately started dating her best friend from high school named Karen. The two had become very serious very quickly, with Mark being identifiably happier with Karen than he ever was with Deborah. And of course, this reality makes Jennette kind of uncomfortable. But despite this, the family makes great effort for everyone to stay in contact, and that goes both ways. Mark tells Jennette that he has some big news for her, and immediately Jennette presumes the worst possible thing she can think of. He and Karen are about to get married, and they want her approval. As the tension in the room grows, she anticipates how she is going to react to yet another piece of bad news.
Here it comes. Dustin, Scotty, and you are not my biological children. Huh? I'm shocked. I feel the color drain from my face. I'm sure I'm about to pass out.
So it turns out that for most of the time that Deborah and Mark McCurdy were married, Deborah was sleeping with another man. Mark knew this was the case, but he decided to stay with his wife and help raise the children anyways. When Jennette asks why, Mark isn't sure. Eventually, the other man vanished from the equation, and Deborah never told the truth to any of her children. Mark had held on to this truth for years before Karen found out about the situation and told Mark that he had to tell his children immediately. Jennette waits as long as possible to tell Steven about the situation, hoping that his born-again Christian phase will come and go and he'll start acting normally again. But eventually, Netflix asks her to fly to a press conference in Australia with a bunch of other Netflix stars. And right before she has to leave, she tells Steven that she has some big news. He says he's got some big news too, and she tells him to start the whole thing off because she knows for a fact that his news is going to be far less important than hers.
I am Jesus Christ reincarnated. Huh?
Yeah, so Stephen reveals that he is Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ came back to Earth, but didn't know he was Jesus Christ until he watched the movie God's Not Dead, and that made him realize that he is the Son of God. At this point, I noticed that every character in this book who calls Jennette a nickname somehow has a negative impact on her life, because the creator calls her Netter, her mom calls her Net, Stephen calls her Jenny, and you call her Sam. Jennette has to rush off to catch her flight, but tells Stephen that he should call his parents to tell them the great news. She doesn't have the phone numbers of anyone in Stephen's life really, but she's hoping that if he calls around, kind of spreads the good book around, somebody's gonna freak out and come and get him. On the plane ride to Australia, Jennette gets a voicemail from a phone number she doesn't recognize. It turns out that it's Stephen's parents, who got a call from him, freaked out, came down from Canada, and took him to a doctor. The doctor believes that Stephen has schizophrenia. Jennette purges numerous times in the airplane bathroom. One of her molars breaks off after years of abuse from the stomach acid. As she lands down under and gets a taxi, the driver says in a chipper tone, "How's it going?"
How's it going? It's going fucking terribly. Mom lied my entire life about who my biological father was. I'm caught in the undertow of bulimia. I'm gonna have to do an entire press junket while missing a lower left molar, and my boyfriend's schizophrenic. It could not be going any worse. Ooh, I love this song. You mind if I turn it up? The Uber driver cranks up the volume knob before waiting for my answer. It's Ariana Grande's hit single, Focus on Me.
Jennette realizes it's time to take Ari's advice. It's time for her to focus on herself. The majority of the rest of the book involves Jennette once again seeking out professional help and seriously attempting to understand her own emotions and impulses. She begins seeing an eating disorder specialist who tells her to start tracking when she eats and purges so he can study the information. He quickly takes note of a very common trend. Jennette eats extremely light meals and snacks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then at night, she binge eats one heavy, hearty meal before purging. He suggests that she needs to transition to a more healthy eating schedule outside of her binging and purging, eating full meals and snacks at specific pre-decided moments. Jennette attempts to begin correcting her eating habits, but it is a slow and grueling process. Very often, she slips up, binges, purges, and then feels terrible. But that is when her specialist gives to her one of the most important pieces of advice in the entire book. He explains to her what a shame spiral is. The theory behind the kind of shame spiral that Jennette has been experiencing is that a good amount of people who have eating disorders are basically perfectionists, and they use eating or purging as a coping mechanism for their own imperfections. But they see that coping mechanism as a personal fault itself. So they use their food habits as a way to cope with something, then feel shameful and guilty over what they have done and have to repeat the cycle to deal with the shame and self-hatred that has come with using their coping mechanism. The secret to breaking this is to simply wake up one day and realize that nobody is perfect. When you mess up and do something you didn't plan to, you shrug it off, accept that you're human, and choose not to become bogged down in the shame and self-hatred. So Jennette learns that if she goes a week avoiding her bulimic tendencies, and then on day 8 she binges and purges, that was a mistake. But people make mistakes. It's a part of being human. So she wakes up on day 9, and she continues her journey of trying to be better every single day. Because the cycle of betterment does not stop simply because of a kink in the hose. By this point, Stephen has long had medical treatment and therapy for his mental disorder, and his obsessions with religion, abstinence, and being the Son of God have all faded away. But as he begins to understand the strife of his mental struggles, he quits working, begins living full-time out of Jennette's house, and begins buying excess marijuana, smoking as much marijuana as he can every single day, so he can basically become emotionally catatonic because he simply cannot deal with existing as a person anymore. As Jennette is getting better, Steven is getting worse, and her specialist eventually suggests that she could make even further strides even faster if she could dedicate that energy towards helping herself. And so, she and Steven break up, ending several years of codependency. Just before her birthday, Jennette goes out with Colton and Miranda on a special mission to find and confront her biological father. She finds out that as a hobby, he plays trombone in a jazz band, and the group go to one of their performances, and when he sees her, he instantly knows who she is. Jennette's biological father tells her as much information as he can before he has to leave, and they exchange contact information. But in interviews, Jennette has admitted that after a while, they lost contact because that relationship ended up being just as strange as the relationship she has with her other father. On her 24th birthday, Jennette once again does something that she's done many times. She throws out her bathroom scale. This has been a constant goal of hers, as since she was 10, her weight has had a massive role in her identity and ability to have self-love. And she has finally decided that she needs to let go of this, that she needs to live life not knowing what she weighs because she needs to live past the scale. On that day, her 24th birthday, she successfully throws out the scale and never buys another one. Shortly after this, Jennette gets a call from her agents again. They have great news. Her ungoogleable Netflix show has been canceled after 2 seasons. They say they are now ready to begin submitting her for other roles. But she says this will not be necessary, as she has decided to take a break from acting. They say to reach out if she wants to reconsider. Then the call ends. And with that, Jennette's career ends after 18 years. 2 years later, Jennette finds herself at Disneyland with Miranda, celebrating her 26th birthday. She's made significant strides in her journey, to the point that her specialist says she's not bulimic anymore. She is simply someone who occasionally, usually once or twice a month, acts out bulimic tendencies. To Jennette, this isn't good enough. While at the park that day, she finds herself binge eating at one of the restaurants, and excuses herself as she goes to the bathroom and begins purging. As she looks in her mirror, she contemplates her future.
I think of Mom. I don't want to become her. I don't want to live off chewy granola bars and steamed vegetables. I don't want to spend my life restricting and dog-earing Woman's World fad diet pages. Mom didn't get better, but I will.
As the next few years pass, the inevitable happens. She and Miranda slowly drift apart. It's not because of animosity or any disagreements, it's just because life has happened. They've grown in different ways and ended up living different lives, and they rarely have an excuse to try and spend time together. But on one fateful day, Jennette gets a call that she's been expecting. It's Miranda. She picks up the phone and leaves her apartment so she can walk around as they talk. The two reflect on the past, catch up on family drama, and exchange pleasantries. But Jennette knows the real reason the phone call is happening.
Miranda, I'm not doing the reboot. There's nothing you can say to convince me. Well, I'm still gonna try, she laughs. I laugh too.
Miranda believes that the iCarly reboot will give them all a chance to have a fresh start, to have new experiences and make new connections in the industry. Jennette disagrees. She knows that there is nothing that looks worse on a resume than an old TV show, a huge gap, and then a reboot of the old TV show. She thinks the whole thing is foolhardy. But either way, it doesn't matter. She's done with acting, and she's done with Sam Puckett.
But it's really good money, Miranda tells me. I asked if they'd give you the amount I'm making, and they said yes. I know, I say to Miranda, but there are things more important than money, and my mental health and happiness fall under that category.
And I think that when it comes to this specific chapter, there's this great unspoken but unavoidable tragedy that is happening. Because iCarly brought Jennette and Miranda together. And Miranda has been one of the biggest loves of Jennette's entire life. And now it's almost as if iCarly is pulling them apart. And once again, not because of animosity or any resentment, but just because they are now heading in completely different directions with the rest of their lives. Jennette had finally outgrown iCarly and had found closure in that reality, while Miranda, Nathan, and Jerry were trying to turn iCarly into something worth returning to. At the end of the book, Jennette visits her mother's grave, something that has become more and more rare as the years have gone by. She reflects on the relationship she had with her mother, and specifically on all the positives that she doesn't think about that much anymore. She thinks about Deborah's inspiring speeches, her preppy attitude, and how when Deborah was happy, Jennette was also really happy, and it didn't seem to happen often enough. And Jennette wonders if there could have been a way, some way that her mother could have changed, that her mother could have wanted Jennette to be her own person. Was there ever a chance that she could have convinced Deborah to better herself as Jennette unraveled her own personal trauma? Jennette soon realizes that she's romanticizing her mother yet again. Deborah had plenty of chances to change, and she made it very clear that she had no intention to. She abused Jennette, forced her into a life she never wanted, and continued to emotionally manipulate her until the day she died. If Deborah wasn't in the ground, she would still be trying desperately to control Jennette's life, and Jennette would still have an eating disorder. As she leaves her mother's grave, she knows in her heart that she will never come back. So once again, I think this is one of the greatest autobiographies ever written, and if you have the ability at all, I really recommend you go and pick this thing up. Honestly, even if you're not going to read it, if you wouldn't mind just owning a physical copy, so I can feel less guilty about making this segment. I think one of the most important themes of this book is identity, and how a difficult development can make it extremely hard for one to find a self-identity, to know who you are and why you're here. I think one of the most powerful quotes when it comes to her developmental issues and the issues she has with identity comes right after Sam Cat ends, when she says,
"What is my identity even? What the fuck is that? How would I know? I've pretended to be other people my whole life, my whole childhood and adolescence and young adulthood. The years that you're supposed to spend finding yourself, I was spending pretending to be other people. The years that you're supposed to spend building character, I was spending building characters."
Deborah's insistence on controlling every single aspect of her daughter's life, including how she thinks and what emotions she's allowed to have, not only does a significant amount of surface-level emotional damage, but also convinces Jennette that as an adult, she is supposed to have a perfect control over her emotions, and that if she has anything less than this, she is a total failure. And because she grows up so confused and hardwires her brain to imitate others before understanding herself, she grows up not even understanding what emotions she's having on a day-to-day basis. One important thing this book got me thinking about that I didn't expect at all is that it really bothers me that homeschooling is not more regulated than it already is. As terrible as Jennette's life was, I think one of the biggest issues was that things would have been a lot better if she at least was escaping to a schoolhouse to be around other children growing up so she could understand how she was supposed to be feeling and how she was supposed to be growing up outside of just things that her mother was blindly insisting upon. It seems obvious to me that Deborah did not want her daughter seeing other children growing up in a regular school setting, lest she realized that there was something very strange about their dynamic. And she furthermore certainly didn't want Jennette being watched over by a regular school teacher who would have been required to report suspected child abuse. A big recurring theme that you're probably going to find in just about any biography is about how our identities as adults are defined by our nostalgia and memories of our past. And a big reason that people who were the victims of abuse don't want to admit it to themselves after the fact is that they don't want to have to give up those memories. They don't want to have to give up their childhoods. They don't want to have to wake up one day and say to themselves, there was bad stuff happening, around this point in time, and it is wrong for me to base my personal identity on a nostalgia for this era. And doesn't that sound familiar I think one of the most important things you can do after hearing about this story or reading this book is just doing one very small but important corrective thing. And that is, the next time you see Jennette McCurdy's face, don't think about Sam. When you see Jennette's face, don't think that's Sam from iCarly. Don't think, oh, that's a former Nickelodeon child star. Think to yourself, that's Jennette McCurdy, the writer. A damn good writer who knows how to speak her truth to power. But in a much wider sense, the most important thing that we can all do is try not to repeat the cycle. We are not going to be able to stop teenagers from becoming famous and pageant moms from being pageant moms. But we can at least try and set a standard that obsessing over every mistake and tumble of a developing teenager is weird. It should not be a normal standard that TMZ is stalking the cast of Danger Force to a beach in Hawaii to take unsolicited photographs, or that a relative of a family member finds out they died because it was on fucking E! News. And if you're a kid out there and you've realized that your parents have done to you what Deborah did to Jennette, that is abuse. And I know the fear of collapsing the status quo around you might have convinced you to not do anything about it. But there are ways to get help, and being safe with someone is more important than maintaining a foundation of abuse. And there's going to be some important links in the description down below for people who are looking for help on this, and there's going to be some stuff on screen and, that kind of thing. And if any of you out there believe that you might have an eating disorder, it is never too late to try and get help and to figure out why you act out your habits. And I know it's not easy. God, I know it's not easy. But what I do know, what I have learned, is that if you go about this with the goal of being perfect and being the most perfect person for the rest of your life, you're never going to get anywhere. Your goal has to be happy, and your goal has to be finding good health. But if your goal is to think that you're going to become the most perfect person of all time, you're going to end up getting caught on yourself. And furthermore, I also completely believe that if your motivation for change is self-hatred, you're also not going to get anywhere. Your motivation needs to be self-love and having enough self-love that you want to be better. That is always the first step, in my opinion. And an important thing I want to say is that it was not healthy for Jennette to exchange anorexia for binge eating and then bulimia. And in the same way, it is never healthy to exchange binge eating for anorexia, no matter how much some internet influencers want you to believe that it is. Bettering yourself and becoming actually healthy is a process. It's a journey, and it's a journey that can have false starts. And I know this because the entire point of this series was supposed to be the joke that I was going to be losing weight while I filmed all this for the last few years. And instead, I went from 300 pounds to 350 pounds. And now I'm back down to 325 pounds. And do you know what? I'm goddamn grateful. And I guess the biggest lesson that I personally walked away from this book with was that by constantly thinking about my process of betterment in the past tense, like I failed, like it was a test I flunked, I'm only giving myself an excuse to give up. Whereas if I allow myself to falter, if I allow myself to make mistakes, but then I get back on the horse and keep living each day as an attempt to be better than the previous day, then the cycle doesn't have to break, and I can just keep trying to be better. So, Sam and Cat. Sam and Cat is a fascinating show because it exists as a transition, partially from the relatively sensical and grounded world of iCarly into the haphazard and satirical world of Henry Danger. Sure, at the start of the series, every episode just feels like a pretty normal iCarly Victorious crossover movie, but by the end it starts to seem pretty easy to believe that somewhere out there in this universe, there's an Elseworlds Hollywood, where two superheroes fight bad guys for the sense of good and righteousness. But more than that, it's the end of an era. It's the end of the innocence that was once associated with these shows. It's when people started to notice things and started to ask questions, and when Nickelodeon started to intervene. And arguably, this was when the collapse of Schneider's Bakery would begin. But it would take several more years for the extent of the damage to be discovered. And with that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and I'll see you in the next video.
I'm gonna see you standing here. I know. This is why you're good, my dear.
I will make you see.
Head of the class will continue in a moment.